All right, I'd like to welcome everyone inside Sunset Lanes here in Moorhead, Minnesota for the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic right here on NDBowlTV. I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of Day 2 here at the Classic. Today's format is going to be a little bit different than normal. We normally do a match play at Day 2, but today will be kind of a, I don't know, they call it the Flanagan format, if you will, and it's essentially everyone in the house. We have 24 advancers. They will all bowl a game on each pair, and then their score relative to everyone else in the field each game will then be rewarded points, bonus points. So if you have the highest game out of the 24 players in game 1, you will get 24 points. If you have the lowest game out of everyone in the field, game 1, you will get 1 point. And each player will bowl a game on every pair. And then at the end of 12 games, we will have a top 5 stepladder finals like we normally do.
Going to be interesting with that to see how, there's always the emphasis on winning matches, how much that really doesn't come into play today.
Correct, yes.
So to see how, if it's somebody who's really consistent does well, or if it's somebody who just has those, couple, 3, 4 really big games that, gets 23, 24 points a couple times, and that gets them up there. So be interesting to watch.
So we are currently in warm-ups. There's about 2.5 minutes left to go, and then we'll be underway with the advancers round. Just like we always ask, if you are tuning in bright and early this morning, let us know how everything looks, how everything sounds. That would be greatly appreciated. You guys are the eyes and ears of our production, so let us know. Ken and I will unpack a few things as we get going this morning. And we will start with our scores from yesterday. So looking at the scores, there were a full field of 96 bowlers in attendance yesterday, a very full Sunset Lanes. But it was a long day, 8-game qualifying round yesterday. It was a long day, started up at 1 o'clock, finished around 8:30. But leading the way is the winner from the CMA shootout earlier this year, Zach Andreessen, with a 1785 pin total. So he was the high qualifier, and I know we did give away a Storm Summit Peak on our Facebook page to the person who could guess closest without going over the high qualifier. And based on my current looking through all of the posts, I believe my wife won that contest. So it is not rigged. I told her to go make a guess, and she made an educated guess, and she just so happened to be the closest without going over. And that's not official, but from my initial view of the comments.
When you were looking at it last night and saw that, it's like, oh boy, that's going to be hard to beat. And then scrolling through it, I believe Earl
Sobokovic, yes, he was one pin over. Yeah, unfortunately, Earl, we have it there in the graphic. It's the closest without going over. This is essentially the Price is Right, I guess.
Curious if Zach threw a 9 in the last ball or something to
right.
I missed that.
But going down the scores, we're just going to kind of name off the players we have bowling in our field. They're going to start scoring here in about 20 seconds. But we have 24 players advancing. Zach Andreessen, Nick Heilman, Brady Stearns, Clayton Moore, Ryan Powers, Justin Schiffler, Matt Smallin, Dustin Harold, Lucas Herzrud, Lucas Finley, Jeff Campbell, Austin Descharme, Josh Craig, Taylor Wallstrom, Matt Meyer, Joel Galley, Andy Mills, Eric Gulbranson, Corey Zimmerman, Ryan Selk, Jason Van Fersen, Randy Peterson, Jonathan Domingo, and the final spot goes to 2019 winner Kayla Pashina at 23 over was the cut, tied with Jonathan Domingo. And the last time Kayla was the first one, or the last one in the field, she ended up winning the tournament. So see what happens.
And I know she didn't finish on a good note yesterday, so she was not very thrilled, thinking that she probably wasn't going to make it after that. But sure enough, on the number, and we also had a tie for the alternate spot, which is kind of funny as well. That Brent Newman beat
John Breckel.
John Breckel. That's right.
And I talked with John after that, and he wasn't too disappointed because that meant he was able to drive back to Bismarck last night before the weather in western North Dakota hits. But
Yes, all the chaos that could be ensuing for anyone that has to get that way this morning, or I guess later this afternoon.
All right, it looks like our score cams going well. We are underway here. Our first, I guess we're going to call them featured bowlers. We have Randy Peterson and Ryan Powers on the left, Lucas Finley and Ryan Selk on the right. And the way the move will work is the left lane will move left, the right lane will move right. So we will see Ryan Powers and Lucas Finley the first 2 games here, but the way the rotation works, we will see every bowler in the field bowl 2 games, which is kind of nice for our stream.
Yep. Yeah, and different way of moving people. A lot of times you see like the whole pairs will move during qualifying, then match play, it's you jump around. Well, Sunset, and I've always been a big fan of how they do it, is that left, left, right, right. It blends everything out a lot better.
I agree.
Then, you get following one set of bowlers, and you can kind of count on how it's going to play from lane to lane. This gets probably a lot more emphasis on, good shot making out of the gates just to get that read on each pair as you go to it.
And that brings up our next question here in the chat was, what's the pattern? So we are bowling on a custom pattern that the folks at Kegel built for us. And it is a 2.8 to 1 ratio pattern, 43 feet, just a shade under 30 mils. And basically they built this pattern as a way to hopefully get it to hold up in the qualifying round, because we had 8 on a pair for 8 games yesterday. And the folks at Kegel said with that much lineage, there's really no way to prevent it from getting really, really chewed up. But if we can build a pattern that kind of gets people to play the outside parts of the lane first and then migrate, it'll hold up better. And so that's kind of the basis around this pattern, is to get people to use the outside parts of the lane first. And we'll see kind of how the breakdown happens today. I thought it held up relatively well yesterday, all things considered.
Yeah, I'd agree. It said for having 96 bowlers in this house, I mean, I'll say I got left, and I got left a little bit quicker than some people, I think. But, you did see a lot of people playing the outside part. You can see Randy doing it here on his first shot, and that's where he tried to stay for at least a little while, but said when you did jump in, it did have a good look inside there. And it'll be curious to see how it goes, because you can see Ryan Selk right there already playing a little bit further left than most people started.
I mean, that's Ryan's MO, though.
Yeah.
He likes to play there. That's his bread and butter.
Yep, absolutely. But what's that going to do to the pattern today? You could kind of see it like yesterday. It would blend it out fairly well, because, people playing all over the place, it's not going to burn up too terrible. And, as we always say, day 2 is going to be tighter, so
Yep.
people like to start kind of where they finished, and we'll see if the outside is in play, because if it is, you can guarantee there's going to be a couple guys over to our right that will be out there.
Correct.
And I can't tell already if they are or not. But like you said, you can see Randy starting right, and I bowled with Randy very first game yesterday, and he had a look from right there, and he ended up with, I believe, high game, first game shooting 268 with first 7. So it definitely has potential out to the right, but whether or not that's something that's going to hold up today, we'll find out.
Yeah, like I said earlier, for those just joining in, this is a 12-game advancers round, and then we'll follow it up with the Stepladder finals early this afternoon, I'm guessing. And again, this is not your typical match play format. This is a modified point system, the Flanagan format, if you will. to where everyone is essentially bowling everyone in the field relative to score. So if you have the highest game in game one out of everyone in the field, you get 24 points. If you have the lowest game in game one, you get a 1 bonus point, so on and so forth. And every game is kind of built that way. And so every player will hit every pair in the house. This is a 24-lane center. So we will see each bowler bowl 2 games on our featured pairs. So again, they're not essentially bowling against each other with matches. It's more of a bowling against the field, make sure you get in all your pins, that kind of thing.
It's a lot of bowling against yourself today, if you will, because, I mean, you can obviously keep track of what's going on around you, but, you know, it's hard to see all 24 lanes, even from where we're sitting.
Yep.
So
we won't have your typical position round towards the end. We're not going to really know how close the scores are the very last game. They'll probably have sheets out to us relatively quickly, I would assume.
Yeah, Darren will do his best to get sheets out as fast as he can. Not you, Darren, but Darren's sons from here and the staff at Sunset.
Yeah, one of the owners here.
Yeah.
They've been great all weekend, as usual.
Yeah, I think we only had one little issue to start qualifying yesterday that they remedied pretty quick, and then everything ran probably as smoothly as you could hope for having 96 bowlers.
Yes, and not having a breakdown pair to go to, not having pretty much anything. It was a packed house, and with everyone's equipment, it was pretty tight in here, especially because there were a lot of people here, just spectators as well.
Yep, absolutely. There always are out here on day one. I mean, it's I can't even remember how long this tournament goes back, but I mean, even when I started bowling, it's like this is where you wanted to be. And if you grew up bowling in Fargo Moorhead, you wanted to get to this point where you're bowling this tournament. But yeah, I also feel like today's going to go a little quicker than we normally are used to on a Sunday, just because you don't have that normal match play where you're bowling against that person. You're just trying to get the pins, and you know.
And then you move to the next pair next to you. You're not jumping across back and forth in the house all over. And
yep. So you have those people that are a little bit more deliberate, we'll say, that, you know, will take their time as always, but in general, I think it's just going to move a little quicker because you don't have to worry about what's going on and with the person right there.
I would agree. And good morning, Thomas Wolf in the chat room. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. And Thomas is probably tuning in because there is a story within the story today. Thomas Wolf looking to hold on to this season's Player of the Year award.
Yep.
He is currently leading with 162.5 points or something like that. But there is one person that is currently bowling that can catch him, and he needs to finish on our Stepladder finals. If he were to take 5th, and we are talking about Josh Craig, if Josh takes 5th, him and Thomas will tie for the NDBowling.com Player of the Year award this year, and we will just basically name both of them Player of the Year. If Josh were to finish 4th or better, Josh would win it outright. And then if Josh fails to make the Stepladder finals, Thomas Wolf is your Player of the Year. So the story within the story here at the NDBowling.com Classic. Again, I appreciate everyone tuning in early this morning. We are bringing you bonus coverage of the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead.
Thomas in Thomas fashion, I want Josh to win Player of the Year.
A little bit of reverse psychology.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
At the moment, Josh is down on 23 and 24, so I can't really tell how he's doing, but we will see him at some point today on our stream.
See some strikes, see some opens. You can see Ryan Selk to our right with a little bit of a rough start. Look over to our left, and I think what could be a theme of the day is our 3 lefties that made day 2, if I can remember correctly.
Yeah, Lucas Finley here on our featured pair to the right. We got Eric Galbrinson down on 1 and 2. And then we have
Dustin Harold, who's on 7 and 8, who is on spare 5-bagger. So lefties definitely played well yesterday. Said we had 3 that made it. There were a couple that were very close as well. Dustin bowled very well all day long, and he bowled right next to me, so I was able to see what he did. And early on in the day, he had a good look all day, so I wouldn't be shocked to see him bowl well today. Lucas Finley was one of your bold predictions, and it's the first look that I've had at him, and that is a very impressive game.
Yeah, and a lot of people asked me how I picked him, and I watched him on the InsideBowling.com stream last weekend at the Ebonite Winter Classic down in Iowa, and he took top 5, and I liked the way he threw the ball, and I was looking through the roster this weekend and saw he was coming up here. I do believe he could be a teammate of Lucas Herzrud down at St. Ambrose. I'm not sure on that. If there's anyone in the chat that knows how old Lucas Finley is, let us know, but he throws it good. I knew the lefties would have a decent look since playing the outside part of the lanes is going to be there, so that's why I decided to go for him, and nice pickup there for Ryan Powers.
Unconventional.
Hard way, yeah.
Unconventional washout pickup, but hey, you take it.
Yeah, it's all about the pins here. Again, thank you all for tuning in bright and early this Sunday morning. And again, if everything looks and sounds great, please give our stream a thumbs up and consider subscribing if you haven't already. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of Day 2 here at the Classic. Following our 12 games of the Advancers round, we will move on to a top 5 Stepladder finals to determine who will take home the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy, which is currently sitting over to my right. Nice and shiny as always. Should we pop in the booth? Here we are. That's Ken
Morning,
Fletcher.
everyone. Forgetting what camera I have to look at.
And let's see, this is what we're playing for today. The Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. It's etched in there. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. Nah, that doesn't work.
No.
At any rate, that's what we're playing for today. Now back to things you guys actually want to see, bowling.
No, it's nice to get the behind the scenes, and like especially here when we're kind of wide open behind us, you can see the front desk. I'm not sure if Darren and Lonnie were quite in the shot, but you could definitely see the backside of Ryan Krabbenhoff, who we should give a special shout out to with
Absolutely.
the work that he's done with Darren to get all the extra added money into this Courtyard by Marriott with the sponsorship, the prize fund, which is the biggest prize fund that I think we've had in this tournament's history.
Yeah, I think between Country himself and the sponsors, there's $3,000 added money to the tournament, and they're paying out $2,500 for first. And I do believe the last casher today is going to practically double their money. So the payout is very heavy towards the middle, which is kind of what I like.
Yep, I actually had it pulled up already. So yeah,
Okay.
$2,500 for first. You get $2,000 for second. Nice pickup by Randy there too. $1,500 for third, $1,200 for fourth, $1,000 for fifth. So seeing a top 5 where everyone gets $1,000 is awesome, because I can remember the years where first place would get, I want to say a $2,500 check, and then second place would get like $500.
Yep.
And so come a long ways from that, but yeah, a nice even kind of spread after that. You know, you get 12th place gets $500, down to 24th place gets $325. So not quite double your money, your entry fee back, but
In comparison, I always like to bring it up at this tournament. What was it, 12 years ago now, the very final year that WDAY, WDAZ had this tournament,
yep.
I was on the show as the 5th seed and ran into past champion Todd Iverson and lost. But for taking 5th, I got $425.
Yep, and $425 is 16th place money now.
So there's a good comparison, kind of how far this tournament has come. And like you said, big shout out to Ryan Krabbenhoff. We call him Country, but he's done so many good things in bowling in North Dakota, so big shout out to him.
Yes, 100%.
Sean Coots, welcome to NDBowlTV. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope all is well up in Winnipeg. as I believe you are getting as much snow as my house is getting out in Minot. I cannot wait to try to get home, whether it's today or tomorrow. We will see.
Yep.
Aaron Fontaine, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Huge prize fund. I do agree. It's pretty awesome. And they had the 96 filled up quite quickly, and then we had about 17 on the wait list. And, with the weather and everything happening, there were some cancellations, so they were able to fill those as people canceled, and it turned out to a full field of 96. And I will say there is talk about possibly running a split shift next year and doing 2 groups of 60, so we can expand it to 120. And the way I do the math, if they use the whole house, that's 5 to a pair to get to 60. And it'll probably be at 9 a.m. on Saturday, maybe something like 3 p.m. on Saturday as a second shift. They were not sure about re-entries, that kind of thing. I don't know exactly how they're going to do it next year, but that is the talk that I've been hearing as a way of trying to expand the footprint for this thing and allow more people to bowl it. So we will see what happens moving on next year. But I do believe the tournament will be held the same weekend, if I'm not mistaken. Let's look at my calendar for 2025. And March 1st and 2nd is kind of what I'm going to guess will be the weekend. I have not confirmed that with the folks here at Sunset Lanes, but odds on that's going to be the weekend.
But, the issue that we've ran into for the past several years is there's always a tournament held before the Classic qualifying on Saturday morning, which is why we can never start until 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it's like a charity Lions Club thing, so it's
it's another tournament they've been doing for years, and it's a great thing that they do. But it's unfortunate because then it pushes us back as far as our start time, and then full field of 96, like you said, we didn't finish till 8:30. You're not out of here until easily 9 o'clock between getting scores out, brackets out. They did have food catered in last night, which they said, was something they were trying. I thought it was pretty good.
Good, yeah. It was some barbecue. What was the name of the catering company? Casey Joe's?
Yeah, something like that. We could ask, I could yell at Country right here and he could tell us, I'm sure. So it's something they're trying, and I would imagine it'd probably be something they would go with again, but with the potential split to 2 shifts next year, you can add those more bowlers in, and I think it's, for, like you said, having a waiting list, you could probably get close to that 120, obviously, depending on the weather.
Yep. And what Sunset Lanes did do this year is required everyone to pay ahead of time to kind of confirm your spot, and then by a certain day they moved on to the wait list. And I know Darren and those guys at Sunset Lanes set up a link where people could pay online. And I'm guessing what we're going to do next year is kind of set a date where we're going to open entries and then have a link like that created to where people can just pay their entry ahead of time. And that's how the entries come in. As long as you pay your entry, you're on the list kind of thing. We'll open entries, I don't know, January 1st kind of thing, whenever the poster comes out.
Sure. And
then go with it. So Matt Miller did say at Casey Joe's Catering, so shout out to them. The food was really good.
Yep.
Connor Allen, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Hope you are well. Again, we are in game 1 of 12. This is, as we mentioned earlier, I know there's a lot of people that are tuning in this morning, but we are not doing a typical match play. This is I don't know what you want to call it. I've been calling it the Flanagan format because he kind of started doing this down in the Iowa tournaments and down in Missouri, but it's basically you get bonus points based on your score relative to everyone else in the field at the time. So if you have the highest game this first game, you get 24 bonus spins. If you have the lowest game out of everyone in the field this game, you get 1. And that'll happen every game, and then after 12 games, our final 5 will be determined. Those of you tuning in, can you let me know, can you guys see the scores? Are they clear enough for you? it's kind of the best we can do. They look like they're all right. I know when they change to orange, it's probably a little harder to see, but with the blue there, it looks pretty good. Again, let us know if anything seems off. I'm hoping the cameras don't freeze today. That would be great.
So far, so good, it looks like.
And if that does work out, we're actually going to try to get this camera out on the lane about at the foul line on lane 14 during our Stepladder finals to kind of give you guys a different look. So I'm hoping everything works out. Connor Allen says it looks good to him, so if it's good for you, it's good for me.
Yeah. Say scores are moving quickly. I caught a 220 and a 230 over from Dustin and Austin.
Still 260 possible here for Lucas in front of us.
Yeah, so this is kind of expected. The lefties being able to play that outside part or having a good go early. Ooh, 159 from Nick Heilman. Brady Stearns being Brady Stearns with 220. And I can't see down that far because my eyes are not good. But you can see what this pattern can do to you depending on lane play, how it breaks down in the form of what Ryan Selk is unfortunately doing in front of us. But a good ball switch for him to switch out a strike.
Marshall, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. And the Todd Iverson, speak of the devil, and he appears. We just mentioned you, a past champion of this tournament. Hope you are doing well, Todd. And Marshall, hopefully you're doing well as well. Again, this is game number 1 in a modified advancers round format. Again, we will see each bowler in the field bowl 2 games in front of us. They're just simply doing a right moves right, left moves left format here, and then just awarding points based on your relative position in the field each game. A different Sunday format that we're trying out this year, since I know in years past we've done the 2 groups of 12. And what that does is when you do 2 groups of 12, you can't avoid players hitting the same pair twice in matches.
Yeah.
It's impossible. We tried every different way of scheduling it, and you just can't do it. You need 3 different groups in order to make that work. So they're trying a different format this year to kind of see how it works, see how the players like it, and
It's a learning experience for that.
And I know I spoke with Country about it. He wanted to try this format because he thinks it better rewards the better bowlers instead of possibly shooting 230 and losing your match or shooting 150s and winning your match. You know, he thinks this is the better way to reward the better bowlers, and I do agree. Scooby says, look out for Lucas. He's coming off a good week at the Ebonite Classic, throwing it good. And I don't know if you read our preview article, but I did pick Lucas to make our final 5 in my bold predictions due to his performance last week in Iowa. So he is definitely on our radar here at NDBowling.com and is throwing it well to start. Got 269 left. And he will be moving left, so he will be on 11 and 12 in game number 2.
Scores are moving with everybody. Looks like everything is running smoothly so far.
Knock on wood.
Yeah. Darren said that he had to manually move everybody after the first game yesterday.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, which is why it took so long, and you had to wait for everyone to finish. But once that was done, everything switched over nicely. So
yeah, these scoring systems are nice when they work. We'll always say that.
yeah, and said knock on wood it continues, but so far so good as it appears to us. And yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have our high game of the first game right in front of us. I don't believe anybody was going to catch that 260, whatever it ends up being, from Lucas.
So Lucas Finley is going to finish off our first game. It looks like the pair down on 23-24 featuring Josh Craig and
Oh, I can't.
Matt Meyer was down there.
I see Lucas Hergert standing there. I'm not sure if he's on that pair or not,
But they're just about to finish up as well. So there it is, 268 for Lucas. And he is odds-on favorite to get the 24 bonus pins in game number 1. And again, if you have, let's say, the middle game, you get 12 points. So it just kind of filters down. And while we have a quick moment, if you haven't already, please follow us on social media. Please hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Follow us on Instagram. Go like our Facebook page. We do have a lot of Storm bowling ball giveaways happening over on our Facebook page. We'll be giving away a few more products yet this year, so tune in there. Big shout out to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Do appreciate everyone there for supporting us this season once again. And again, I'm Darren Seeney alongside Ken Fletcher here in the booth at the NDBowling.com Classic at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. And coming on into our featured pairs, we're going to see Ryan Powers again and Jason Van Fersen. On the left side, Lucas Finley moving on over, and coming in is Taylor Wallstrom, who you all saw win the NDBowlTV Masters back in October, having a good season himself.
yeah, got to bowl next to Taylor all day as well. Ryan Powers I was next to all day. Jason Van Fersen I was next to all day. Jason shooting, I think it was 247, 255 his last 2 games to sneak into the cut at 29 over.
That is in true Jason Van Fersen fashion, because that guy, when he can strike, and it's...
Yeah, it's like he's a guy that when he gets it going, it goes, and yeah, he had it going those last couple games.
And we saw him on our show here, what was it, a couple years ago now?
Yeah, yep, he absolutely was. Said he, you know, kind of one of those, it's like, oh, really? But it's not anything flashy, we'll say that, but said when he gets in rhythm, it's as good as anybody. And
I would agree.
yeah, Taylor yesterday, you know, kind of middled around for most of the day and got a couple big ones at 240 his last game to solidify himself in the cut. So yeah, the transformation for him from what he was when he was a younger kid is pretty phenomenal. I mean, he's been this good for quite some time, so that's not a surprise at this point that he bowled that well.
All right, again, if you have any questions in the chat room for Ken or myself, we have standings here from yesterday. If you care to know how somebody finished, just let us know. James Campbell said, what game will Jeff Campbell be on your featured pairs? Well, he started on 3 and 4, and he's moving left. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Games 8 and 9, he will be on our featured pairs. So probably not for another few hours.
As always, the one thing to watch is how are these pairs going to break down, especially 11 and 12 right here.
So I will say, as I had graphics built for the bottom line there, but they say match play on them. So now, for those of you in the chat, would you like to see those on there so you know what game it is? Or can you just look, if you look at the scores, like above everyone's name, it says what game it is, if you can see that. So it says game 2 right above everyone's name. So y'all let me know if you'd rather have the kind of lower third there showing what game it is, although it will say match play instead of like advanced rounds per se. But we can put that down at the bottom. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could just build a, whatchamacallit, and just put game whatever on the screen. Wouldn't be that hard to do. Well, just let me know, for those of you tuning in. Watching from Tennessee, do appreciate you tuning in. All right, Matt Miller says he likes it where it says what game it is. Well, let's put one up here, and then you guys can, it's game number 2, right? So it'll look like this. Match play, game 2, even though it's not match play, but
It's a version of match play, if you will.
I guess you can call it that, but we're not doing actual matches, so
You have a match.
I don't want to confuse people.
That's fair. Yep.
But as long as everyone can kind of understand that we're putting these graphics up there just so that you know what game it is, and that the format is different than a typical match play bonus pin system, then I will keep them up here like this. Looks like Taylor's throwing an attention star there on lane 12. That's one pin I saw a lot of this weekend.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I'm very interested to see the breakdown of this pair, just because you can see how far left Taylor already is and how far left Ryan started.
So another thing to think of here is Dustin Harold is to our left, and he's got front 5. Lucas right here on our left pair is going to be moving left. Dustin is going to be moving right. So these two lefties that are in front of us are about to kind of go on top of each other. It'll be interesting to see how they're affecting things on their side of the lane.
Yep, 100%.
I know Eric Albrinson is down on, he was on 1 and 2. He just rotated down to 23 and 24.
So he's going to have some time before he gets here, and with the play being a little bit further towards the middle for some of the righties, yeah, it could be a little interesting right in front of us.
All right, Jen says the graphic is good, so we will continue to do that. I have graphics built for all 12 games. Well, 11, and then I have a position round for some reason that we'll just not use. I mean, technically it's a position round if you think about it.
Yeah.
But,
Again, it is a version of match play, not the match play we're used to.
And Jen, Zach is to our right. I believe he is down on, what is that, 19 and 20? Is he bowling with Schiffler?
I see him right there.
Yeah, he's sitting down. I think he might be on 21 and 22.
It's hard to tell.
And
Yeah,
he's
gotta be at
moving
21
this way, so we'll see Zach probably games 6 and 7. In case you were wondering when he will be on our featured pairs. Again, we will see every bowler in the field bowl 2 games. That's what's kind of nice about this format, and everyone's just kind of rotating left, left, right, right, and that means everyone will cross our live stream pairs. That 4 count up on your screen to the right there is that of Brady Stearns, KFYR champion. I will say I picked up the 4 split this weekend. I picked up a lot of splits this weekend.
Yeah, you did. You showed me the stats of that last
I was a spare shooter, but you put a single pin out there and 50-50 shot, really.
Said if we could combine my strike ball with your spare game yesterday, we probably would have done pretty well.
Yes, my strike percentage was sub 40, and you can't compete with these guys out there that way.
No, when scores are plus, it's so difficult.
Brady Stearns gets 4 with the harsh reality over there on 16. We will see him our next 2 games. And for those Canadian contingents watching, it looks like Jonathan Domingo and Austin Descharme are moving left, so we will end up seeing them the last 2 games, or the last 3 games. We'll see those 2 hit our featured pairs. So for those of you tuning in from north of the border, they won't hit our pairs until then. Chad, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Good seeing you yesterday as always. And Matt does agree striking was hard to come by yesterday. I would agree, but there are some people in this field who make it look way too easy.
Yeah, it's unfair if you ask me.
That's one way to put it.
I mean, unfair in the fact that I'm just not good enough to compete with these guys.
When you don't bowl as much as everyone else, I mean it makes sense.
Well, even when I did, I don't have the talent of probably everybody that's bowling right now, so it's not unfair, but unfortunate for us, I guess. Which is why we always say that's why we're here and they're out there.
Correct. And in not related news, my wife said it is snowing quite hard in Minot right now, so I will not be going back to Minot tonight. I'm going to hang out, whether it be here in Fargo or if I make it all the way to Bismarck. I'm not sure. We'll see kind of what things look like when our show is completed this afternoon. But could be an interesting travel couple days for me.
That's for sure.
Same with my boy Taylor Wallstrom and Jason Van Fersen. All of us are Minot guys, need to get back home. Mike Harris, appreciate you tuning in. Hope all is well with you out in Jamestown. Mary Norton, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Again, if you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up button. Helps us get discovered on YouTube. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing, as we are over 2,100 subscribers. And Marshall says the bypass from Surrey north to Minot is complete ice. I can't wait. I can't wait.
That's pretty much what we've been expecting.
Although I will have bowling balls and a heavy bit of live stream equipment in the back of the RAV4, so we'll be weighed down at least. There's that.
Got a shake of the head from Brady Stearns after that last shot there. And you could see Ryan Powers right in front of us. There's a hook spot in the middle of the lane that it hits it at 30 feet and it just goes dead left.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday in the qualifying round. It's brutal.
So, like I said, this could be interesting. We were talking last night about the show last year and how nobody shot over 200 on Stepladder finals.
Seems like it always happens day 2 here. Something out on the lanes. Just it doesn't.
Well, and I mean, I say time and time again that this middle portion of the house between 11 to 16, outside of probably the end pairs, might be the hardest part of the house. 17 through 22, you can bank on big scores there. 3 through 8, you can bank on there being good scores there. But these pairs right here, I don't know what it is. I've never figured it out, but they're difficult. And we see it every year on 11 and 12 when we get into Stepladder finals. So.
And Nathan Smith, please drive safe. From what I'm gathering back home, it's not good. So please take it slow. I know that's not what you like to do. I've seen you fly by me a few times on the highway, so slow down this time. But for those of you who are making the trek back home, especially if you are headed north or west, please be careful. I do know there are travel alerts out in the western part of the state already. And I'm sure that's only going to get worse because the wind is supposed to pick up to the 40, 50 mile per hour range, along with heavy snow, freezing rain somewhere in there as well. In other words, not good. So please take it easy and be safe. Again, we're in game number 2 here on our Advancers round. 12 games today, followed by a stepladder final. Chad says, cheering for everyone today, stacked field of Advancers. I would agree. While I'm looking up and down the list here, you've got Zach Andreessen, who won the CMA this year. Nick Heilman, a 2-time winner here at the Classic. Brady Stearns, a 4-time major champion. Clayton Moore won the CMA. Ryan Powers, very good bowler. I think this might be one of his first times up here. Justin Schiffler, 4-time major champion. Matt Smallin, a lot of good players. Couple young guns, Lucas Herzrud, Lucas Finley. We heard from Jeff Campbell at CMA where he cleaned house, winning the 300 game pot.
Yep.
2-time Manitoba Open champion Austin Ducharme. Like I said, Taylor Wallstrom here won the NDBowlTV Masters back in October. Very talented Matt Meyer in attendance. He hasn't bowled this in quite a few years, so it's good to see him out here. 2-time winner here at the Classic. Andy Mills is in the field here this afternoon. North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer Randy Peterson, and then winner of the Classic in 19, Kayla Pashina. She's also bowling here today. Quite a few other players, even though they're not major winners, they're very talented to be out here as well. Josh Craig looking for a player of the year if he ends up in the top 5 today.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Joel Galley, who's a former winner of this tournament, too.
And then Jonathan Domingo, he made the final in Manitoba. I think it was 2 years ago against Mitch Hupe. So he's no stranger to major Sundays. Eric Galbranson, past Team USA player. I mean, he
made the show here last year, I believe, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was in the title match and lost to Doug. He was our number 1 seed.
Yeah, so I mean, the the talent at this tournament just keeps going up and up and up, and there is not one single pushover in this field today.
And then if you look at the people who kind of just missed, you got Brent Newman, John Breckel, past NDBowling.com Player of the Year, Nathan Smith, who's been good this year, Nevin, Dawson Unrat, past champion, Travis Herzrud, Jeremiah Smith, Chad Nelson, defending champion, Doug Wagner, all missed the cut. And look who I see there in 46, Ken Fletcher.
Hey.
Attaboy, that's your highest finish here in years. Love
it. Probably about 10 years.
Love it, man.
Hey, I was alternate here 1 year.
I haven't made the cut here in quite a while, so I have no room to talk. But yeah, pretty stacked field of 96, if you're asking me. One of the toughest cuts to make, in my opinion. I know Ryan Selk was agreeing with me this morning. He says it's just as hard to make this cut as it is up in Minot.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about Minot is there's 30 that they take today, too, where here, you're kind of...
But there's also 120 people instead of 96, so you got 30 more players.
That is true. But something about, there's 30 people that can go instead of, it's only 24, it's a mindset thing in my head, I guess.
Looks like Darren's going to try to put our stream up on the big screen over here.
Is he?
Yep. There it is. Yeah, so look at this. We're going to have the live stream for everyone to watch. And he's even watching the ad to give us some monetization revenue. So we'll have immediate feedback on the big screen here that's way over above lanes 1 and 2 on the wall there. Out of view for you guys, but it's pretty neat that I'll be able to look down and know if it's working and going well. That's nice.
Yeah, it actually does look pretty good up there too.
Yeah, very nice. So shout out to the folks here at Sunset Lanes.
Yeah, we always laugh about the internet here, how good it is, and
correct.
Yeah, Yep, that you don't see anything wrong with that in my mind.
Well, I do see we've dropped 2 frames, so hopefully we don't drop a bunch now that Darren's putting our stream up on all the TVs. But if we drop too many, we'll resync the sound like we did back in Minot. Seems like it's pretty easy to do that, but
Trying to look around, see what's going on. I see 212 from Andy Mills. Austin's got 209.
there was a 250 here from Dustin Harold. He's already done. He's coming to our featured pair now.
I knew he had a good game going. Down a little bit higher end. Oof, I don't see a whole lot going on there. Lower end. I think that's Josh Craig. Looks like he had a pretty solid game. That might have been a 240, 250. So there's scores out there, but I mean, as you can see in front of us with Taylor and with Jason and Ryan, yeah, it's not always easy.
And like we said, there's 3 lefties that made it, and 2 of them are about to cross each other right in front of us. So it'll be interesting to see how the lanes are going to break down with a little more traffic on the left. I know Lucas is playing outside with a purple hammer, but Dustin Harold was throwing reactive from a little bit further right. Will he run into the down lane puddle? Will Lucas kind of see a little bit of burn in the mid lane where his urethane's going to maybe pick up a little sooner? Be interesting to see now that they're going to kind of cross onto each other's.
Yep, absolutely.
burn.
And then when Eric gets to these pairs here in a little bit,
Yeah, he won't hit a lefty until about 15, 16, or 17 and 18, so.
yeah, it depends where he catches Dustin, but yeah, I mean, when he gets to our feature pairs here, it could be a little tricky for those lefties, but we'll see what happens. Regardless, you know, spare here for Lucas, that's another 220, which is pretty solid, and Brady after that 4 split and then 2-4-10 to back it up on that lane is.
And have you looked at what he's throwing?
Yeah, yes, I did see what he was throwing, and has now put up 4 in a row with exactly what you'd expect, Brady throwing urethane.
He was throwing a harsh reality for quite a bit in this game, and then he got into trouble, and then he says, I'm going to the gutter. And Brady's doing Brady things, so we will see Brady here in the next game. He's going to end up going, looks like back 6 for what, 218?
Yes.
So
solid finish for him, but yeah, you can kind of tell people moving pairs. It's like, you know, a little tricky. So that's what I saw yesterday. It's like first game, yeah, not too bad. Move pairs, it's like, uh-oh, something's going on here.
all right, that'll do it for Lucas Finley, 225, following a 268 in game 1. If I were to guess, I would think Lucas and Dustin Harold are going to be near the top after the game 2 sheet comes out.
I would agree. Said with Dustin, I think he had I believe he had 220 the first game, so yeah, they're going to be right there. Who else, we'll find out soon, but yeah, the intriguing part about this scoring system.
Terry Mackner said, this is my first big bowling event. Definitely a learning experience. Well, we do appreciate the kind words. Thank you for coming out and entering and giving it a shot. I do encourage everyone to find a tournament that's right for you. There are a lot of events out there. We do have a few left on our schedule on NDBowling.com if you'd like to find an event out there. I know the state tournaments are happening here in North Dakota. There's a couple really good events going on in Williston next weekend, some big money events. Thanks to Brad Peterson and the staff at Strike Zone for putting together some big money events, raising a lot of money for those. Go check those out. They're posted on NDBowling.com. That is a handicap event based out of 200, so it's fairly friendly for the scratch bowlers. And then after that, there's the Hemi Bowl at Minot. I know we have that one posted on our site. A lot of these players are going to start heading down to Vegas for the USBC Open here shortly. And if you are heading that way or going to your respective state tournaments here soon, good luck. Again, we are now into game number 3 of a modified advancers round, modified match play, if you will. Again, we are doing the Flanagan format, where your scores are essentially based on how you do relative to the field. If you have the highest game out of the 24, you get 24 bonus pins. If you have the lowest game out of the 24, you get 1. And that is how each game goes. And our rotation is left, left, right, right.
Just initially looking at the scratch scores they've got on the screens behind us. As expected, Lucas Finley, Dustin Harold currently are 1 and 2. Now again, we don't know where we're at as far as the bonus pins portion of it, but expected that those two would be right up there since we're waiting on the final 2 pairs down on 21 through 24 to finish.
Yeah, those 4 players haven't finished yet, so they're not on the standings.
But I would not expect that any of them are going to pass those guys just based off of where they're at and what I can see from scores. So.
And there's our first look at Brady Stearns, winner of the KFYR-TV Budweiser Bowling Classic about a month ago out at Midway Lanes in Mandan. Again, appreciate everyone tuning in bright and early this Sunday morning. We are in game number 3. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you bonus coverage of day 2 here at the Classic, the season's final major, where someone today will take home the $2,500 top prize in the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. And a quick look, we will have the Stepladder Finals, following our matches here today. Well, not matches, advancers round, whatever you want to call it. I don't know.
Games?
Games, yes. 12 games. We have 12 games today. And when we have our final 5, we will let you know, move some cameras around, and then we'll be underway probably early this afternoon. So if you haven't already, please share our stream on social media. Hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already, and consider subscribing.
I always like what I would call the Danny Wiseman inspired shirts that Dustin wears.
Yep.
He's got a few different ones.
It's always the old school bowling shirts, and I like it.
And I don't know if you guys can see that over on lane 15. That was a 2 count.
A 2 count from Ryan Powers is what that is. And you know what, Ken? Don't even say it. Don't even. I know what you're thinking.
I had no thoughts of that.
Whatever.
You
I know
brought
what
it
you're
up.
thinking. I know exactly what you're thinking.
Well, since you said it, I am now. And
yes,
I know you told the story, so we don't have to.
I am the king of the 2 count when it comes to college bowling.
Oof.
Well, now Brady's got 2 left, and not the 2 you want to leave.
No. I will say, though, pins were flying yesterday.
Yeah, so this is possible.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ryan Powers for picking up that 2 count.
Yep. Yeah, this is very makeable in this house, the 710, but I know Brady isn't exactly known for the big ball speed, so whoop.
Little slip there, it looks like.
Yeah, one thing that does come into play in this house is in front of the gutters, they tend to be a little bit stickier. So you can see that being the case right there, too.
And Brian Gehring says the stream is up on the monitors for the junior event this morning. I do appreciate that.
Oh, nice.
Thank you for tuning in, and hopefully you are doing well out in Bismarck, where I hear the weather is fun there as well.
Bounce off of the gutter with urethane right now, it makes me think that that could be really good all day long. And
yeah, because not a lot of people are out there to move that around, so he could have that kind of to himself.
Yeah, the people that are trying to throw reactive it's not great, we'll say that. I mean, you can see some scores, but initially I think it's those people that are playing right, or, you know, the lefties and being left in this case. So, again, something to watch today, if that's something that will hold up or not. Did not see too many people that were staying right as far as the righties go for like a majority of the day yesterday. But who knows? Interesting that it looks like Dustin's a little further left than he has been to start.
And again, now he's going on top of the urethane that was left by Lucas Finley.
Right.
So maybe he's seeing a little bit of that urethane push, stretching out the pattern.
And I think that might have been exactly what that was, because that was right on top of where Lucas was throwing. So.
And what's interesting is Dustin's going to hit that on 13 and 14, and then he's going to move to 15 and 16, and it's going to be fresh on the left side.
Yeah,
there some things to consider.
I mean, he is a good enough bowler that hopefully he realizes that, and, you know, he can adjust for that. But yeah, things to watch early on here.
Well, it's nice to be able to use our 3-camera system here. Looks like everything is working well once again. And that has been made possible this year by Country himself, Ryan Karabanoff, who made a very kind donation to NDBowling.com earlier this year that allowed us to purchase some new equipment. We now have 3 cameras that I mentioned earlier. We are going to try to put one of them out towards the foul line on lane 14 during our Stepladder finals to give everyone a little bit different look in our championship matches. So look forward to that. Hopefully everything is still working by then, but we'll see. But nonetheless, shout out to Ryan Karabanoff, who we call Country, for his continued support this year.
Yeah, and not just this year, too.
Yeah, he made a donation last year as well, which is what gave us our fun new mixer here.
Yeah, definitely somebody at least in the Fargo-Moorhead area, who's doing all they can to, you know, grow the game, get it out there, you know, get the eyes on it, you know, more money involved in it. You know, it seems like bowling always gets the short end of the stick when it comes to a lot of sports.
Yeah, and another guy I want to shout out is Brian Gehring, who has continued to support NDBowling.com throughout the years, and the folks at Midway Lanes.
Absolutely.
Who help us out. So a big shout out to Brian as well.
I hope that everyone caught that on camera.
Yeah, now he's gotten out of range. They're going to have to re-spot.
That was a 3-pin that slid in front of the 10-pin spot.
Go watch it. So we're watching the replay up here.
Yeah.
To see what it was.
It was a 3-pin. I guarantee it was a 3-pin.
Yeah, it was a 3.
Yep.
So the benefit of having our stream up on the big screen down there on lane 1
In this case, it was.
because the stream is about 10 seconds delayed from real time, so we were able to actually watch that shot that Brady threw, and now they'll just respot the 3-pin for him.
And I will say that there was a fair amount of that where, you could see pins sliding and not falling immediately.
Yes. I had a couple, and I think that might be a product of so much volume out there this weekend.
Yeah, you just get all that volume pushed to the pin decks, and you're not getting the friction where the pins are going to hit and then fall. You're just getting that slide, and that gives you a little flashback to the Zach Wilkins 10-pin that he left a few years back at CMA.
Yeah, CMA back in 2017, I believe. Shout out to Zach. He's been having a great year on tour. So
absolutely, yeah.
Big shout out to him. He's a guy that's been on our stream quite a bit over the years, and it's good to see him having success out on tour.
Yeah, and it hurts when you bowl as well as he did. I forget what show that was just recently, and he shot, what did he shoot, 250, 260, and ended up losing to Kyle Troop.
Yeah, he had the single pin miss where he missed a spare in the second frame, and that's all that cost him. It was a pretty high scoring event, but big shout out to him. It's been good to watch.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, midway through game number 3 of 12 in our modified match play format here today. Yeah. All bowlers will bowl a game on every pair and get points awarded based on your position relative to the field each game.
That shot from Taylor right there is what I saw a lot of yesterday. You just get it a little bit wide, and it just doesn't have a chance until you do get that friction built up. And whether or not that happens today is a big question. So those 2 pin combinations for the righties probably don't have to worry about that too much for the lefties. But good spare for Taylor. Not a whole lot of strings going on right now, though.
Clayton Moore's got a good game going to our left.
He does.
Good start here by Taylor on our featured pair.
And beyond that, I'm not sure I see more than a double anywhere. So, yeah, kind of what it felt like yesterday. Scores started off a little bit low. Some people had it, but they weren't real high to begin with. And then once they started to break down, you could jump in and catch that friction and have a pretty good look.
And I would like to make a correction to what we said earlier. Zach Andreessen is actually moving to the right. He is down on 23 and 24 bowling with Jeff Campbell at the moment. So we won't see Zach until games probably 9 and 10. So if you're waiting to see CMA winner Zach Andreessen, he will be on our featured pairs towards the end of our round today.
Peyton, we bowled together that first game. I remember. It was not fun.
But I will give a shout out to the folks at Kegel for putting this pattern together for me. They did a pretty good job kind of aiming the pattern towards what I was looking for, as far as I want it to be able to hold up, and I want the scoring pace to be anywhere between that even to plus 50 range. I don't want people to come out here towards the end of their season right before all the team stuff starts and, beat their head against the wall. I want them to be able to score a little bit if they have it, and I thought this pattern was pretty fair, considering after they gave me the pattern, nobody bowled on it, so we didn't know how it would play out. So,
yeah, no, like you said, you get that. Like, the goal, I feel like, is always you want to get that cut in that. Like you said, that -20 to +20 is ideal, and that's pretty much right where we ended up. Nobody ran away with it. Nobody shot a monster qualifying set, so it was, yeah, no, I think it played out really well.
All right, we have a Game 2 scoring update. So through 2 games, and we are going to read off totals with the bonus. So these are bonus included totals. Leading the way is Lucas Finley with a 538 total. And then Dustin Harold in second with a 523. Matt Smallin in third, 491. Austin Descharme in fourth, 482. Brady Stearns in fifth at 480. Kayla Pashina in sixth at 466. Zach Andreessen in seventh at 458. Justin Schiffler in eighth at 441. Matt Meyer in ninth at 423. And rounding out our top 10 is Clayton Moore at 422, who has a pretty decent game going here in Game 3. So yeah, if you want to know how a certain bowler is doing that we did not mention, just let us know. We'll let you know where they're sitting at the moment, but that is our top 10 after 2.
Looks like our lefties are not having a ton of trouble with the either pair. Dustin having a solid game with a 3-bagger in the middle there. Lucas has a solid game going as well.
John, he says, can you repeat the top 4? Yeah, I can do that. Lucas Finley leading with a 538. Dustin Harold in second, 523. Matt Small in third, 491. And Austin Descharme in fourth at 482. So that is the top 4. Again, we'll see everyone in the field at least bowl 2 games in front of us here on our stream. If you want to know how a certain bowler is doing, just hit us up in the chat room. Appreciate everyone tuning in today. Let us know where you're tuning in from. I'm always curious to know how far our reach is here at NDBowlTV. Nice late kick of the 10 there.
That was a little payback for the 710 he left in the second frame where he just kicked out the 710 there. Yeah, you're starting to see what made this pattern tricky early on is, you know, Jason, he got that a little bit left going straight up the lane, and it doesn't have enough hold yet through the nose. You can see a 2-8 over there from Corey Zimmerman, who would just get it just a little bit wide.
John says he's out of lacrosse. So yes, you are Nick Heilman and Andy Mills fans here. Andy Mills is in 11th place at 414. Nick Heilman in 22nd at 358 at the moment. Again, that is the scores through 2, and those scores do include the appropriate bonus points awarded after each game.
Andy having a nice game over here.
Yeah, still has 247 left. He's through 8 frames. Looking at the scores, one of the surprises was Josh Craig goes 132 and got 1 bonus point in game 1, and then shot 253 and got 23 bonus points in game number 2. So a big turnaround there, and I do believe Josh bowled his first 2 games on the end pairs. So that, as you know as well as I do, the end pairs here can get kind of tricky.
Yep. Never my favorite pairs. That's for sure.
Looks like someone's tuning in from Bermuda. Thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Some Western South Dakota. Quite a few South Dakota bowlers here this weekend, including Jeff Campbell, who is bowling down on 23 and 24 at the moment. probably a few others, but I just don't know where everyone lives. But I think Ryan Powers might also be from South Dakota or even Nebraska, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he was on our pair one at one point, and I know he was talking to another bowler right there, and I want to say he said Nebraska. I didn't catch what city.
But at any rate, shout out to Ryan for making the trip up here to Moorhead to bowl the Classic. We do appreciate it. Decent game here for Taylor. We'll get into the 200s. Looks like he's going to his bag to try to maybe look at a test ball. That is a Storm Summit he's going to test out to see how that works. Tony tuning in from Watertown, South Dakota. Thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Says Ryan is from Omaha, so thank you for that confirmation.
Dustin still has 220 on the board. Lucas Finley over to our left has 240 possible still, and Clayton with an unfortunate couple frames still has 220, which isn't bad.
So 214 for Taylor Wallstrom. Brady Stern still has 233 on the board here entering the 10th frame. Again, we're in game number 3 of 12. After 12 games, we will have a final 5 for the Stepladder Finals.
Jonathan Domingo is going Dutch for a good portion of the game. It's got a nice turkey in there. I believe that's Austin Ducharme has 5 in a row.
Yeah, entering the 10th frame.
Yep, so he's got what I would imagine is 240 on the board there. Can't quite tell. So, some games out there.
And for those of you watching, if you ever notice that the sound is desynced to the point where it's very noticeable, please let me know. We will resync that. I see we've dropped 4 frames, which isn't too bad at the moment, but as that starts getting up there, I do believe our sound will desync from the video. So if it's noticeable, please let me know, and we'll fix that quickly. Chris Massey, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Looks like Brady will be into the 230s here.
Oh, who was that on 1 and 2? Was that Matt Smallin, I believe, just finished with 220?
Well, both players bowling on that pair are named Matt, and Matt is still bowling, and he's
Okay, so
the
that
orange,
would've been
so it's Matt Meyer. Yep.
then. Okay. Chopped spare for Josh Craig in the 10th for, I believe that's 160. 160 or 150, I can't tell, but. Yeah, Caleb Hashina, 165. Andy Mills has a 2-4-10, so he's only going to have 2-0 unless he picks that up.
Dale Caber tuning in from sunny Arizona. And Dale, I will be joining you in sunny Arizona, hopefully, if I can get back to Minot and catch my flight tomorrow night.
Yes, hopefully is the appropriate word there.
I mean, they say the snow should be moving out by the end of the day today. The wind should be calming down, so I think I'll have a decent enough traveling day tomorrow. The roads might not be in the best shape, but be one of those, take my time, we'll get there.
And evidently the lefties bowling on the pair that the lefties have been on already is not affecting them, as Lucas Finley is going to shoot 247 potentially.
And Dustin Harrell just finished out a 214 on our featured pair, so everything looking good for them. I do appreciate everyone subscribing this morning. That does help us quite a bit. If you haven't already, hit the thumbs up button and consider subscribing. It is free to do so and helps us get discovered on the YouTube algorithm. So any little bit helps. And I know we've said it before, and people have asked how they can support NDBowling.com. Again, donations are not expected, but are definitely appreciated. We do have a donation button live on NDBowling.com. If you're on mobile, just scroll all the way to the bottom, you will see it. If you're on desktop, it'll be on the right-hand side of the page. It is a secure PayPal link. You can also do super chats here on the YouTube player. You can also become a channel member if you would like. There are many different ways to support our mission here at NDBowling.com. But nonetheless, one of the best things you can do is hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. And that is free to do so. Dale says Brett will be there on the 15th and 16th, looking for a 4th. Unfortunately, I will be there Monday night through Saturday. So I will be flying back to North Dakota next Saturday. So I will be gone by then, unfortunately. But I do appreciate the offer. I wish I could go hit 18 holes while I'm down there.
No kidding.
But just being in the nice weather after what I'm about to experience getting back home, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Again, while we have a little bit of a break, let's remind everyone that you can follow us on social media. Go to our Facebook page, hit the like button. We're going to give away a few more really cool Storm products yet this season, so don't miss out on that. Find us on Instagram as well. Big shout out to everyone at Storm. Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network for the 2nd year in a row. Big thank you to Gary and everyone there in Utah for supporting us. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of Day 2 here at the NDBowling.com Classic. Let's find our Game 4 graphic and switch that over for you, get our scores on the screen, and we'll be underway here. This game, we will get our first look at Corey Zimmerman on the right, and then coming in from the left will be Clayton Moore. Again, we'll have Dustin Harold and Brady Stearns featured here as well. Corey Zimmerman is the son of North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer Barry Zimmerman, who I understand has been having some health issues recently. So sending out prayers and well wishes to Barry. Such a good guy here in the North Dakota bowling scene. Hopefully everything goes well for you.
Yep, absolutely. But can definitely see where he got the bowling talent from.
Correct. Barry is a phenomenal talent.
Yeah, and it always amazed me watching Perry bowl. Like, just how he bowled was so different from everyone else, but whatever it was that he did, just he made it work, made it his own, and said,
Yep. And when he has it, he has a role that no one else can replicate at a tournament. That's what makes him so good.
100%.
So yeah, shout out to Barry. Hopefully you're doing well, and I hope I see you out here soon. And maybe not bowling, but at least out in attendance. It'd be good to see you and know you're doing well. Looks like we're just past the 10 o'clock hour here this morning in game number 4 of 12.
Yeah, moving right along, kind of as we expected.
And I will say, for those of you who are those that like to read the articles and the updates on NDBowling.com, I would like to ask for patience this week, as I don't know when I'm going to get home, and when I do get home, my attention is probably going to be on trying to get my family together on the plane to Arizona on Monday night. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this article out in a timely fashion, so I do ask for patience and understanding that we will have a complete recap on NDBowling.com. It may not be the typical Monday, Tuesday that everyone has grown to expect, But just be patient there. We'll get everything updated. We'll get the Player of the Year points and everything updated as soon as I have the opportunity to do so. With the weather and everything, I just don't know when I'll get back to Minot, and not sure if we'll be able to get it done in time before I fly out to Arizona. First look at Clayton Moore. Nice little Brooklyn trip 6. Clayton Moore, a guy who's been in the final here at the Classic, who won the CMA shootout back in 2015, his lone major in his career, even though he has bowled in the championship match of probably 5 additional ones over the course of his career, including the KFYR TV Bowling Classic and up in Manitoba. So a pretty impressive career for him as it pertains to the majors, despite only having 1 win.
Yeah, one of those guys you look at and you're like, well, he's going to make day 2. He's probably going to be there on day 2 because he's like, again, one of those guys that when Clayton gets it going, there's few better. And, you know, he runs so, like, how would you describe Clayton? I would say he's like an emotionally charged bowler. Like,
I agree.
When he gets it going, he starts getting more and more amped up, and you know he uses that to his advantage, I think.
I agree. And his counterpart here on lanes 11 and 12, Brady Stearns, we alluded to it in our preview article, that both him and Matt Smallin have an opportunity today to become the 5th bowler that has 5 or more NDBowling.com major titles. To their credit, can you name the other 4?
Well, we obviously have Mike Schmidt, our
leading the way at 7. Yep.
I believe Dave Schick is at 5.
Dave Schick has 5, including a couple wins here at the Classic. Actually, 3 wins here at the Classic.
Yep. 3 wins here, and then is it 2 K-Fires, I believe?
Yes.
Oh, you would think I would know more.
The other one had a win at the CMA and quite a few wins up in Manitoba.
I want to say Jeff Smith.
Yep, Jeff Smith. And then there's one actually in the building right now bowling. And a 2-time winner here at the Classic.
I was going to say, it's either Nick or Andy. I can't remember which
Andy
one.
Mills currently has 5. So a win for Andy will bring him within 1 of Michael Schmidt, and the only player to get to 6 at the moment besides Michael. So crazy to think there's a potential for some history going on here. We could have, we have Austin, Zach, and Brady all bowling here today. They've all won a major this year. They could win 2 in 1 season.
Yeah.
We got players like Ryan Selk and Randy Peterson all looking for their elusive first major, and they've been so close in so many even recently.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of different storylines in the building at the moment.
You know, can these, I don't want to call them kids, but, the younger bowlers here, both Lucas's, Zach and Dreesen, can they continue their fast rise up the ranks of the bowling in the area? I mean, it wasn't that long ago that you were bowling league with Lucas's dad, Travis.
Yep.
And Lucas is just this little kid running around.
Yeah, he would sit at the table with us, and, he couldn't have been more than 10 at the time, 9, 10 when I was bowling with his dad in college. Well, I was in college, his dad wasn't, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
And I will say, too, we did talk about it in our preview article as well. If Matt Smallin and Brady Stearns were to win today, they would be the first bowler to win all 3 majors that are held stateside, in which we call the Triple Crown. That has never been done before. No player has won the KFYR, the CMA, and the NDBowling.com Classic in their careers, which is kind of surprising, but that could change today.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you all how hard it is to win some of these tournaments. I mean, you look at the success that, Brady has had up in Minot and recently in Mandan, I guess, at KFYR. And even here, he's bowled very well here, but getting it done in all 3 houses is not easy.
We have seen Brady in the championship match here at the Classic. I think it was a couple years ago where he lost to Dale Newton. And
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that, but Jonathan Domingo is walking off the approach with a pin because he bounced one all the way back. He's literally holding the pin. Yes.
Is he on 3 and 4?
Yep.
Something has to be going on in lane 4 because I saw that time and time again.
Okay.
There's an exposed rod or something. It hit it, and it would just, like I said, it literally made it back to the approach and probably would have made it off the approach into the settee area if you let it.
That's just off our view on camera, but I thought it was kind of comical as Jonathan Domingo comes walking off the approach with a pin, holding it in the air like some sort of trophy. That's pretty good. All right, it looks like the left is still pretty nice here for Dustin Harold over on 13 and 14, front 6. Andy Reisler, thanks for all the hard work you're doing for everyone to watch. Much appreciated. Well, I do appreciate that, Andy. Thank you for tuning in. I do appreciate you being a good follower of NDBowling.com and everything we have here at the High Plains Bowling Network.
Clayton Moore with a nice game going.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that Game 4 scoring update as certain players are starting to pick it up. Looks like Josh Craig's got a 4-bagger over there on 5 and 6.
Yeah, it said it's so easy to find it on one pair and lose it on the next pair.
Rep, do appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. Clayton Moore got that a little wide, but that is a good 9.
Yeah, the classic hold the hands up, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah, I think I had probably 1 or 2 every game yesterday.
I'm very familiar with that. You doing that too at this very tournament when it was up at Liberty Lanes on day 2, bowling center that no longer exists.
Yeah. Oh, 10-pin? Okay, that's fine.
I needed to pick up a 10-pin to make the TV show. For those of you watching, you believe that I picked up a 10-pin to make a TV show. I know that's hard to believe, especially if you've watched my spare game this year. But I used to be good at spares. Again, big shout out to the folks here at Sunset Lanes providing the best internet that we see all year long, which is allowing us to bring a pretty crystal clear coverage to you guys right now. Normally we're always at the mercy of the bowling center, and Sunset Lanes has definitely stepped up their game when it comes to the internet, and we do appreciate that. Brady Stearns, frame 6 at pitch black, still looking pretty good. Chris Cool didn't need to hit the reset button back then. No, I didn't. These days, that is our joke, especially on our league team. When you leave a single pin, we just yell out, hit the reset. Save yourself a shot. Chris Cool, hopefully you made it back to Minot if you have attempted to already in your travels. If you're still in Fargo, please safe travels heading back home. I do see that no travel advised is creeping towards Minot. Pretty much there already, so the conditions are getting worse near the Magic City for those of you traveling out west. Especially those of you Williston folks who are here, Brad Peterson, Peyton, and those guys. Please, safe travels. I do appreciate you making the the trip across the state to Moorhead, but please get home safe. Looking over to, what is that, 7 and 8. Lucas Finley goes open, spare, double. So again, maybe that's a pair that's fresh for the left, isn't it? Or is that's Dustin Harold's first pair?
Yep, that would have been his first pair.
So that probably has the most play on it, just like Dustin hitting this one because they had 15 minutes of warm up on that pair.
Yep, but so far it has not affected either one of these two.
Yeah, especially Dustin. I think he likes it. It's probably helping him a little more push down lane because he's throwing an eternity pie, it looks like.
Yep, scrolling over to our right. Ooh, who was that? I believe that's Joel Galley, has 4 in a row. So solid game going there. Matt Smallin, I believe, started pretty well in his game, bowling with Nick. And on the low end, unfortunately, I don't think a whole lot going on. Josh Craig had that 4 in a row to start, but has a split since then.
Well, Peyton says it's dry, but he's only to Jamestown, yeah. Looks like you're about to hit the good stuff there, my friend. So safe travels to you and everyone trying to get back to Williston. Again, we got a pretty stacked field of 24 here today. Each one of these players here today definitely capable of making a run to the title early this afternoon. As Marshall said earlier, this has PBA regional vibes when you take a look at the players that are left. I do know there are some regional titles in the field, including this guy in front of us, Brady Stearns.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's any one of these guys could be guys and lady.
Yep.
Could be
full-time on the PWBA tour, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Any one of them could be out there competing week in, week out.
Looks like our next game we will have Andy Mills moving on to our left pair, and then we'll have Justin Schiffler moving in on the right pair. So those of you Andy Mills and Justin Schiffler fans, we're about to see them for a couple of games. Interesting light 4-pin hit there for Corey Zimmerman.
I think I started off the day yesterday with one hit like that. Oh, that was a 7-pin whiff from Lucas Finley after 3 in a row. But still, I mean, he's 190s if he marks out, so not a bad game by any means, especially with the start he's had. You know, you can afford having a game that's not over 200.
And for those of you interested in scores, I do notice that Sunset Lanes is posting the scores on their Facebook page. So head on over there. They do have updates through Game 3, so I'll just go through them quickly while I have them on my mobile device. Lucas Finley leading through 3 games with 809. This is scores including the bonus pins. Lucas Finley at 809 in first. Dustin Harold in second, 753. Matt Smallin in third at 750. Brady Stearns in fourth at 735. Austin Descharme in fifth, 725. Zach Andreessen in sixth at 692. Matt Meyer in seventh at 663. Justin Schiffler in eighth, 645. Clayton Moore in ninth at 644. And rounding out the top 10, Caleb Pashina at 634. That is your top 10 after 3.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going all the way down to Corey Zimmerman, who is in 23rd, you know, you're less than 100 pins out of 8th place.
So still pretty close.
Yeah. So, like I said, you get those games in there, you know, like Jonathan Domingo. First game got 11 points. Second game, he was unfortunately low man. And then last game, he was 4th high.
Perfect.
So that puts him kind of right where you would expect in 17th currently. And then you have somebody like Lucas Finley, who has 2 of the 3 highest games so far.
Yeah, and that's why he's leading the tournament at the moment.
Yes, that is true.
Perhaps a little bit of a hiccup here on 7 and 8, but we will see.
Do you have a pair that's finished already? Looks like Joel Galley had a solid game. I can't see what it was exactly, but he had a nice string in there.
I believe that's 240s.
That's nice. He did not have a very good start to the day. Lucas Herschert's got 4 in a row over here. Couple pairs down.
Throwing a Tour Dynamics. We will see Lucas in a couple games on our featured pair.
Dustin Harold with swishing one out. He has 250 on the board right here.
That has 24 bonus pin potential.
Very possible.
Peyton says, wouldn't mind seeing this format more. Yeah, it's something different. I do agree. I like having different formatted tournaments, kind of like our Masters event in October, which I do encourage a lot of you to consider bowling, as we give away a spot to the USBC Masters every year. And that is a unique format where it's an 8-game qualifier and then a bracket, and it's 3-game total pins, much like the Masters, leading to a stepladder final.
Yeah, there's going to be a 250 for Dustin Harold. Clayton Moore looks like he's got 225 with the spare. Brady Stearns has 225 if he punches out. Andy Mills has 226 on the board potentially. So they're starting to see some scores out there again.
New high score.
Yeah, really solid 257.
And Dustin's out of the Fargo area, isn't he? He's a local here.
Yeah, I believe he lives in the area. I want to say he's originally from like maybe St. Cloud area.
Okay, somewhere in Minnesota, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can correct me. I'm not positive on that, but yeah, I feel like he's been in the area for a little bit of time. I mean, you see him everything around here, and obviously a very talented bowler.
Yeah, he's made the cut here quite a few times from what I can remember.
.205 from Andy Mills. Yeah, ooh, Lucas Finley just went open. He still has 204 possible. So we'll see there.
And almost a 7-9 from Brady Stearns.
Ooh.
You wouldn't think he could get enough angle with the urethane to make that happen, but it definitely does.
Yeah, well, I mean, still a 2-10 is solid, but, you know, throwing 3 right there would have tied Clayton, which would have been a nice 225 on the board. Probably got him some extra points. Lucas Hersrud has a potential 222, but not an easy spare with the full rail up.
All right, just got to wait for a little bit of player movement. The pair to the right, they're in the 9th frame at the moment, so it'll be a little bit before we see some bowling again. Just gives us a quick moment to remind everyone to go find us on social media. Pick your platform pretty much. Go like us on Facebook. Find us on Instagram and consider subscribing to our channel if you haven't already. Big shout out to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And you are watching NDBowlTV's continuing coverage of the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, Minnesota. About to enter into game number 5. Daryl says roads are not good past Berthold heading to Williston. Snow covered with freezing rain and whiteout conditions at times. That I believe, as someone, I work in Berthold as an accountant, a controller, whatever you want to call me. And I know firsthand when you get around that town and points east, or west I mean, it's not good. So for those of you traveling, if you're going to heading that way towards Williston, please be careful. I know there's a few bowlers heading back home out west, so I know the wind's supposed to pick up today, so it's going to be pretty crazy out in that part of the state. I'm going to monitor the situation at the completion of our tournament today and decide if I'm going to stay in Fargo or I'm going to go to Bismarck, because I'm pretty positive I will not be getting back to Minot tonight. So
I don't think there's any way of that happening from the looks of it.
But I do appreciate everyone coming in and letting us know how the road conditions are doing. You can look at the road report map, but there is no better report than someone that's actually out there experiencing it firsthand. I guess that gives us a moment to bring it on into the booth. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, sporting some NDBowling.com merch. Who do we got? We got Chris Charles in the back right here. Say hi, Chris. No, he doesn't know he's on camera.
Yeah, he's not looking at
But
us.
this is what we're playing for today. The Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy is what we are playing for. The season's final major. Ken, what do you think so far?
Like I said, it's the scoring pace, kind of what we expected. You know, the lefties are doing well like we figured they would if they made it here today. You know, we've still got a lot of games left. That was only game 4. I mean, we have 8 more games to bowl. So, you know, even somebody like Joel Galley, who had a rough start today, you know, coming off a 240 game there, like, you know, you can make a run if you start bowling well. You get those 20-plus bonus pins that are going to be more than a lot of people. Get that up pretty quick.
Yeah, for sure. And the way the pattern breaks down, I know they're going to get a little tricky on the right. It yet to be seen what it's going to be like on the left as the 3 lefties kind of cross each other and hit each other's original, like, burn pair. Like, Lucas is going to go now to what I believe is a fresh lefty pair.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
5 and 6. Same with Dustin Harold here on 15 and 16.
Yeah, Lucas is going to have at least a couple games here where he's got fresh pairs.
And
Dustin Harold.
that's all Eric Gulbranson has had as fresh pairs so far. Like, he's going to hit the middle here, and that's when they're going to get squirrely for him.
Yeah, it could be a little tricky since there's going to have a couple games on our pairs right in front of us with both of them. So we will see what it is like.
Sean Coots asks, how far is Fargo to Minot? I'm just going to say, since you're Canadian, we're not going to speak in miles because we like to make things difficult and do everything in miles around here. But it's about a 4-hour drive if in perfect conditions.
Yeah, 4 hours, and if you want to go miles, we'll call it 300 miles.
Yep. In kilometers, I couldn't tell you.
that is fair.
But yeah, it's a solid 4-hour drive in perfect conditions. My guess is it's going to take me upwards of 6 or 7 total, depending on if I split it up tonight and tomorrow. It's going to take me quite a long time to get home, so we'll see what happens.
That is very likely.
But I am no stranger to the treacherous roadways, as I drive 25 miles from Minot to Berthold and back every day for work. And I remember when we had state scratch team this year, there was a big ice storm. There was solid ice the entire way from Minot to Bismarck, and made that drive, and that was not fun.
Nope, but as the running joke usually is, wouldn't be a tournament weekend if there wasn't a storm.
Correct. All right, here we go. Underway, we'll see Justin Schiffler, Clayton Moore on the right, Corey Zimmerman, Andy Mills on the left. It's our first look at two-time winner here at the Classic, Andy Mills. And very close to being a 3-time winner, but he decided to go to the Greek church in the Phil Ball and ended up losing to Caleb Pashina as a result back in 2019. But he does have 2 Glenn Haynes Memorial trophies in his trophy case. He's also got 2 CMA shootout titles to go along with a win up in Manitoba back in, I believe, 2016 when he won Manitoba and CMA in back-to-back weekends, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, the amount of bowlers that you beat doing that.
Again, shout out to everyone who's tuned in with us this morning. We are in game number 5. If you haven't already, please share our stream on social media. Let your friends know about it, as we will be here for the duration of the event, all the way through the Stepladder finals early this afternoon, where we will crown a champion.
First look at Justin Schiffler missing a 2-pin over on the right lane here a second ago, and Andy Mills with a 10-pin, so good start for them.
Clayton Moore threw that one out the window. Easy to do on this pattern.
Yeah. All too easy, just get it going a little bit right.
Again, head on over to the Sunset Lanes Facebook page, as they have been posting a copy of the scores as they give them to us. So if you want to see the scores in their entirety, please head on over there. Give the folks at Sunset Lanes a like on their page. We do appreciate them supporting us throughout the year and hosting this event. Well, as you can see, we're looking over here at Dustin Harold on the pair to the right. He just goes 7 spare and then a 7-9. And like we said, that's a fresh pair on the left side, so maybe he's seeing something drastic compared to what he just bowled on 13-14.
Well, I mean, like we said, not a single shot has been thrown on that by a lefty, so gonna have to make that adjustment, and hopefully he can get that straightened out quick. And same with Lucas Finley down here, a couple pairs, strike in the first and a 4-7-10 in the second.
And then our other lefty, Eric Gulbranson, is currently on 17-18, so this is the last game he will have with a completely fresh left side. He will then cross with Dustin and eventually meet up with where Lucas Finley started. So a little bit of traffic on the left side. The right side's starting to get a bit squirrely, as you can see. Brady Stearns with a three-bagger to start immediately to our left. Justin Schiffler out of the Melrose area, just around St. Cloud there. Shout out to Melrose Bowl. All the folks there.
Oh, nice pickup from Lucas Hersrud, 4-9 just to the right edge of our screen there.
It's always a fun one to pick up. I got one of those yesterday, and it's one of those where it's normally a pretty good shot when you leave it. So it's nice to run that one down when you leave it. Looks like an absolute power by Justin Schiffler. Nice Storm product there that was just released a couple months ago. Corey Zimmerman throwing a Summit Peak on lane 11.
Couple balls you are pretty familiar with and throw kind of frequently.
Yes, especially the Summit Peak. That's been a pretty good one. Speaking of which, last night we did give away a Storm Ball of Choice to a random non-casher. And Mike Larson, if you're out there listening, you were the original winner, but you were not in the building. So you did not win. And our next drawing ended on Dennis Engel out of Bismarck.
Oh.
Where he chose a Summit Peak. So congrats to Dennis, and I hope you enjoy that ball as much as I do.
Yeah, I think one of the big surprises of yesterday was mainstay in day two's Mike Larson just didn't have it. I didn't see him at all yesterday, but yeah, surprising to say the least.
I agree. So what do we have here, Ken? A Game 4 scoring update. And we have a new leader. Leading the way is Dustin Harold with a 1034. And this total, like I said earlier, does include the bonus pins. In second, Lucas Finley at 1023. Third, Matt Smallin at 1016. Fourth, Brady Stearns at 968. Fifth, Zach Andreessen at 948. Sixth, Austin Descharme at 930. Seventh, Clayton Moore at 889. Eighth, Matt Meyer at 884. Ninth is Justin Schiffler at 855. And rounding out the top 10 is Jeff Campbell with 844. That is your top 10 after game number 4.
And would like to point out, so Austin Ducharme had 198 game 4 and got 7 points.
Yeah.
So scores
There was a lot of 2-0s, it looks like. 2-0s and two low 2 teens.
Yeah.
So it just probably a bad game to shoot 190 because you look, I mean, the 190 before got a 9 bonus pins. This one got 11. So, I mean, it's pretty standard, but yeah, only getting 7 bonus points, which means you had, what does that come out to be? 16 people beat that score that game, which is kind of surprising given what we've seen around our featured pair.
Yeah, very much so. But, I mean, as you can kind of see, nobody is running away with it. I mean, the top three are a little separated, but it's probably a little harder for somebody to run and hide when you're winning all your matches. You know, you shoot 2-0 in every match. This way, you shoot 2-0 every game, and you might only be getting, 8, 9 points, as you can kind of see from that past game. So
yeah, that's where this format is kind of coming into play right now. And you will notice on these standings, there are some players that tied in their games, so then they're awarded the points based on that. And like in game number 2, there were 2 people that had 206, so they each got 14 points, so on and so forth.
okay, I wondered how they were doing that, so that makes sense.
That's why some games are awarding more bonus pins than others, just because of the ties are included there. If you want to, I believe if you want the complete standings, go to Sunset Lanes on Facebook is where they are posting those. And I do see 4 minutes ago, no, not 4 minutes ago. I'll look at the Sunset Lanes page, see when the last one they posted. I see through game 3. Yeah, the last one they posted is through game 3 if you want to see the complete standings there.
Looking down to our right, Matt Smallin had first, is that 5 in a row, I believe, in a spare?
Yes.
So
Could be 6 too, I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to exactly tell,
6.
but good start to that game.
And he's in 3rd going into that game, so.
Yep, 23 and 24. I believe that's Joel Galley. Looks like he has 3 in a row, so he's finding something down there. What else we got going to our left? Lucas Finley, after a strike open spare, has a double, so got a little going there.
Looks like Brady Stearns is doing Brady Stearns things.
Yeah, I was about to say that exact thing, and high flush for another strike, so Brady is rolling right along as you would expect. When you throw urethane in his hand, he's hard to beat.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what Joel did down there on that end, because he started out the tournament today 140, 178, 146 and was in last place, and then decided to go Century Club and shoot 247 in game 4, and he's got a good look going on down there at the end pair. So I'm curious to see what he changed, where he moved to on the lanes, because he made a drastic change in the scores.
Could just be a case of it. You know, he's finally starting to see that reaction that he wanted. Trying to keep an eye on him, see where he's playing, but it's so hard to tell when he's on the end pair. But I feel like he's moved right. As he swished out another one for what looks like a 5-bagger now. Dustin Harold not having the greatest game so far. With the spares, only shooting 187 at the moment. Eric Galbranson clean so far. Lucas Finley has a 3-bagger now on the board.
Well, if you look at the left, he is kind of starting to slow down a little bit. And the 2 players immediately behind them, Matt Smallin and Brady Stearns, both have a pretty good game going. So things could tighten up near the top.
Yeah, 4-bagger now for Lucas, so figured something out there. Got a chance. Nice
Yeah.
spare for Corey. Looks like Justin made a move to the right.
And again, if you're just joining us, let us know where you're tuning in from. As I mentioned earlier, I like knowing where everyone is watching NDBowlTV from. It's nice to see how far our reach can go. And thank you to everyone who has hit the thumbs up button and subscribed today. I do really appreciate that. An uncharacteristic, another single pin miss by Justin Schiffler there.
Yeah.
Perhaps he doesn't have a very good feel at the moment. Not sure what's going on with him, but
Yeah, for somebody who's got a game that's, you know, I would say as compact and solid as his is, not something you would see every day, but said he did just make that big jump to the outside. So maybe more looking at his ball reaction than his spare shots. Looks like an open in the 9th from Matt, so I think he's in the 230s currently.
I see a big game down there by Austin Descharme as well. Looks like he's got 290 pace going on the end pair.
No, I think that's Joel,
Is it?
actually. Yeah. Austin's got a couple in a row, but I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
Austin's on 23. Yep.
Yeah, Joel's got the big game going.
Crazy. I don't know. Joel was in last through 3, and then he turned on the afterburners. He must have found something.
Andy Mills, we'll say confused right now.
I had that look a lot.
Yeah, that's why it didn't seem like that middle was going to play very nicely today until you had that traffic outside. And I mean, I know Andy's as good as anybody playing from in there, but it was very touchy, and that's not something you see happen every day. So I know you weren't quite looking, but Clayton Moore just left the 1-2-4-8 and got the head pin on the left side and left the 8.
Yeah, I've done that before. Yep. 100%.
Yeah, very unconventional, but with his game, it can happen, and he's not very happy right now.
Which, understandably, because that right lane's been giving him fits. He's struck every time on the left lane.
Yep. And Lucas Finley has figured it out and has strung 6 in a row together.
That down on 5 and 6.
Oh, and we got a balk. Eric Gulbrinson's got a nice 4-bagger going, so he's got 240 on the board. Can't quite tell. Is that Nick Heilman? Looks like he had a solid game down on 1 and 2.
Yep, since Jonathan Domingo's bowling with him. Somebody in the chat room says the drive home from the losers bracket, your stream makes it a little less painful. Well, happy to help. Glad you're tuning in, and please drive safe. Ken and I, too, both participated in the event. Ken did a little bit better than I did, but nonetheless, we are both sitting here giving you bonus coverage as a result.
Yeah, first time for everything, me beating you.
Hey, it's bound to happen. It's like in golf. Sometimes I beat you.
Once in a while it happens.
Exactly.
Brady Stern's up on lane 10 right now with 278 possible in the 10th frame.
Gets the first one. Oh, what are we at here? Just about to the 11 o'clock hour, so about 2.5 hours. They got a little bit early start.
Yeah.
2.5 hours to get through 5 games. Figure another 3.5 to get through the 12 before we start our Stepladder finals, and then that's going to be a good hour and a half. So it's going to be late this afternoon by the time we wrap things up here. So
It's about normal.
at that rate, I think I might be staying in Fargo.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
I mean, it'll all come down to the roads and everything, but we'll see how things look. But if it's as windy as they say it is and it's going to be snowing for the next 6 hours, I think it's best that I just stay put unless the road to Bismarck is somehow good.
And Brady being Brady, just ho-humming what looks like 278 here in a second. You know,
And with tournament leader Dustin Harold going to max out at 195, we could have things tightening up at the top. How far back was Brady? He was only 80 pins back, so
yeah,
that difference just got made up there.
Let's say our top three had a little bit of separation from Brady in fourth, but you know, Matt had a solid game. Dustin, not anything special. Lucas has potential 250 if he strikes out, and obviously Brady just shooting 278 right there.
And you were referring to Lucas Finley.
Yes, I keep forgetting. There are two Lucases in the field.
There are 2 Matts and there's 2 Lucases, so we're going to try to make sure we differentiate them the best we can.
Yeah, Lucas Finley with the first strike, so he's got 240 with 250 potential. Eric Gulbranson over here is going to have 244 with a strike in his fill ball. 195 from Dustin Harold is not a bad game. I mean, there's some lower games out here, but not going to get a whole lot of bonus or a whole lot of points for that.
All right, as we wrap up our game number 5 here, both of our games in front of us are entering the 10th frame. We will have 2019 winner Kayla Pashina moving on to our featured pair on the left, and Lucas Herzrud moving on to our featured pair on the right.
Also like to comment that Andy Mills' fill shot right there was the 3rd head pin I've seen left so far today.
Really?
Yes. But yeah, 166 for Andy, not having his best day.
Michaela in the chat asking how Austin Descharme is doing. After game 4, he was in 6th with a 930, just 18 pins behind 5th, which is the cutoff for the show after 12 games. He is currently down on 23-24, about to move to 21-22, so we will see Austin on our featured pairs in about 4 games. So game 10-ish.
Yeah, he had a solid game going too. That last game could not see what he'd finished with, but had a nice little string in the middle, so should get some decent points there. 199 from Josh Craig. Jason Van Persen's got 198 possible. Clayton Moore.
170s now.
Yeah, he did not like the right lane, lane 14, so tough game there. Justin Schiffler, a couple single pin misses hurt him. Lucas Hersrud, 186.5 over there. That's so yeah. There's definitely low scores, but if you've got it, you've got it.
All right, how's everyone doing out there on this Sunday morning? If you're watching us out east, just hit that noon hour.
Yep. Through a 5-game scratch, Lucas Finley is still leading. Again, this is just scratch. This is no bonus pins. Lucas, Brady, Matt Small, and Dustin Harold, Zach Andreessen are all better than 100 over, so averaging 220 through 5 games.
Again, those are scratch scores.
Yes.
So just kind of like a basis to see how people are doing. Well, Ken, real quick, I'm going to step away from the booth and I'll be right back.
That strike from Justin should finish everything up and get us going here pretty quick. Get our first look here at Lucas Hersrud on our right lane. One of Darren's bold predictions for making our final 5 today.
Yes, bold predictions. Everyone's favorite.
I don't know if I would have said it was super bold, but just given, Lucas kind of runs this house in a way.
And I did tell someone yesterday, I was like, I didn't know how this pattern was going to play. Seems it was a custom pattern put out by Kegel, and no one had bowled on it until, Friday afternoon's practice session, and I took the easier route on bold predictions for this one, the safer route, if you will.
I mean, when you're talking a field of 96 bowlers that are as good as this 96 was, I mean, anybody can really be considered a bold prediction, if you will.
That is true.
Lucas is as talented as anybody here, and, it wouldn't have been a huge shock if he did not even make the cut 2 today. Just because there's 96 bowlers that were very well capable of making it to today.
I agree, and Lucas is a freshman at St. Ambrose down in the Quad Cities, so look for him as the college season wraps up here soon. I know they're going down to the sectional tournament. I don't know where St. Ambrose drew as far as their sectional site, but those are happening soon. The top 4 in each section end up going to the college nationals or collegiate nationals. I don't know how they identify it, how they call it, whatever it is. But, that season is right around the corner. I know we'll see Zach Andreessen here soon. He's a Mount Mercy freshman.
Yep, Zach a couple games away from being here.
And those of you interested in the NDBowling.com Player of the Year watch, I see Josh Craig currently in 14th place through 4 games. And again, if he finishes the day in 5th, it'll be a tie between Josh Craig and Thomas Wolf for the NDBowling.com Player of the Year honor. If Josh were to finish 4th or better, it would be his alone. And if Josh were to fail to make the Stepladder Finals, Thomas Wolf would be your 2023-2024 NDBowling.com Player of the Year. Jeff Craig says the walk to work wasn't very fun. Well, Jeff, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Your whole not even half a block from your back door to North Hill Bowl, but I'm glad you made it safe.
Yeah, a walk to work rather than a 300-mile drive home is, yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait. And there's a few other Minot guys here bowling that are going to end up going through the same thing. They're a little more brave than I am because Taylor said he's going to make the go. I know Matt Smollin's in the car with him. We'll see what happens with those guys. But from what I've been hearing and what I've been seeing on road reports, the conditions aren't very good out west, so. But the good news is in the southern half of the state, the temperatures are going to be a little higher, so perhaps the roads are going to stay in decent condition despite the precipitation, so who knows, we'll see how things progress. But like I said, we're going to be here till at least about the 4:30, 5 o'clock hour, it looks like. So
Very likely.
as we are about halfway through our modified match play portion here this morning. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, calling the action here on day 2 of the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic. A modified match play system, the Flanagan format, as some call it, where if you have the high game in the house, you get 24 bonus pins. If you have the low game, you get 1. And that is the format we are using today, so every player will hit every pair, and we will feature every player twice, 2 games on our live stream here today. Shout out to James Martinez. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for tuning in. Now it's pretty warm in here at Sunset Lanes, but it's about to get pretty cold outside. I mean, to be fair, it's pretty nice here in Fargo.
Yeah, I mean, we woke up, I think it was 40 degrees already, and no complaints about that.
Definitely a lot colder out west and in places north. I know we have some bowlers here today from Canada who will be making the trek back north this afternoon. Hopefully everyone remains safe if you are driving home at the moment. Looks like they turned on the PBA Tours show here on the screens.
Don't worry, ours is still up there.
Todd Ducharme wondering how Austin is doing after game number 4 is the only update we have so far. They're currently starting game 6, but through 4, he's in 6th with a 930, and the leader was at 1034. So just about 100 pins back of the lead in 6th.
Yeah, and nothing updated as yet on Facebook either, so.
But shout out to the folks here at Sunset Lanes. They've been getting scores out to us rather quickly. I know Darren was telling me how he had to make a spreadsheet to kind of format for this bonus point system. So a little bit of extra legwork for them, but they were able to get the scores out pretty quick to us. All unfortunateness there for Kayla.
Yeah, not having best of days so far, it appears. Yep, things in Minot looking very lovely right now.
Yeah, a little check-in from my wife back home, and looking nice there. So for those of you watching, I know a lot of people like to throw NDBowlTV up on their big screens at home or in their business. I have a challenge for all you guys. Take a picture. I want to see how you guys are tuning in to NDBowlTV, and then post it to our Facebook page. I always enjoy seeing our stream in certain businesses or tuning in at home. So a challenge to all you watching. Go to ndbowling.com on Facebook and post your pictures tuning into NDBowlTV this Sunday morning.
A little bit, and Matt Smallin had 4 in a row, followed that with a split open.
Yeah, still rolling good. He took second 2 weeks ago in Aberdeen. He's been on a roll here these last few weeks.
Austin Ducharme, I believe, looks like he went strike open, has a 4-bagger. So another solid game from him. Down on the low end, Lucas Finley, spare 5-bagger, I believe. So he's just motoring along today. Brady Stearns with a 3-bagger going.
See, now I'm watching Josh Craig bowl here on 9 and 10, and he is just now crossing into Brady Stearns' urethane territory, and it looks like his ball is just getting a little lazy down lane. Curious to see what some of the other guys on the right side are seeing. It looks like Justin Schiffler here is throwing a 78U right in front of us.
Yeah,
more and more righties are going into the urethane, just I think to find control.
And I think part of it too is just the middle of the lane is just not very good today. Matt Smallin, from what I can see over there, is trying to do his bread and butter, which is just hard straight up the outside.
Yep.
Austin, I believe, is also kind of doing that same thing, just playing to the right. You know, the guys that are having the good days so far, that seems to be what they're doing, because you can see what happens right here with Andy Mills.
Yeah, the middle is just too squirrely. You got to be too perfect.
Yeah, I mean,
And for Kayla here, she's playing in the middle. I think it's just, the slower ball speed. I think it's harder to play right because everything just wants to get going too soon with the urethane chewing up the fronts.
yeah, yep,
So I think that's what she's running into.
absolutely. Let's see if we can maybe have a little history with Andy in this spare, though. Oh, well, that's one way to get 4 out of it.
I mean, 3/4 of the way down the lane, I was thinking he could get 2.
Clayton Moore over here open in the first and a 5-bagger, so he's got a little bit going.
Well, I see that Sunset Lanes has posted the scores through Game 5 on their Facebook page, so head on over there if you want to see the complete standings. But we'll go through them now. Lucas Finley is the leader at 13:01. Again, this total does include the bonus pins. Brady Stearns in second, 12:69. Matt Small in third, 12:54. Dustin Harold in fourth at 12:43. Zach Andreessen fifth at 12:17, and then a big gap down to Austin Descharme in sixth at 11:27. So 90 pins between fifth and sixth at the moment. Matt Meyer in seventh at 10:71. Clayton Moore in eighth at 10:68. Justin Schiffler in ninth at 10:59. Nick Heilman in 10th at 10:56. There's a ton of people right there. About, what is that? Andy Mills in 17th at 10:11, all the way up to Matt Meyer in 7th at 10:71. So 60 pins separates 10 spots.
Yeah, and 84 pins from first to fifth.
Yep, so those top 5 are kind of separating themselves from everyone else.
Joel Galley, look at the move that he's made, though. He went, yeah, like you said, he went 140, 178, 146 his first 3, and has since gone 247, which was second high, and shot 289 for the high game last game, which actually stole it from Brady Stearns, who had 278.
Wow.
So, monster last 2 games to move Joel up into 11th.
Yeah, I see a Lucas Finley, possible 290 on the board.
Yep.
On lane 3, so he's going to make another jump. Zach Andreessen has 1 double through 7, it appears.
Yep, 1 double with an open.
Looks like a lot of red circles for Nick Heilman on lane 4. I don't know what his total is, but I think he's only got 2 teen max.
I think
at 150.
If even, no, I think it's only 180 max.
Okay.
I think he's in the 9th, or he's in the 10th frame.
Schiffler with a nice game right here in front of us. Switching to that 78U, which I think I might have to order one of those, Fletch.
You know, for what I've seen from a lot of urethane, I wouldn't be shocked if it's not too bad for you.
Because I mean, Justin Schiffler doesn't have the highest rev rate out there. He's got a really solid game, but he seems to be able to find some good shape with this ball, and I like what I see from it. Yeah, it looks pretty good for him.
Oof. Eric Galbranson with a solid 9-pin.
And Mike Larson in the house in the all-gray getup.
Interesting
Attaboy.
choice for him.
I wonder if somebody's going to tell him that he lost out on a storm bowling ball. I'm sure his wife told him last night.
I hope so, because the amount of grief that he deserves from that.
Yeah, and Mike Larson's a good friend of both of ours, so we like to heckle him a little bit. It's fine.
And he'd be the first one to say he doesn't need the extra bowling ball. Or
Yeah.
his wife would.
Yeah, Lynn was probably happy that he didn't get it.
And Andy Mills with a rough go of it right here. Just hooked by a 2-8. So you got to wonder if he's going to make a drastic move.
Yeah, looks like he's taking a ball to his bag down there on the low end, so he's probably making a ball change. Oh, 9-pin by Clayton Moore to the right. That ends his string at, what was that, a 7-bagger in the middle?
Yeah. Yep.
He's still got a good game possible and an unfortunate miss there for Lucas.
Oh, well.
But
I mean,
playing where you're playing, that's actually a pretty easy thing to do on this pair, or on this pattern.
yeah, saw a lot of gutter balls yesterday. And I mean, the good news for Lucas, it was on an open, unfortunately. But, you know, you pick it up and no harm done.
Josh Gilbertson, thank you for posting your picture watching NDBowlTV at your house. I do appreciate that. It says you got 4.5 inches of snow in Minot and it's still coming down. Yeah, that's what I've been told. Again, if you're watching NDBowlTV on a big screen at a business or in your house, take a picture, post it to ndbowling.com's Facebook page. I want to see how you tune into NDBowlTV. And good spare there for Lucas. Fortunate to trip out the 6 on a shot that went nose, so good as a 9 spare if you ask me.
I believe Randy Peterson down on 1 and 2, having a nice little string to finish the game. I think that's Joel Galley, couple splits late, so don't think he continued the run there, which
Yeah, when you jump the house, as we saw with Josh Craig, they were pretty rough on the end pairs, so.
yeah, and Zach Andreessen, who I believe is throwing that pink urethane ball from Hammer, I forget what it's called exactly, just pocket 710 in the 9th frame. Ooh.
Well, shout out to Wade Scott, who's watching on his drive home to Minot. Says he's all the way to Cole Harbor. Seems like it's okay, but starting to get worse.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Please drive safe.
And another uncharacteristic miss from Justin Schiffler. Brady Stearns has 256 possible, so marching his way up the ladder again. Clayton Moore with 248 with a spare there. And speaking of good spares, that's a heck of a 2 spares after a 9 miss from Lucas.
Yep. Well, unfortunately for Justin, he had to stick on that single pin there in the 8th. He's been having some footing issues. And it's always kind of been that way for me here at Sunset Lane, sliding outside the box on corner pins.
Yep. No, because of this house, I changed my approach on how I shoot.
Really?
Like right side spares. Yep, you get in front of the gutters here, and because of the approaches, and I think just how little people slide out there, they're so tacky. Like, I can never slide if it's in front of the gutter, so.
Well, for those of you bowlers who are scheduled to bowl in the North Dakota State Open Tournament, which is being held here at Sunset Lane's last 2 weekends in March, skipping Easter, and then 2 weekends in April will be held right here at Sunset Lane. So take notes. If you're going to throw out corner pins, try not to slide outside the box. And when we say the box, it's don't slide where the gutters are, essentially. Slide in between the gutters.
Yep.
And you'll be a lot better.
unfortunate split in the 10th for Brady that turns 250 into 222.
Yeah. That might cost him a few bonus pins, too, based on some of the scores we see around here.
Yeah, that's very possible. Queen 201 for Eric Galbranson, so I did not see what Dustin finished with that game, I guess. And same with Lucas either. They're both done and off the board. I say Lucas, I mean Lucas Finley.
Looks like the Delaware product, Tim Foy, is going to take down EJ Tackett in the first match. It's good to see the local getting all the support out there on the PBA Tour. I don't know if is that match mathematically over? I think it is.
I don't think it's mathematically, but that basically, I think he needs one, if I can see the score right.
No, he's already there. 234 max for
Okay.
Tackett, so he's already got it.
I was reading 244, but yeah, so that strike locked it up.
So yeah, Tim Foy makes a show in his home state of Delaware, where I think he bowls. That's like his home center. So that's good to see. So for those of you tuning into both NDBowlTV and to the PBA Tour, their show is going live on FS1 right now.
Justin Schiffler going to have 247 possible with another couple strikes. That'll be a very solid game.
Yeah, Justin Schiffler and Lucas Herzert about to wrap up our Game 6 coverage here this morning. Late on a Sunday morning here at wonderful Sunset Lanes. Halfway through our match play round. We will follow this up with a top 5 stepladder final this afternoon.
Pins falling all over the place. 14 they dropped. I saw it a couple times where...
Happened down on 23.
Yeah, you can't see it from your view on camera, but it's like, I think it's like it inverts or something, and then it kicks all the pins out. That happened a couple times yesterday.
Yesterday it happened on one where the sweep was already like fully pushed back, so then they all fall out, and then the sweep comes back out and just shoves all of them.
I think that's kind of what happened down there right now, but yeah. It's something like inverts from what I've understood.
Yeah, that's a common problem with the A2 machines that they have here. Those of you who work on A2 machines would understand. The Brunswick A2s.
Yeah, good job by Justin to step off and then put 10 back and has 247, which I still believe is one pin behind what Clayton shot. As far as the highest game that I've seen this set, but probably beaten by Lucas Finley.
All right, looks like moving on to our featured pair now will be Eric Galbranson from the right. On the left, it'll be Josh Craig, I believe.
I believe that is... No.
Yeah, it looks like Josh Craig will be moving on to...
Is Josh Craig... Can't remember what pair he was on. Already forgot, but yep, he's right in front of us.
Yeah, he'll be on 11 and 12, so that'll be our new players in game number 7. Let's add our game 7 graphic to the screen, just so we all know what game we're in. Well, there you go. On our post that we made on Facebook about the show, where we posted the link. Everyone's posting their posters or their pictures of watching NDBowlTV, including the folks here at Sunset Lanes, showing you the setup they have in the bar. Also the big screen down on the wall by lane 1. All looks good. Thank you guys for sharing. You can go on to our latest posts on Facebook to see those. See how everyone else is watching NDBowlTV. Meanwhile, game number 7, Lucas Hersrud and Josh Craig on the left, Eric Galbranson and Caleb Pashina on the right. First look here at the former Wichita State product, former Team USA, Eric Galbranson. I know you and I bowled with him a lot back in juniors in the MJBT days before he made his move down to Wichita, and then has since come back. I believe lives up in the Superior, Wisconsin area.
Yep, somebody we were very familiar with. One of those guys that, like, you know, I think when both, like, when I, sorry, get a little off track there for a second after Jeff Campbell just stoned an 8-pin, but Eric, one of those guys that's like he was always right around there, you know, good solid player, and then really turned it on after going to Wichita State, and, you know, has been a mainstay around here since.
Yep. Yeah, he was the #1 seed in our Stepladder finals last season,
And
eventually losing the final to Doug Wagner.
And Jeff just had to step back off because Clayton Moore just stoned an 8-pin.
All right, so 8 pins for everyone. This is like a episode of Oprah.
Oh boy.
You get an 8-pin, you get an 8-pin, Kayla carried the 8-pin.
I was waiting for another one right there. I don't know what would have happened if that happened.
All right, Josh, get the 8-pin. All right.
Oh.
Well, good times had by all here at the NDBowling.com Classic.
Yep. The small little entertainment things that, you know, make us laugh.
For those of you in the chat room, if you guys are headed to the USBC Open, let us know, when are you bowling? I know there's a few people that have already gone from the Can-Do area here in North Dakota. But if you are heading down to either the USBC Open or the Women's Open Championships, let us know. I know Ken and I will be down there the last week in April, the week of the USBC convention. We will be bowling that Tuesday and Wednesday night. So if any of you happen to be down there, come find us. Come say hi.
Yeah, we know of a group or two that are typically around there when we're there.
Chris Cool in the chat room says he goes May 24th and 25th, a little Memorial Day weekend action perhaps. Something close to there. Nice and hot in Las Vegas at that time.
Yep, we've been there around that time, and it is definitely a little toasty.
But nice and cool in the South Point Bowling Plaza. Do enjoy bowling there.
You can see Lucas Hersrud with a jump to the left
With a ruby, and he found out that thing's hooking there.
Yeah, it's if I am his mom, who I know has been around, I would tell him to jump back to the right personally.
Correct. Chad in the chat room says they're heading down the week of March 11th, so you're a week away from heading to Vegas. Good luck to you and your team. Always a fun time at the USBC Open. The golfing will be fun, Chris says. Yes, I can't wait to hit up the links on our trip as well.
Absolutely.
Those of you who don't know, Ken and I usually take a road trip to the Open every year, and we golf along the way and hit some nice courses, hit some fun municipal courses here and there, and usually a good time. Always a good road trip.
Yep. We've had the good fortune of being able to do quite a number of different areas, and looks like it won't be any different this year. Be able to hit something else fun.
May 6th through 9th, that's a good time to go. We used to go the first weekend in May.
Yep.
Always a good time weather-wise across the nation. I do feel bad for those people who drive across the country when it's still in May and early April when you have those crazy spring snowstorms like we're experiencing out west at the moment. I think we're kind of lucky that we go towards the end of April, and they are pretty far between if they do happen around that time.
Yep. Usually everything's good by then. Yeah. In front of us, Lucas Hergerd, though, finding out that maybe that's not the place to be.
Yeah, he's definitely fishing after that last game on 13 and 14.
Curious to see what else he does, if he sticks with that or not, because those couple shots did not look very good. Otherwise, across the house, yeah, I don't see more than a double on the high end. You got Justin Schiffler with the first three. Looking over to our left. That is Nick Heilman that started off split.
Okay.
And has 25 in the third frame.
So makes you wonder what he's seeing out there. I got to expect Nick was playing to the right like Nick likes to do, but maybe that's another split in the fourth. Is that what I see?
Yeah, that is a fourth split in a row, and
yikes!
From what it looked like, that was definitely playing right. But yeah, that is not a fun pair currently for Nick Heilman. And Brady Stearns is on that pair currently. He has strike, spare.
Okay.
But yeah, at least early on in this game, there is not much. Matt Smallin, I believe. Yep, that is Matt Smallin, has a pair of doubles, and currently looks to be the best game going.
Matt in the chat room says, what course are you going to? Which one did we agree on?
Well, so like you said, we've got some fun little courses. There's a public course in St. George, Utah that we like to play called Southgate.
It's just a muni that's like, what, $35 for 18 holes with a cart, and it's a really nice course, all things considered.
Yeah, a lot of fun, just I wouldn't call it anything, super special high-end, but, a lot of fun. Our other plan currently is to do Rio Seco and I believe it's Henderson.
Yeah, that's a southeast part of the metro, I believe.
Yep.
In Vegas.
So that'll be a good time. That's supposed to be a pretty nice course.
So yeah, that's our plans for this year. A couple rounds, and then in the middle there we bowl the Open Championships, and then enjoy the drive between here and Vegas, which is going through the mountains is usually the best part. And then when you get to the desert, you can't wait for it to be over.
And we have a Game 6.
Take it away, Ken. Take us through our top 10. Game 6 scoring update.
Well, as kind of expected, Lucas Finley finishing with the last 10 for 269 for yet another high game. and
Wow.
is leading the way at 15.94 through 6. In second, Brady Stearns at 15.09. So 85 pin difference between first and second. Third place, Matt Smolin at 14.69. Where am I at? Fourth place, Dustin Harold at 14.17. Zach Andreessen in fifth at 13.93. Austin Ducharme in sixth at 13.78. Clayton Moore in seventh at 13.39. Justin Schiffler in eighth at 13.26. Ryan Powers up into ninth after a solid 2.47 with 1,300, and Matt Meyer in 10th at 12.65, so little drop there. But yeah, I mean, again, there's still there's that clump from 10th through 14th that are like 12 pins apart. Jeff Campbell in 14th at 12.53.
Okay, and we'll be seeing Jeff on our featured pair the next 2 games. So that is our Game 6 scoring update.
So yeah, currently you could say there's probably, I mean, Lucas is separating himself from everyone. Brady's up there. Matt's got a little bit of cushion over Dustin. And then there's a bunch of people that are kind of in that area. So, yeah, I mean, said hard to separate, but when you're bowling as good as Lucas Finley is currently.
Yeah, he's not slowing down either. So
No, they're rolling through these scratch scores. If I'm not mistaken, through 6, that puts him at 14.68.
yikes.
Yeah,
That's dirty.
that is really good. And yep, 14.68, which is 79 pins better than Brady Stearns.
Crazy.
Yep.
All right, that's your Game 6 scoring update. Looking back in the chat room, James Martinez says the ledges in St. George is good. We're talking about golf courses there. I know Ken and I have played that course a few years back.
Yep.
James says Rhodes Ranch in Vegas is in great shape. That is one we have yet to play. Chris Cool says Twin Falls, Idaho has an awesome public course in the canyon. We played that, but there were 35-mile-an-hour winds that day. It was not very nice. I don't even think we finished our round, to be honest with you.
No, I think we did stop
It
after
was
about 50
brutal.
or
I
60.
remember hitting a drive that day, and my ball went in the air, and eventually it stopped and started coming back towards me. And I think at that point, I decided it was time to be done.
Yeah, but no, I mean, absolutely right. I enjoyed the course outside of the wind that day. It's pretty cool to look around you and see the Snake River Canyon.
And I agree. That's a good course to hit on your way to Reno, as it's kind of more towards that direction. Troy Jacobs asking me how the transition went from Brunswick brands to the Storm brands, and that's a pretty good question. It's kind of a twofold thing, because my first year with Storm, I had the elbow issue, and I wasn't really able to bowl. And then when I got the arm fixed, a little over a year now since that happened, since coming back to bowling, I actually switched from 15 to 14 pounds. So it's been a twofold change for me, being not only changing brands of bowling balls, but also changing weights. I'd have to say I've been extremely pleased with the Storm brands, because I prefer to see more ball reaction down lane, and the brands of Brunswick tend to, I guess, their MO is early hook. Same, I believe, with the Motive brands as well. They promote early hook, and the Storm brands tend to be a little more down lane motion. So it's been really good for me. It's been a change for sure. The 14-pounders, they tend to hook a lot. I'll say that. Ryan Simonelli actually had a piece on YouTube. I don't know if it was on the PBA page or not, but they were asking about differences in weights, in bowling ball weights. And the way he put it was, if you take a Toyota Corolla and a Dodge Ram and you slam on the brakes, which one's going to stop first? 100% of the time it's going to be the Corolla. And he's like,
Okay.
so what that tells me is when you see friction, your ball's going to be more likely to slow down quicker and change direction quicker. And that's what he seems to think is the reason why 14s tend to hook a lot more for people. Aside from having probably a little bit more of a rev rate. But in my case, that's not the case because after the surgery, I just kind of built up to 14 pounds, so it doesn't feel lighter to me, so to speak. But that's been my experience so far.
It's an interesting way to, like, analogize that. I don't know if that's even a word, but
Right, and that's what I thought when he said
Yeah.
that. I was like, the ball is likely to slow down quicker when it sees friction than something that weighs more. And I've never heard that before, but it makes complete sense when you think about it.
yeah, 100%.
Something to keep an eye on over here. I see Zach Andriesen's got 80 in the sixth, and just opened there in the sixth.
Yep.
So one of our top 5 players currently hitting some struggles here towards the middle of the house.
Matt Smallin with a rough finish to that game. Just opened in the 10th for 187. Austin Ducharme has a decent game going. Looks like Turkey Open double spare. So he's got a chance to throw up a decent
Yeah, it's
score.
possible 230 left there if he strikes out the 10th.
Dustin Harold is at 2-0. Looks like. Yeah. So yeah, you can definitely see the scores kind of going in the opposite direction right now. In a lot of cases. Nick Heilman through 5 frames has 7 splits. Or reverse that.
Yeah, that's
5 splits through 7 frames.
yeah, so it looks like 5 and 6 has kind of been a rough pair for Nick. Meanwhile, Brady has a chance to bail out this game. He's got a 3-bagger going into the 10th on the same pair as Nick.
It's actually only the 9th frame that he's going into, so he's got he's got 240 on the board there. Yeah, hard to see down further, but couple in a row, see some red circles. Yeah, so scores coming down a little bit, I think.
Well, and like we kind of predicted here, Eric in front of us is hitting the pair that Lucas Finley started on, and it's now kind of giving him fits here, so.
Well, and I don't even know if he's really even hitting what Lucas was doing, though, because Eric is way further right than Lucas was starting.
Plus, Dustin Harold came onto this pair with an Eternity Pie.
That's true.
At the time, so there's some weird traffic going on there, and he really hasn't seen traffic aside from one game.
Yep.
To the right here, so.
Well, that's definitely true, but yeah, from what I've seen from where Eric is playing, that he is much further right than either of those two. So
right. Question in the chat: what place is Nick in now? After 6, Nick was in 12th with 1262. But this game, he's going to try to bail out something here. He's got a double going into the 10th, but with 5 splits up on the board.
He has 181 if he punches out, which would be
a really good 181.
Probably one of the best 181s he's ever shot.
So stay tuned for that one. Zach has got, what has he got, 179 left?
After a couple spares, yep. Oh, Nick crumbling the bucket out for getting the first one.
Yeah, this could possibly be a tournament-saving game for Nick Heilman if he can finish this one out.
He's still a little ways out, but yeah, I mean, 180 compared to what looked like a, oof, you don't even want to guess. That could be a big difference.
Again, thank you to everyone who's been posting pictures on our Facebook page of how you are tuning into NDBowlTV. It's always fun to see. Do appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed so far and hit the thumbs up button. We do appreciate it.
Nick is going to save that 180.
Wow. And that's why that guy's won 2 of these things.
Yep. And Brady did have 9 spare in the 9th, so he's got 220 on the board if he punches. Otherwise, I can't really tell. Because as I always say, my eyesight's not great.
Yeah, that's fine. Looks like we have a little over 130 people watching today. That's pretty awesome here on a midday Sunday, almost noon here local time. As we approach game number 8. Players here finishing out their 7th game.
Did I see that right?
What did you see?
I want you to watch Zach bowl over here. Now, it could have just been my eyes playing tricks on me, but it sure looked like a backup.
Okay. Zach is a two-hander. Just made Team USA back in January. Loves throwing that trusty purple hammer. We've seen him win 2 Midwest Youth Championship titles here on NDBowlTV. And it appears he sees things better on the left, and there's a chance he could be throwing a backup ball.
He is.
And that is true.
Absolutely is.
And
6-pin.
6-pin. Almost threw up a double throwing the backup ball. So we may be seeing Zach throw a backup ball here on our featured pairs. He's 2 games away from our section here. Chris Cool says bone dry roads through Grand Forks so far. Wind is howling. Yeah, that's what I hear. And according to the road report, once you get near Devil's Lake, you're going to see a lot of ice, my friend. So
Good luck, drive safe.
yeah, that's all I can say. It looks like even past Devil's Lake, they're just showing wet roads, maybe slushy roads. So perhaps the warmer air out there is going to be to your benefit today as you drive home. So hopefully the roads stay decent. I believe by the time I am able to leave and the daytime warmth goes away, they're just going to get worse as I go. So
Okay, looking to save potential 199 here with the last 4 strikes.
decent game for Lucas, considering it looks like most of the game he hasn't been comfortable at all.
Yeah, and then he throws that one out the window, but you spare and shoot 2-teen something, and that's probably going to get you some good points from what we can see across the house right now.
Yeah, if that can be your game where you're not comfortable and you're fishing and you still shoot 2-0, 2-teen, I mean, you're in good shape.
Yeah, you got a couple people to his left, Justin Schiffler, Matt Meyer, both have a chance to beat that.
Matt Meyer will be coming on to our featured pair from the left. On the right side, it'll be Jeff Campbell. So for those of you Jeff Campbell fans, I know we had some people asking earlier, he will be on our stream the next 2 games. Matt Meyer, I mentioned earlier, and then a couple games from now, we will see Zach Andreessen. Coming the other way, it looks like Matt Smallin is making his way down here. So those are our players making their way towards our featured pairs. Eric is going to finish off his game number 7 right here in front of us. Again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher. Bringing you continuing coverage of the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. And be sure to follow us on social media. And a big thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Now, when I was at home the other day, I was trying some things out on here. I wonder if I'll be able to do it. Let's see.
What are we doing?
All right. It is possible. All right. So, we found a way where we can show you the website. Now, there's one little option I need to click on here. So, give me 1 minute. I just need to know where it is. Well, at any rate, here's NDBowling.com. You can see the preview section where we did the preview earlier this week. And then if you look way up there on the top right, there is a merch tab. We do have a shop here at NDBowling.com where you can find all your merch. What do we have? Shirts, sweatshirts, water bottles, hats,
Backpacks.
name it. They're all over there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good stuff on there. So I've got 2 different things on. I almost wore my hat, but forgot about it this morning.
All right, there it is. This is what I wanted to do. So you click on the merch, get rid of the ad, and this is the shop. So we can actually show you the shop live on NDBowling.com. Now, obviously I can't scroll, but there you go. When you click on it and scroll down, there's the shop. So if you want to buy any NDBowling.com merchandise, head on over to NDBowling.com, click on that merch tab. If you're on mobile, there will be 3 lines on the top right of your screen. Click on that and you can shop your favorite NDBowling.com merch. I do believe there's a sale going on. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but our third-party company usually runs those. So go check it out. Now let's find our Game 8 graphic. There we go, on the left side. Matt Meyer and Eric Gulbranson on the right, Jeff Campbell and Josh Craig. And let's see here. For those Austin Descharm fans, he's currently got front 3, 2 pairs to our right, about to attempt his 4th shot. There you see it go down there, 4-pin. But he will be on our featured pair here in a couple games. About to cycle our way through the entire field on our stream.
Looking at the scores behind us, just the scratch scores, there are 9 bowlers that are averaging over 200 today.
Okay.
4 of them are 100 over or better. 2 of them are 200 over or better. And 1 of them is 300 over.
Wow.
Yeah, currently Lucas Finley has a 99-pin lead over second and just a scratch score. So,
Jeez.
yep. Brady Stearns has a nice little lead over, I believe it was Matt Smolin in third. But yeah, not an easy day. Yeah, Matt Smolin in third, Dustin Harold in fourth are the four bowlers that are better than 100 over today. Just scratch. So, I tell you, it's not easy.
And again, if you're just joining us, we are bowling on a custom pattern made by the folks at Kegel. It's a 2.8 to 1, 43-foot pattern, just a shade under 30 mils. The shape in the middle of the pattern is a little bit wider than you would expect, and this will kind of force players to keep their break point to the right early on, and then as things kind of break down and the pattern stretches out, it gets a little unique. It's pretty difficult.
Yeah, especially when you don't have the traffic of yesterday. It's not easy, as you can see by some of our bowlers that have gone through today. And Jeff Campbell, the fastest spare ball in the building.
I would agree.
That I'd like to see his stats, but that was a soft 23.5 miles per hour.
Soft, yeah.
Yeah, he did not overthrow that one.
As many of you who watched our CMA coverage a month and a half ago, or about a month ago, Jeff won the 300 game pot that had been out there for quite a few years and took home a lot of money in the process, and then ran away from the field and took home a lot of money in brackets as well. So now he's here making his NDBowling.com Classic debut.
Having a solid day. I wouldn't say it's a great day at the moment, but
Yeah, he was doing all right in 14th, mid-pack through 6 games.
Yeah, and I mean, one or two good games can jump him way up the leaderboard, but
Yeah, and if there's anyone in the building that can find it and strike a lot, I've been watching it a lot. Yes, Chris Cool in the chat room says Jeff got the 710 yesterday. Yes, down on the low end. I did see that.
probably on 3 or 4 would be my guess.
And honestly, if there's ever a house to do it, this is the house I got a 710 in back in junior days.
Yep.
Only time I've ever picked it up.
Andy Mills with a 5-bagger going.
Yeah, looks like the lanes are starting to transition into his wheelhouse.
Austin Ducharme, 3 in a row, spare strike. But yeah, as of right now, like, the bowlers at the top of the board, you've got the lefties, but for the most part, it's the guys that are staying right.
Yep.
They're Matt Small, Brady Stearns, obviously he's throwing urethane and having his success. Matt Smallin is basically almost pointing it at the head pin, if you will.
Yeah, we'll see him in our next game.
Zach had been throwing urethane, but has since kind of switched strategies, if you will. Austin's been hard and straight. Clayton is kind of...
He's been to the right, yep.
He's been mostly to the right. He's definitely left of a majority of those people, but Justin Schiffler's been right. Ryan Powers, who's having a, really not a bad day.
I will say Ryan just rotated ends of the house, so he's down on 1 and 2. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, but, he had started in the middle of the lane. I don't know where he's been for the last couple games, but, he had 247 to game 6, so something's going right. But, yeah, I mean, a majority of the guys that are having that success are able to find it right. can see the befuddlement from Jeff Campbell after that shot.
Yeah, that's what these pairs in the middle of the house will do. And like I said, he's going to start hitting the urethane pairs from like Justin Schiffler, Brady Stearns,
Yep.
all those guys that are moving in front of him. They started using urethanes kind of right around this section of the house.
Yep, they did. And there's the a little more of the fastball.
Looks like we have a Game 7 scoring update. Leading the way by over 100 pins, Lucas Finley with 1854.
Ho-hum taking
And then
another high game.
Brady Stearns in second at 1747. Another 80 pins down is Matt Smallin at 1667. Dustin Harold in fourth at 1633. Austin Ducharme has moved into that 5 spot at 1614, and he's got a pretty decent game going here.
Did just open, but still has 2 teen plus.
Justin Schiffler has moved into 6th at 1548 in a tie with Zach Andreessen, who had the low game in the house, Game 7 at 1548. Both those guys are tied. Clayton Moore in 8th at 1515. Ryan Powers in 9th at 1489. Rounding out the top 10 is our guy right in front of us, Matt Meyer at 1484. So that is your top 10.
It's interesting to see those big gaps, if you will, you know. Gap from first to second, second to third, you know, third to sixth. There's a little bit of a gap, so.
And a guy still making a charge, Joel Galley, now up to 11th. Even though he only had a 185 in Game 7, he's now made his way almost into the top 10 after starting in last after 3.
I will say the guy that I would be a little afraid of if he got into the Stepladder final, which he's in good shape to, is Matt Smallin.
I would agree. And again, we mentioned it earlier, a win by Matt Smallin or Brady Stearns will result in them being the first bowler ever to win the Triple Crown, the 3 majors that are held stateside. And they would also become the 5th bowler with 5 or more NDBowling.com major titles, both of them putting themselves in position to do so, comfortably in the top 5 at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if there is. Just got a little head nod from Matt. I don't know if there is anyone that has. Sorry, Matt keeps looking over here. I don't know if there is anyone that has more. What do you want to say? Tricks to his game, has
Correct.
more shots, if you will, than Matt. And again, no disrespect to anybody here because everyone has multiple ways of getting there, but you know, Matt is pointing it at the pocket, throwing it 18 plus right now. And I remember him winning a K-Fire slow hooking the middle of the lane.
I agree. It's what Matt does. Matt's one of those guys where if he doesn't have it, he'll just go find the person that's in first, and he can throw it like them. He can change his game to throw it like them. Speed, rev rate, you name it. That's just the advantage he's got, and he's so good at it. If I try to make those changes, I just can't repeat it, you know?
Yep, absolutely. I'm right there with you. But the way that it's going right now, it could be very tough to dethrone what Lucas Finley is doing today.
Yeah, there's a few players just running away from the field and making a comeback now. Still, well, no longer throwing the backup is Zach Andreessen. He's got 9 spare, followed by a 5-bagger immediately to our left.
Yeah, Zach, who's been in our top 5 most of the day. that rough last game to drop him a little bit out, but trying to make it all back up in one game too, so. Brady down on 3 and 4. Has a double up, but doesn't have much going before that, so we'll see what he can do there. Andy Mills with 250 on the board. Who's that down on 23 and 24? Is that Lucas Finley? Had a big string there.
Yep,
Didn't realize
he's
he
up bowling.
out. Yep. So he's continuing his ways. Justin Harold looks, can't quite tell, but nothing special there. So that middle of the pack is just bunching up.
And this is normally where I would say it's going to be an exciting position round, but we don't have a position round. We're not going to know much that last game besides possibly the scores and then looking around at seeing who's bowling well and kind of making an educated guess until they announce our top 5. So, shot by Matt.
Yep.
For a 4-bagger. That
That's
puts him, what, 250 left?
Yeah, 254 on the board there. That's big for him. Nick Heilman's starting to figure out a little bit. Oof. Lucas Herzard continuing the, I don't know what's going on exactly right now after that shot.
I was very familiar with that feeling yesterday. Debbie Christopher, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Watching both the PBA coverage and our coverage here on NDBowlTV.
Nice.
Looks like David Kroll and Bill O'Neill are the next match. Winner gets Tomas Kauka. Top seed out of, I believe he's Sweden, Finland, something like that.
One of the, yeah, looks like a Scandinavian name.
Yep. So that's currently going on over on FS1, the Delaware Classic.
Solid 232 from Andy Mills. Austin has 224 possible.
Yeah, Eric Galbranson is clearly not seeing what the other two lefties have been seeing here today. Perhaps playing a little further right than both of them is kind of resulting in a few puzzled looks for him, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that he's bowled poorly today. I mean,
Not at all.
13th place, I think, which is right in the mix. But, you know, he just hasn't been able to put that string of big games together like the other two. Austin Ducharme with a rough way to finish with an open in the 10th for 200 on the nose. So
Yeah, yikes.
it's tough after the start he had to that game.
Yeah, there's nothing more deflating than going into the 10th with a possible 230 and you walk away with like 2-0 because of an open, you know. You think you're going to gain a lot on the plus side of things, but that guy's a world champion for a reason, so I expect him to bounce back.
Yeah, we'll get a better look at it here coming up, too. Matt Smallin up over here to our right, trying to finish off what looks to be a potential 250, and really solid 5-bagger right there, get him in the 240s already. That's going to be 250 from Matt, which has the potential to be beaten by Zach Andreessen over here, but I think that could be the high in the house, and that'll solidify him.
I saw Matt taking a little bit of a look over here at the scores, so I think he knows the bonus pin situation going on, potentially.
Yep. Corey Zimmerman has 258 possible. I know he's not had the best of days, but starting to figure something out.
Yeah, he's still got just, what, the 10th frame left?
Yep. Brady, I still can't quite tell what he's got, but looks like he could save a halfway decent game. Possibly 202 teen, which, I mean, 202 teen is still really solid today. And I believe that's Ryan Powers that is also bowling with Brady. And ooh, he had a rough start with what looks like 3 splits to start the game. So
is that a 140 I see on the board?
Yeah, I believe so. So not great there for him. Unfortunately, it was starting to make some headway. Justin Schiffler with 230 possible, so he can kind of continue his little charge.
All right. I do appreciate everyone who has subscribed today. We've had over 20 to 25 new subscribers, so
nice.
Welcome on in. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. I do greatly appreciate it. Smash that thumbs up button if you could. It all helps. We are wrapping up game number 8 here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. After 12 games, we will have our final 5 for a stepladder final, which will be held right here on 11 and 12.
I know we haven't been paying a whole lot of attention to exactly how this pair has been playing, but from recent recollection, I don't think we've had a whole lot of big scores.
Yeah. It's like always, though. It seems like every year our championship pair gets so tricky, and by the time the stepladder finals come around, it's pretty rough. It won't be long before these players start to petition to move the championship pair somewhere else.
That's very possible.
But given our situation here at the lanes, this is where we have to live stream, because I don't think we would really fit anywhere else, because they have a good little power station table right here with the internet hookup built into it, so it's kind of built for us, which is nice.
Yeah, trying to stretch cords anywhere else in this building would likely not happen.
Yeah, and the table situation, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think if you're watching this and you don't want the championship on 11 and 12, I'm just gonna say too bad.
Now, there's always a possibility of switching to 13 and 14, but I don't know if that pair's a whole lot better.
There's that.
Zach is inside slow hooking urethane, as now
Yeah,
he's
that's where he was at CMA. He did the same ball, same area, and ended up walking through the finals and taking home that title. That's what he likes to do.
Well, we can get a potential glimpse this next game here coming up.
I'm almost positive that was the same ball he used to win back-to-back Midwest Youth Championship titles in Alexandria right here on NDBowlTV.
I would not be surprised. Matt taking a good hard look at what Zach is doing right now. Corey Zimmerman unfortunately opened in the 10th frame. 236 from Nick Heilman. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, good comeback after that rough game he had on 5 and 6.
Yeah, Justin Schiffler has 230 if he doubles. Little trip 4 for him.
Oh, like I said, coming in on our next game, we'll have Zach Andreessen coming in from the left, Matt Smalling coming in on the right. So it'll end up being Matt Smalling and Matt Meyer. And then we'll have Zach Andreessen and Jeff Campbell on the left pair. And then those of you who are Austin Descharmes fans, he will be, excuse me, on our pair following that.
Never amazes me how well Matt can bowl. You know, he's got that kind of wrist motion that it's like, what is that? But it's so consistent every time, shot to shot.
Very fluid.
Yeah.
Very easy, never grabs it, you know, that kind of thing, never squeezes it.
Yeah. Like, it's like he has, he's got, obviously Matt can do pretty much whatever he wants with the bowling ball because he's that good. But
Yes.
he's got his A game, we'll call it, that he's probably throwing 90% of the time when I watch him bowl, which is what he's doing right now. And it is as good as anybody else's A game, but if it's not quite there, like the kind of game he's having right now is what can happen in these tougher days like this. And Zach did finish with 258, so that's going to steal that extra little bit from Matt Smallin, but
Probably just a pin.
yeah, I'm sure it's just a pin is all, but you know, that's also a couple more pins gained by Zach on fourth and fifth, so it's only going to tighten things up in that, you know, top 5.
So for those of you watching, is the sound still on point? Are you hearing the pins when the ball hits it? That kind of thing? Is it still in sync? I just want to know. We've only dropped 6 frames in the entire show today, so it shouldn't be too far off, but let me know if it is. We can do a quick sync of the sound if we need to. It's one thing that's extremely hard for me to monitor. And I'm looking down at the high end of the house, Fletch, and I'm seeing a lot of strings. I'm seeing a lot of strings of strikes going on here.
Yeah.
Jonathan Domingo, front 5. Randy Peterson, 1 miss out of 5 frames. Looking down there, we have Clayton Moore, I believe, front 4.
Yeah, is that, who's that he's bowling with?
Lucas Finley,
Oh,
front
of course
3.
it is. Yeah. Yep.
Andy Mills has a 3-bagger going with an open in there through 6. Yeah, it's just down on the high end of the house. They're starting to kind of crack open on the right side, I believe. The left still has it for at least a couple of the guys anyways. Well, here we go. Moving on into game number 9. Let's kind of work on our graphics here. Game number 9, we'll get our first look at CMA champion Zach Andreessen And a guy who took second in Aberdeen a couple weeks ago, losing to Russ Oviatt in the final, Matt Smallin. So Matt's been bowling well lately. You can tell he's been bowling a lot of tournaments this year as his game continues to progress.
Progress back to the level that we're kind of used to from him, at least.
And now we will have to be careful because we have Matt and Matt on our right pairs. So as to who we are alluding to,
That's true.
Austin Descharme with a quick three-bagger to start out his game immediately to our right. Again, we will see him the next two games after this.
Okay. Here, Matt, you can work with that.
Yep.
Yep, Lucas Finley continuing to roll along with another five-bagger to start.
All right, everyone says the sound is good. I do appreciate the feedback.
Chris Carrico in our chat. Nice to see him in there.
Hope you're doing well, my friend. It was good to see you. Hang out last night, visit a little bit. Always good making the trip to Fargo. We have entered game number 9 of 12. So our Stepladder final is right around the corner. The one good thing about this format is we will not have the break between games 11 and 12. Players will just continue to bowl, and following game 12, our final 5 will be determined. In your classic traditional stepladder style, 5 plays 4, winner plays 3, winner plays 2. Top seed will bowl for the title.
You know what I think could be going on for Matt Smallin over here? It's the pair where Brady started playing urethane as well as Justin Schiffler
Yep.
from out there, so.
And since you have crossed with Jeff Campbell throwing urethane, so it's just, this is kind of that first pair that a lot of it's been used on, and now he's going to cross over with Zach as well. So I think that's why on the left side of the house we're seeing things a little more squirrely than down towards the right side of the house, perhaps.
It could be.
We'll have to keep an eye on Austin Descharme when he comes to 13 and 14, because again, that's kind of when people have started seeing squirrely ball reaction on the right side down lane.
It's like a little bit of a right move from Matt there, and that one looked a lot better. So, yeah, just something to keep an eye on these last couple games with some of the top 5, 6 guys coming to our pairs here. Looking down on 21 and 22. Lucas Finley rolling along with front 7, I believe it is.
Crazy. That guy sees something that nobody else in the building can see at the moment.
Yeah.
Including the other two lefties, because they don't have that kind of look.
And a chopped, was that a chopped bucket from Zach right there?
Yes, leaving just the 5.
And we've got a game 8.
Game 8 scoring update. Ken, take it away.
Well, as expected, Lucas Finley stretching the lead even more. Through 8 games is at 21-13. Second place is Brady Stearns at 1951. So 162 pins.
Wow. And he's got the front 7.
I don't think anyone is going to catch him. I'm going to go out on a limb. I know there's 3.5 games left, but I just don't see it the way that he is going today. Third place, Matt Smallin, only 8 pins back at 1943. And then there's a 113 pin drop to Zach Andreessen in 4th at 1830. Austin Ducharme in 5th at 1828. Dustin Harold has dropped to 6th place now at 1817. Justin Schiffler in 7th at 1783. Clayton Moore in 8th at 1747. Another 40-pin drop to Nick Heilman in 9th at 1707. And Ryan Powers rounding out the top 10 at 1699. So there are some definitely some gaps in there. Lucas separated himself. Brady and Matt have separated themselves. Then there's 3 guys that are really close. Justin Schiffler is not far behind. So it's quite interesting to see these scores right now. And that is now the front 9 for Lucas Finley.
Down on 21 and 22. So out of our view.
Yep, scrolling down at the low end, and yeah, not very good. I don't think anybody on the first 4 pairs is shooting over 200 right now.
I mean, I honestly think it has to do with the righties that have been migrating left, and when I say that, they're on the left lane, so they keep moving left. It started with Brady. He's throwing a pitch black. Justin Schiffler behind him throwing that 78U. There's Jeff Campbell throwing a purple hammer. They're crossing with Zach, who is coming right with a purple hammer across all these pairs to the left of us. And when you look down towards the right, it's mostly all the people who are throwing reactive resin at the moment. And I honestly think that's why you have a tale of 2 sides right now, because people are finding the low end of the house to be very squirrely compared to the high end.
Yeah, and I mean, in my experience in general in this house, the higher end has been the better hand.
Correct.
Outside of 23-24, which probably my second least favorite pair in the house. But yeah, it's probably very valid points, yeah, with more urethane being thrown on the low end compared to the high end currently, that it's just shaking out like it is.
And just looking at the way the rotation has been, it just... So I would like to make a correction that earlier we thought Ryan Powers had a 144. That was indeed Ryan Selk. So that's another one of those names where we have 2 of them. Ryan Selk had the 144. Ryan Powers had a 197. So Ryan Powers is actually in 10th at the moment, sitting decent.
Yep, very good catch on that one, because yeah, you don't exactly see the last names on any of these, so.
And it looks like Nick Heilman, 2-time winner here in 9th at 1707, just about 120 pins back of the show at the moment.
Having a solid game, though, with 3 in a row spare strike. Over here a little to our right, Jonathan Domingo, a couple splits there, so not great.
Only 220 left. Andreessen on the spare.
Big shot here from Matt Smolin on a double right now. Oh boy.
Oh, good 8.
Yeah, there's the classic hand up.
Now, I will say, I don't know, does Zach need to go change jerseys? Because he's won 3 titles wearing his, like, black and memorial ribbon jersey on our stream.
That is true.
So, I don't know if he's trying to change up the mojo or what, but I'd be wearing that jersey everywhere I go, if you ask me.
Well, and who knows, maybe when he gets to the stepladder he does, if he makes it there. But not having a whole lot of luck on this pair currently. Careful. Oof. Spare from Matt.
As Matt Meyer kind of alerted us, that's the front 10 for
Was it?
Finley.
I say I couldn't tell if it was 10 or not, but it looks like it.
So we got the front 10 going on down on the high end of the house by our tournament leader. He's leading the tournament by a lot and is going to extend his lead by a lot. Because Brady Stearns is currently on 1 and 2, which has been historically low scoring in this tournament.
Now Brady, I believe, does have a handful in a row down there, but that's still not going to catch up to Lucas Finley when you've got 10 in a row shooting for 11, which looks like he swished that out.
So that's the front 11 down on 21 and 22.
And
That seems like you got it.
I'd say I couldn't see it, but that, I believe, was 300. Very downplayed 300, if you ask me, but
So add another 124 over to that already inflated total for Lucas Finley. That's his, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 high game award points already before that game.
so,
Yeah, so 5 of the 9 games he's had the best score in the house.
I mean, it's almost mind-blowing right now.
Right, like he's on another level.
Matt, nice shot.
But unfortunately, the way the format works is he's still going to come down to 1 game, no matter how big of a lead he's going to have.
Yep, that is true. I mean, at this point, you pretty much lock him into the 1 seed. He could probably shoot 150, 150, 150, and it would be good.
And Justin Coast in the house, in the chat room. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Says Brady shot 300 on that pair against him a couple years ago, which I
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Good to see you. Hopefully you are doing well.
Unfortunately, somebody who's not doing well, Zach Andreessen, with a rough game going right now.
Yeah, that's kind of been the MO on this pair, though.
Yeah, again, scrolling down that way, not a lot.
Aside from Nick Heilman immediately to our left, who we will see our next game.
Yeah, Nick having a solid game, but yeah, I mean, those first 8 lanes, it is pretty brutal right now, it looks like. But right in front of us, you got the Mats doing Matt things.
Yeah, both these guys, very talented bowlers. I know Matt Meyer has been on our show quite a few years back, thinking back to
Yeah.
the 15, 16 years.
Yeah, did he bowl for the title here, I believe?
It was in one of those years, the first few years that we did the show here. I know Schmidt won in 14, and that was a storm-ridden tournament where I had gotten on the road and we hadn't started streaming yet. I know Darren Sundstrom, one of the owners here at Sunset, live streamed it on his phone, and then the next year in 2015 was the first year we streamed this.
Oh.
And I know Matt was on our live stream one of those first 2 years. Can't remember which one exactly though.
Yeah, I feel like I remember him having a really good day and either leading day 2 or second and getting to the title match, and it was just a case of kind of an over-under ball reactioning a lot of what he's seen, like the game before this. Oh boy, for Smallin right there.
A
That's
good
another
8
good
again,
8,
yeah.
but he knows he just gave up some pins that he could have stole from Matt Meyer right there. But yeah, yeah, I like vividly remember that, where it was a case of he had a chance to win and just made a solid shot and just did not get the ball reaction he wanted out of it.
Yep.
But either way, still 233 is a solid game for Matt Meyer and Matt Smallin. I know it's not what he wanted, but a spare is going to be another 2-teen, and that's just going to keep stretching his lead probably over that 4-5 spot. So we see Brady walking down to the high end of the house now, carrying 2 balls.
Yep, and the 2 balls it seems like he's been rolling with in every major that I've seen him bowl this year. Justin Coase has sidelined with an elbow injury, which I know that all too well. Hopefully you feel better soon.
Good spare for Matt. So, yeah, 2-teen. Austin Ducharme does have a chance to close the gap a little bit if he can throw a couple here. That would get him 220, but Zach Andreessen, unfortunately, has 183 max with the spare here. And Heilman coming up a little bit light, but still he's in the 220s.
Yeah, good game for him.
You throw a couple more in the 10th for 230, you're going to gain some ground, because he was kind of on the outskirts of the possibilities for top 5, but
Yeah, and you look back to that game 7 when he had a like 90 in the 7th
yep.
and managed to get 181 out of it, which was good enough for 8 bonus points. And then he goes 230, 220 to follow it up. So pretty good comeback with, what do we got, 2 games to go? 3 games, 10, 11, and 12.
Yep, 3 more games after this. Yep, you got Justin Schiffler, who actually is shooting 2-0, has 220 possible, so no, not a bad game there for him. Joel Galley, who we've been talking about lately, is making a comeback, only has 193 left. So slowed down a little bit. 172 for Zach.
Oh, it looks like on the PBA Tour, there will be a player claiming their first ever PBA title as a championship match is underway there. David Kroll and Thomas Kauka. Tomas. And what's important here is the way the PBA Tour works is if you have a title, you then have priority access into the tournaments, and David Kroll is one of those guys outside the top 50 who has to go through the PTQs every week. And he has done a great job getting through those and is one of the top players in points this year. So he's setting himself up for a good future if he can continue his run.
Speaking of continuing the run, though, Nick Heilman did strike out for 238, so.
Okay. Good run there.
Yep.
And with what Zach's doing here, Zach's probably going to fall out of the top 5. Because Zach, after that 250, moved to 4th. He's probably going to fall out of the top 5 with that game. And Nick is only 120 back of him, so.
I mean, that's 60, probably 70 pins that were gained right there by Nick on.
Yeah,
Zach,
Austin
so.
Ducharme was in 5th. He had a decent game. I couldn't tell what Dustin Harold had. He's on the corner of the house. He just moved down to the low end. And then I don't know what Schiffler was doing either. He's
got 220 possible.
If he punches 10, is that what I see?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, 226, I believe, if he strikes out. So, said that, our top 3 are kind of separated, but that 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's just tightening up. Eric Gulbranson's going to shoot 2 teens, so just dropped a little bit, but kind of hanging around.
All right, how's everyone in our chat doing? We have a little bit of time here while players move around.
Speaking of a little bit of time, I'm going to step away for a minute.
All right. Looks like we will now have Austin Ducharme and Zach Andreessen on our right pair, Nick Heilman and Matt Smallin on our left pair here on stream. Let's fire up our Game 10 graphics. And I just noticed we got North Hill Bowl on there. That graphic ain't gonna work. That's the wrong one. Well, we'll just put up in the booth, but just so you guys know, we are in Game 10. We'll have to contact the graphics department at NDBowling.com, which just so happens to be the live stream department, the everything department, because it's just one guy. We'll get it right. But nonetheless, we are starting game number 10 of 12. Our first look now at two-time winner here at the Classic, Nick Heilman on lane 12. And our first time seeing Austin Descharme on our right pair here. And won the last 2 Manitoba Opens. Looking for a three-peat next year. Having a pretty good day so far. Going into game number 9, he was in 5th and had a decent game there. Probably went past Zach after that last game. Nice little crossover, Brooklyn for a double. Got to take it. Nice shot there. Way to capitalize off that break in the second. And wrap 10 for Matt. Again, thank you to everyone who's been posting their pictures on Facebook, letting us know how you were watching NDBowlTV today, and thank you to everyone who's been tuning in. And welcome to all the new subscribers we have today. I do appreciate that. And if you'd be so kind as hitting the thumbs up button, that would help us out quite a bit as well. Again, we are in game number 10 of 12. Following game 12, we will head into a stepladder final where a champion will be determined. And we will hand off the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy, sitting just to my right. And not to alarm anybody, but Lucas Finley finally missed, but not until he had the front 6. And then left a 7-pin after going 300. What did he have the game before that? So Lucas Finley goes 236, 238, 300, front 6, then a 10-pin, so, or a 7-pin, excuse me. Nice little front 4 there for Austin Descharme. And Finley misses that spare because it was the first spare he shot at in about 2 games. So that's understandable.
I mean, no big deal. He only has a 240-pin lead scratch on
Roughly, yeah.
second place right now. Yeah. Talking to Peyton Sumner in the bar real quick before I came out here, and he's pretty much same sentiment as everyone else. It's like, how easy is he going to be to catch? I mean, it's not going to happen at this point, I don't think. But, as we said, 1-game match for the title.
Yeah. Anything can happen, that's for sure.
shot here for Matt on 11. He can find a double. And no projection, just pointed it straight there.
Meanwhile, looks like Zach Andriesen's starting to figure it out again. Seems like his roller coaster day continues as he went 150, 250, 170, and now probably heading the other direction again.
Yeah, I think he fiddled around with reactive to finish that last game, and nope, right back to that purple hammer.
Yeah, I did see him throw a Widow Hybrid 2.0 at one point, trying a few things, and back to old reliable, I guess. And while you were away, we discovered that my game 10 graphics shows that we are in North Hillbowl and Minot, and we are not, so we are not going to use that graphic.
Okay, then.
I did mention that I will put a report into the graphics department here at NDBowling.com, and maybe somebody's getting fired. But since our there's only one person on the payroll,
it's going to be hard to fire that person.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good spare.
That is a tough spare on this.
Very much so. Nick Heilman just hanging around and starting to tune it up a little bit. Does not care for it, and it still kicks the 10 out. With the look that we all get sometimes of, I don't know what the heck that was, but
thank you.
I guess.
Thank you.
And Lucas Finley with the another rare oopsie. With what looks like a 5-2 after a 9-0. So, but when you have a 261 pin lead over second place,
and that'll kick off our game 9 scoring update.
Yep, as we see, game 9, 300. His last 3 games are 774, which is probably better than some people's last 4 games. But in second place is Matt Smolin after that 250, 215 in the last 2 games. 2176 is what he's at. Brady Stearns just 12 pins behind him at 2164. There's a big drop to Dustin Harold at 2033. Austin Ducharme in 5th at 2030. Justin Schiffler rising up 2016 and 6th. Zach Andreessen dropped to 7th at 2006. Clayton Moore in 8th after 233 at 2001. Nick Heilman's 238 was good enough for second high in the house the last game to keep him in 9th at 1968. And Matt Meyer running out the top 10 at 1928.
All right.
So, again, there's still those 4th through 9th is, 65 pins? But then there's 130 pins between 3rd and 4th, and then obviously the monster gap between Lucas and
everyone else.
Yes.
Well, he's making me look good because it was a good, bold prediction.
Very much so. Austin Ducharme having a really good game so far.
Yeah, he's had a couple Brooklyns on 14. He's been rather perplexed at how early it's hooking on 14, but he's parlayed both of them into doubles, so really good work for him.
Nice spare from Nick right there, too. Zach with the pitch out after going hot.
Are you okay?
Excuse me. Choking on the cookie I'm eating currently. Zach with a little pitch out there. But still not a bad game. He's hanging around. I mean, you hate to say hanging around when you're in 7th and you're only, 20-some pins off the show. And
Wow.
that's not something you see every day.
The backup gets 1. Unfortunate break there for him.
Yeah. Nice shot from Nick there. Again, Matt with a kind of a critical frame here if he wants to kind of hang on to his second place. Although it does not look like Brady has a ton going. I see a couple splits, couple strikes. So, big shot from Matt if he can get 3 in a row out of it.
Oh, that was really good, too.
Yeah, you can see the look on his face turning around after that.
Yeah, it's Lucas Finley, Matt Smallin, and Brady Stearns, and then it's everyone else at the moment.
Yeah,
Those top 3, well, 2 and 3 are trying to jar for position. Lucas Finley is kind of light years ahead of everyone else. Smallin and Stearns are, 12 pins apart at the moment, so.
yeah, those two. It's who can get the games going down the stretch, and from what I can see down there, neither one is running away from the other this game. Good shot from Matt there.
Again, if you're just joining us, we are in game number 10. I have a faulty graphic, so we're not going to put that on the screen at the moment, and I'm going to go ahead and assume my 11 and 12 game graphics are the same way, but nonetheless, we will keep you informed. Ducharme now up on 14. That's been his troubled lane so far.
Not
Give that one a little more room and snaps out the 10.
I'm not positive who it is down on lane 1, but it looks like spares 7 in a row.
I think, well, there's Corey Zimmerman standing down there.
So I think that is Corey Zimmerman, because
Yeah, Schiffler and Taylor Wallstrom are bowling on 3 and 4.
yep, so it's got to be Corey Zimmerman. Okay. Dustin looks like he had a couple splits early, but he's got a couple 3 in a row. Justin Schiffler, mostly clean, maybe a split in there, but nothing going. Yeah, again, the low end of the house, not doing a whole heck of a lot.
I think the big movers are going to be right in front of us here. You're going to see Nick Heilman and Austin Ducharme putting up some decent scores now.
Yep, and I mean, Austin was already in the show, but, that can separate himself a little bit, potentially.
Getting a report from Chris Cool in Devil's Lake that it is a lightning strike and pouring rain. And by the time he drives another about 40, 50 miles, it's going to be snowing and pure ice. So,
And
unfortunate miss there.
that looked like a good shot and looked like it checked at the last, 5 feet.
And that's been happening all weekend when they get like this. Like the ball tends to back up or go. It has that. It's not like the ball's rolling. It just seems like it starts migrating left on spare shots way down lane. I don't know what it is, but I normally don't see that here. So
Something with a pattern, potentially.
perhaps, yeah.
But, I mean, he's still in very good shape. He's got 240 on the board, potentially, which is a really good game going right now.
All right, 256 for Nick Heilman.
As I was saying, then we're ignoring the fact that Nick just shot 256. So that's a really solid move for him there. Oh man,
no.
4 9s in the 10th. That hurts a little bit, but I mean, he's obviously still in very good shape.
Oh, big double there for Zach. Try to bail this game out, get 220 out of it.
It's going to be a 183 for Matt. That's a fortunate way to finish that game.
All right, Austin Bergenson driving home, says slush on the highway past Washburn. Other than that, it's clear. That's good to hear. And that's a majority of the way home, so
Yeah,
good
not
for you guys. Hopefully you make it back to Minot safe. You guys definitely picked the right window to make it happen, because as the temps drop this afternoon, I can only imagine the roads are going to go with it.
209 from Zach. That could have been better, but could have been a lot worse too.
All right, now moving on to our featured pairs. The next game will be Jonathan Domingo. Moving on to the pair to the right. And from the left, winner of this classic back in 2010, Joel Galley.
It's funny to think how long ago that was.
And I do believe he ran the ladder that year up at Liberty.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, throwing a smoking inferno.
Sounds about right.
Don't ask me how I know that.
All that's the kind of stuff you and I remember.
Yep. Austin going a little bit high, and I mean, still going to shoot 230.
Yeah, good game for him.
Still looks a little shocked at the ball reaction on that lane, though.
Yeah, lane 14 has been really squirrely for him.
It's going to gain some ground.
And he's still got his grip. The grip came out. It's still stuck to his finger.
Wow. And it, oh, I thought it was a middle finger for a second.
Nope.
Well, good thing there's a pro shop here that can fix that for him.
Yep, just put a dab of glue in it. You're good. All right, just waiting on a little bit of player movement here, and then we'll be underway with game number 11. our final 2 games of a modified match play round. Well, we have a minute. Let's see. Yeah, our game 11 graphic is definitely of North Hill Bowl variety, so we will not be using that one either. So you're stuck with who's in the booth.
That's all right. We say what game it is often enough.
Yeah, send you, like I said, send your complaints to the graphics department at NDBowling.com. He goes by the name Darren Sini.
And your complaint will probably go on deaf ears.
Yeah, let's just say life's been a little busy. Like I said, I will be traveling to Arizona tomorrow night, provided that I get back to my hometown of Minot. So, a lot of things going on, and when I come back to work, to an audit immediately after that. So, a good time. Sometimes you miss the minor details in the graphics, and that's okay. All right, here we go. 2 more games to go. It's our first look at Jonathan Domingo, another one of our Canadian friends. Always good to see John, and appreciate him making the trip down to Sunset Lanes here in Moorhead.
Yeah, I took a bowl next to him all day yesterday, and you know, nice to see him put a really solid day together.
I bowled with John up at the CMA in Minot this year. I got across with him. John took second to Mitch Hoope a couple years ago at the Manitoba Open. And Austin Descharme returning after a quick trip to the pro shop to glue his insert in.
You can definitely tell we're getting towards the end of the day as the pace has slowed down a little bit, I'll say. You know, we're kind of saying earlier, it's like, well, they're moving at a pretty good clip, but feels like it's starting to come to not a screeching halt, but definitely quieting down. Continuing to be the pesky lane out of our feature pairs.
Whoa,
And
out the door.
that seemed to...
Perhaps he slipped on the approach. He was looking down at his feet following that one.
Yeah, that looked like it was probably some kind of footing issue. Don't think it was the grip's fault because it's still in the ball.
Correct. All right. On the spare, it'll be good as a 9 spare. All right, good shot.
Earl walking behind us laughing. Is that a 3 count?
Yeah. Good old Earl. I don't know if Earl is still one of the Team Canada coaches, but shout out to him.
One of those guys you can always count on being at these tournaments.
Yeah, he had a good showing in Manitoba this year. He made the Stepladder finals, and he took me to the cleaners in match play. I think I shot 204 against him, and that's pretty good for me in Manitoba, and he went 244 on me.
That sounds about right.
Mike Hammond tuning in from Eugene, Oregon. Thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Stumbled upon the feed. Well, if you wouldn't mind, please hit that subscribe button. Like to keep you around. And yes, Earl from Canada. That's how we know him.
The long-running joke up in Minot is Jeff not knowing how to say the name, so it's Earl from Canada.
Yep.
Everyone knows exactly what we're talking about.
I feel like Jeff had another one this year. Another name that he couldn't pronounce, and he did it the same way. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. If anyone who's there, let us know.
Yeah, right?
Or something, but I don't know. I can't remember what it was.
Well, Austin Descharm working on a 3 spare.
As luck would have it, I found the sheet.
All right.
My bet, and I think it's who it was, would be Joe Franchuski.
Maybe. That's an easier name though than Sobakevich.
It definitely is. Nobody will argue that. But given everyone else that made the cut this year, that would be the only name that I think would trip.
So Sean in the chat says it was probably Austin, and he called him Austin from Canada.
It very well could have been that too.
Yeah, Nick Heilman just got alerted. He's moved into the top 5 with a game 10 scoring update. Is that what you got?
That is
All right, take it away.
Lucas Finley stretching the lead even more. Is now over 300 pins.
Wow.
2688. Brady Stearns has taken over second by 13 pins at 2379. Matt Smolin in third at 2366. Then you've got an 82 pin drop to Austin Ducharme, who's fourth at 2284. Nick Heilman in fifth at 2247. And there's still that bunch right there. Dustin Harold, sixth, 2234. Zach Andreessen, seventh, 2228. Clayton Moore is now, what is that, 22 pins out of the show. He's eighth at 2225.
Wow, good for him.
Justin Schiffler, an unfortunate 166, the second lowest game, game 10, is now down to ninth at 2184, and then another 45 pin drop to Matt Meyer in 10th at 2139.
All right, that is our game 10 scoring update. Big mover, once again, Nick Heilman, after that one game where we thought he was going to kind of crumble there with 90 in the 7th. He bails out 180 and then goes on a tear, 236, 238, 256.
Yep.
Now vaults his way into the show. Again, 2-time winner here at the Classic. He didn't like that shot, but ends up going high flush.
Sean, we said it when he did it. That's exactly what it could have been. You turn that into a 150 or 140, and momentum just swings the exact opposite way. See what we've got going on around us. Matt Smolin's got a double up in the 4th and 5th. Good for him. Austin with that double. And to nobody's surprise, over a couple pairs, Lucas Finley, front 5.
Yeah, if there ever was a day 2 scoring record here at the Classic, I think he'd be there. And Blake Wallstrom also wondering if it was Franchuski, but we seem to think it was the Austin Descharme.
Yeah, one of those
off.
two. I don't see it being anybody else. It was one of the two. But looking down a little further, Brady Stearns might have started open. And possibly another open in there too. So not a great start for him. Especially with Matt having a double with a couple spares. So our 2 and 3 seeds are neck and neck, or going in opposite directions this game at the moment. As Matt swishes out a strike, that was nice. Is Lucas still in the purple?
Yes.
I was going to say, that's what he shot 300 with. Did not see last game. I can't imagine it being anything else. And that is quite the hit from Austin Ducharme. Yes, confirmed it is purple hammer stuff.
I don't know why you'd throw anything else if you're up 300.
If you are throwing something else, you are crazy that you can do it with 2 different balls like that. Oof. Only 2 out of that.
Well, luckily he's got the 3-bagger there before it, so he's still in good shape. And that's another strike for Lucas Finley. I would like to know his strike percentage today. There is lane talk in the building, so perhaps somewhere there's a statistic. So for those of you who are watching, Sunset Lanes does have lane talk. So if you want to see what scores are going on across the house, just search for Sunset Lanes on Lane Talk, and you will be able to see those scores in, I believe, real time.
And that is the second 710 Nick has had in 3 frames on lane 14. So not a great game going there for him, unfortunately. And in the midst of all that, after Matt got the 3-bagger, proceeds to go 9-0.
Yeah, he missed the, what was that, a 6-pin? Yeah, you went Brooklyn, left a 6-pin and missed it.
Yeah, I didn't catch what he had left, but because I was too busy watching Lucas throw his 7th in a row.
Yep.
Corey Zimmerman having a solid game down in 23 and 24. So he's trying to make a little charge up the leaderboard. But yeah, Brady not having the best of games, and I believe is out of urethane. Or maybe not.
I see. That's definitely not urethane.
No, that looks like could be a Sublime.
Potentially.
As he stones a 9-pin while we're watching. Zach Andreessen with a double.
Shot for Nick.
Likes the left lane.
Yeah, it could bounce back there. Got to figure out the right lane. Thankfully, he doesn't have to finish on that lane.
Bagger for Zach. That's big for him. Matt with a swisher 4-pin.
All right, Earl, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
A little higher, there we go. And joining us in the booth, Earl from Canada. Figured we'd bring you in here since you know both Austin and John probably better than either of us do. Tell us about these guys.
Absolutely. So they're both former Team Canada bowlers. Jonathan Domingo was on the junior team, and Austin obviously was just on the adult team last year. Won some medals at the Pan American Games as well as the Worlds.
Yeah, wasn't he the all events
Yes,
winner
he was
this
all
year?
events gold medal winner.
Very nice. And he just won back-to-back Manitoba Opens where you made the show.
Absolutely. He's one
Unfortunately, he took you out in the stepladder, but
yeah, that he did.
and we mentioned earlier how John lost to Mitch Hoope a couple years ago in the final, wasn't it?
Yes, and they're all very good friends.
Yeah, it's good that you guys came down here. Thanks for making the trip like always. It's good to see you guys. How was the pattern for you? I know you're not bowling today, but how did they look for you?
Well, I mean, I just didn't bring the right equipment. I saw the 43 feet and the volume of oil. These lane beds, topography here, just wants to hook a lot up front. You needed more shine, and I should have brought more pearls.
Okay.
Right, some sim pearls.
Yep.
Would have helped. I also blew my knee out in September, so I just got back to bowling at the end of November. So meniscus. So I got to wear a brace. My body's adapting. I'm learning to bowl.
Yeah, not easy, I'm sure.
Well, your good friend Sean back home is saying hi.
Ah.
So he's been tuning in all day.
Hi, Sean.
Again, we are joined by Earl Sobokiewicz. Did I get that right?
Perfectly.
Perfect. Look at that. I'm learning in my days, right?
Be darned.
And we are in game number 11, so one more game to go. And we will have a final 5 here. What do you think of Austin's look so far? You think he's in good shape for the rest of the way?
I think he needs to make a move right now.
Because
we can definitely see what's going on the right lane, and now with the left lane starting to get in that same spot. So I think he's got to get a little steeper through the fronts. So I think he makes like a 2-0 move to the left, right?
And what's important about that is this is our championship pair, and he's in good position to be in that final 5.
Right.
So he's at the advantage of being able to see this pair later in the day. So figuring it out now, I think would be pretty good. Earl doing a little bit of coaching.
Yeah, trying to help him out.
Yeah. So do you still do the national team coaching thing?
I just came back from the Pan Am Games with
Nice.
the team. Right, we got 2 silver medals, silvers and with doubles with Mitch Hoope and Francois Leroy. And Mitch
nice.
got silver. Lost to AJ Johnson.
Good bowler. Good bowler.
It was a great match. Yeah. So, yeah, I retired after that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as I came back home, I retired. It's a big commitment,
Oh, I'm sure.
right?
It's got to be, yeah.
I usually spend 4 weeks of my holidays a year coaching and all that stuff, and I'm in a high pressure job. You go to a tournament and you're in a high pressure
Yeah.
position.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's tough to really recover. So I'm taking more me time and family time.
100% understandable. And so what kind of message did you send over to Austin here going into the, what is it, 8th frame?
Yeah, just what we were talking about, that we need to get a little steeper through the fronts.
Okay.
So we need to get him moving left and leaving his target. Try to take advantage of some of that burn down to the right. Hold in the middle. I know he struggles with that visually, right? Seeing that and trying to hit that, but it's a move. And I know Jonathan has the same issue, but I think he's kind of ran out of room going left for John with his ball. He needs to really probably ball down, move back right a little bit.
Sure. So in your coaching career, have you ever found it like certain players, you have to convey the information in different ways based on how they see the lane and how they see the picture?
All the time. All the time. Everyone has a different way to do things. So really, I need to talk more about ball motion and what the ball's doing, what they need to make the ball do. So if their ball's hooking through their pins, I have to relay the information of we need that ball to get into a roll earlier. What can you do to make that happen?
All right, let's see what happens here. Looks like a zone move left, and it rolls up pretty nice there. That's a Black Widow 3.0, right?
Exactly. That's
Good shot for Austin. Question in the chat. Do you know what balls Lucas Finley has used? I think it's
Purple hammer.
exclusively a purple hammer, yeah. I haven't seen him throw anything else all weekend, to be honest.
yeah.
And he was left of me yesterday most of the day.
Purple hammer, 8-9 board out.
Yep.
And with today with the lack of lefties out there, he's got the lane to himself.
Yeah, and your first thing would be, well, the lefties have it this week. Well, the other two lefties have kind of been hit or miss the whole day today. Eric's kind of coming back. He had 217, 225 the last two games. Dustin's been pretty solid all day, but his last three have been minus, so.
Yeah, so what you're seeing too is Dustin is not using your thing, right?
Correct, yep.
He's using stronger ace and ball, rolly.
Yep, and the way he throws it, a little more side roll, side tilt.
More tilt. Yep.
Slower, yep. Well, that pin's coming back.
I was waiting for that to happen. when you can get it out there at 26 miles per hour.
Yep. Well, Austin's got 198 left.
And we need those pins.
Yeah, he's right in at the. I mean, he is sitting in what, fourth place, I think, going to this game.
He was sitting in fourth.
Yeah, but I mean, a decent, 50 pin lead over 6, which is nice, but still want to get everything you can and have that cushion and not
Absolutely.
worry about it, especially with Zach over here. He's got 260 potential.
Yeah, continuing his kind of a roller coaster of a day. So, Earl, what's next on the docket for you as far as bowling is going?
Well, for me, I also coached high-performing youth in Manitoba, and I'm coaching the Team Manitoba. We're going to the Canadian Youth Championships in May.
Okay, where's that at?
Richmond, BC.
Okay.
And then from there, I'm actually going with a group of guys to the USBC Open.
Oh, cool. When's that? When are you going?
We're going May 29th.
Okay, so about a month after we're there.
Yep.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Well, good luck there. That'll be a fun time.
Thank you. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. So nothing really before that other than local tournaments. Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of what we have. Like I was telling Ken, they have the North Dakota State Tournament here at Sunset Lanes this year, so we'll be back in early April for that. We have a fun tournament at North Hill Bowl coming up here in a couple weeks. There's some good high-paying events out in Williston next weekend, so for those of you watching, if you want to head on out to Brad Peterson's place out at Strike Zone, he's got a trios tournament on Saturday, and then on Sunday it's the annual Coke tournament. So it's a handicap tournament, but it's 90% of 200. So it kind of benefits the scratch guys because it's kind of a lower handicap based off handicap there, and he's got $6,500 added into the Coke one, and I think it's $4,000 or $4,500 added into the trios tournament. So just big paying out there. He's out among all those oil companies, and he just goes out and asks them for money, and they're just...
Yeah, he always gets a crazy amount of added money to his tournaments.
Yeah, big shout out to Brad Peterson and everyone out at Strike Zone. If you haven't gone out there for a tournament, keep that in mind for next weekend because there's some pretty good events. We do have those flyers up on NDBowling.com. Just go to the upcoming events page and take a look at those.
Well, 196 for Nick. Keeps him probably still behind Austin. 240 for Zach. It's going to inch him a lot closer, that's for sure.
Well, honestly, this is going to be a big 10th frame for Austin. If you look at the bonus pins possibilities here, just what we see in front of us,
Right.
he could go ahead of Joel. He could go ahead of John by punching out the 10th here. And every pin matters based off where he's sitting in fourth at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, but still putting himself in good position for the show.
Last time he was on this lane, he threw a pretty good one. Looks okay.
Yeah.
It's really good. Something to keep in mind if he ends up bowling here for the Stepladder finals, is he's kind of got that right lane dialed in at the moment.
And yet another dead one.
Because there's only going to be one more game, and then we have Stepladder finals here. So,
How close is it for top 5?
oh, what do we got here? Lucas is way out ahead of everyone. Brady's at 23.79. He's only 13 ahead of Smallin in third. Then there's about an 80-pin gap between Matt and Austin. And then Nick was 40 or so behind Austin, and Dustin was about 50 behind Austin. So, big double there. Be nice to get the 190 here, and he could go ahead of a couple guys.
Say you get that 9, at least get the 9 to stay ahead of Nick and get the extra pin there. Yeah, and that's going to keep him ahead of Matt because he only had 190.
Yep.
So
Yeah, he's going to gain like 4 or 5 spots in that bonus pin section there too.
He wants to try a different ball, get a look. Always
Alex
good to use those fill frames.
Yes, it is. As long as you can get to that fill frame.
True enough. True enough. We've seen a few times where they didn't make it there.
There's so many times I'm like, I want to switch balls, but I'm going to wait till the fill ball, and then you just don't get there.
When you do, it's important. Gives you information.
Yep. Alex Rath says Easter doubles in Red Ray Lanes in Grand Forks, March 30th, 2000 guaranteed for first. Another fun tournament out there. Go check them out at Red Ray Lanes. I don't believe they have sent me a poster or anything, Alex, so if you want to get that information to me, that'd be great. We can add it to the website.
Yeah, well,
So 196 for Austin. He'll tie, I believe it was John.
no, that was Nick.
Oh, Nick at 196, yep.
But said doesn't lose any pins to Nick.
Well, Earl, thank you for your time. I
thank you very
appreciate you
much.
joining us for the last half of that game, giving us a little bit of insight on the 2 Canadian players we had here. Good luck going forward, and we'll see you again.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
Appreciate it. Earl Sobakevich, retired national team coach in Canada. Always good to see him. Appreciate him dropping by and giving us a little bit of his time. Tony asks, will all 4 stepladder games be on the same pair? Yes, 11 and 12 will be our featured pair for the stepladder finals. And I think we can already pencil in Lucas Finley as our number 1 seed because I don't think anyone is going to catch him in the last 2 games.
Not after he just shot 250 again.
And probably had another high game bonus.
There's a good possibility of that.
And if you're just joining us, our leader is up by about 300 pins. And he had the high game in the house 6 out of 9 games, and now it'll be 7 out of 11 games.
And just
Which
started
is
off
insane.
with a 3-7.
Which is insane to me.
He is 355 pins ahead of Matt Small in scratch.
Okay then.
Yes, Matt and Brady have now started coming back to everyone as far as scratch goes. But Lucas just keeps extending and extending, and it's just, I don't know what else you can say at this point.
Well, the one thing to consider is this championship pair has definitely been finicky throughout most of the day. He hasn't bowled on these 2 pairs for quite a long time because he started out the day right in front of us.
Yep, second game of the day was on the feature pair, so I mean the good news is he will get a little bit of practice, but
Correct.
and then just looking over to our right, which is I believe barely on screen, that is a 4-9-10 from Zach.
Yeah, on lane 17.
Yeah.
Interesting leave there.
And to our left, we got a quick spare strike from Matt. Austin looks like he's got a nice look early on.
I see a opening double for Brady Stearns,
That is
as
true.
he was the guy chasing Matt, or Matt's now chasing him, depending on how it's working. Again, we are in the final game of match play, and then we will move on to our stepladder final. Hit that like button, subscribe, and share with everyone you know on social media. We are hitting the last few games here at the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic live at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. The winner will take home the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy and that coveted NDBowling.com Major Championship, the season's final major. And based on the Game 10 scoring sheet, Josh Craig sitting at 1995. He is currently about 200 pins, 250 pins out of the show. So barring a back-to-back 300 run for Josh or something crazy going on, I believe Thomas Wolf is going to be our NDBowling.com Player of the Year this season.
Well, there you go.
But nonetheless, good season for Josh and everyone else that will make Team of the Year. We will do our best to get those updated as quickly as possible. Again, I am going to have a hard time getting home the way it is, and then a quick flight out to Arizona tomorrow night. So I don't know how quickly I'll be able to update the website or provide a complete recap of this event, but we will do the best we can.
So, interesting thing to keep an eye on. Not that it's going to matter for his seating, but Lucas Finley has switched balls.
Okay.
So, again, I'm sure he realizes I don't have to worry about... I'm pretty sure he could double gutter out and he would still be our top seed by a bunch.
Probably, yes.
So, it doesn't hurt to get a look with something else, just in the case you need to find a different look. So I think that's really smart and really savvy by him, if that is what is going on in his head. Zach is having a little bit of issues with 17 and 18.
Debbie Christopher asks, and John also asks, will there be a re-oil for Stepladder? No. We will go as is into the Stepladder finals. Sean saying go Wolf. And yes, he is likely taking a break in game 12. That is a good problem to have.
Yeah, when you don't have to even worry about bowling game 12 if you don't want to, good on you.
So yeah, we are going to pencil in Lucas Finley as our #1 seed in the Stepladder finals. Spots 2 and 3 are likely going to go to either Matt Smallin or Brady Stearns, depending on the order there. And then I like, as of right now, I like Austin Descharme in the 4 or 5. And then you've got, depending on what Dustin Harold did, I know Zach just had a big game.
Nick,
He could
Zach,
be close. It's going to be really close, those last 2 spots.
Yeah, Nick, Zach, and Dustin could all be right there. Did not see what Clayton Moore shot. He was right there with those guys. Just given what Austin shot the last game, 4 through 8 could be very, very close right now. So,
And like I said, I like Austin's chances simply for the fact that he just bowled on this pair the game before the Stepladder finals start, and he could very well be in that first match.
yes, if he does make it into it, that is a very good benefit for him to have.
Meanwhile, Brady Stearns has a front 5 looking to lock up that #2 seed.
Yeah, considering Matt has 117 in the 6th on a strike in the 7th, I would say he's sitting pretty well there. Clayton Moore down on 3 and 4. Looks like an open early, so I would imagine that unless he had something big, it was probably going to be a tall ask for him to jump all of those guys. And we have the game 10. Nope,
All
sorry,
right.
game 11.
Yeah, this is our last update before the final 5.
Yeah, and Lucas Finley could sit this one out and still lead by over 100 if Brady Stearns shot 300. So Lucas Finley at 29-71 through 11 games with a 404 pin lead over Brady, or excuse me, it's Matt Smolin in second at 25-67.
So what's the difference between second and third?
Brady Stearns is 15 pins behind Matt Smolin.
And Stearns looks pretty good with the front 5 at the moment.
Yep. Zach Andreessen jumped all the way to fourth, 24-96, 2 pins ahead of Austin Descharme. And then, excuse me, Austin Descharme at 24-94, Dustin Harold in 6th at 24-77, Nick Heilman 24-57 in 7th, Clayton Moore in 8th at 24-42. So probably would take a lot for Clayton or Nick. And where is Nick? He is not having a decent enough game, but got a feel he would probably have to about take that off the sheet. Unfortunately for Clayton Moore, I don't think it's going to happen. And with that split from Nick, that could be very tough.
I mean, Zach doesn't have a great game going at the moment. He's only got 1 open through 4, working on a single pin, a 10 pin he's got to pick up there. Austin looks pretty good.
Austin looks really locked in. I think he just threw a nice solid double. I'd say he's in really good shape. Dustin Harold, unfortunately, maybe not having the best of games, but I think had a double up. Can't see his score at the moment. Dustin Harold has 224 max. He would probably need all of that the way things are going. So you're looking at, I would say Austin is in really good shape. It comes down to Nick, Dustin, and Zach. And with how it's going, unfortunately, Nick's probably the odd man out after that open, but you know, we'll see. Brady Stearns with the front 7, I think you're going to pencil him into the 2 seed already.
Yep. And would that lock Matt into the 3 at the moment? Can anyone catch him?
Austin conceivably can with the game he has going.
Okay.
So I think Matt really needs to strike out just to feel comfortable.
Because he's still got 217 left.
Yes.
Okay.
So Austin is 73 behind Matt. So a double would probably lock him in, I would say. The first one would put him in really good shape. A double would about lock it in, and Austin would still have to go off the sheet.
And mind you, Matt is up in the 10th with 217 left. Austin still needs to bowl the 6th, so we got a little bit of a break in play here. Austin's got a little bit of work to do. Smolin is about in the clubhouse with his score.
Yeah, so it's likely going to come down to, like we said, Zach, Dustin, and Nick, and currently none of them are going anywhere, although Dustin is going to be the first to finish, and he has 224 on the board still, which would be very big, because he is only 19 pins behind Zach. Looks like he got the first one.
All right.
So Again, I don't know if he realizes how close he is or not, but that could be a very big second shot coming up here.
Matt's shot on the way, but with Austin Descharme having a split there on lane 10 that you see.
Yeah, that
This probably locks Matt into that 3 spot.
want to get the spare to be safe, but yeah, both of them spare right here, and I think that's about it. Looks like Dustin is only going to have 2-teen. I think he's got 212 if he spares. Matt with a good spare. Yeah, we're just going to pencil Brady into the 2 seed. So.
As he's got the front 8. Yeah, he's good.
I'm curious. I have not watched him throw a single shot, so I don't know what he's throwing.
I see a Sublime on the rack.
Which is what it looks like he picked up. Okay. And Dustin Harold with 212. So we can give you the scratch scores. It's going to be tough to get everybody as far as their position.
Well, I would say if they're within 24, then you have to consider it. If they're not, then we're good.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. But we can give the scratch score just so we can say for sure this is where they're at.
Good little game here for Randy. That should put him, getting him close to the top 10. That'll be a good finish for him.
Yeah. I didn't see what exactly if Matt struck, but I think it's 197 is what he finished with. So 196, 197. Austin will not be able to catch him.
Okay, so it's going to be Finley, Stearns, Smallin for sure.
I would.
That is our top 3 at the moment.
Yes, I would say that is about a certainty. Yep. See, just now the whole ask is, are we going to get another 300 today?
That is true. Brady down here on, what is that?
Front 9.
17 and 18, or is that 19 and 20?
19 and 20 with front 9.
High end of the house scores better here. It always has.
Yeah, I think like half of my honor scores are on that pair.
Really?
Yeah, pretty sure. Between 17, 18, 19, and 20, I think everything except for 1 300.
All right, following this game, we will adjust our lanes camera to over to 11 and 12, and then we are going to take a moment to try to get our third camera in a different spot to give you guys a decent look.
Well,
Maybe a more unique look, so stay tuned for that.
so that split by Austin is big because Zach has now thrown 3 in a row on the board going into the 9th.
Okay.
And Nick, even at 224, is probably too far back. So it's going to be really close with.
You guys put a little plug in for the tournament every weekend until the end of May?
Do that.
Just a little interruption by Darren. But,
And what he wanted us to let everyone know is that they have a 9-pin tournament going on here every weekend until May. Is that what he said?
yeah, I believe so.
Perfect. Here it is. We got the flyer.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I have this flyer on NDBowling.com if you scroll all the way down. But it's a every weekend 9-pin tournament from February 3rd through May 26th. And shift times are based on lane availability. But it's Saturdays and Sundays, 2 shifts per day. The top 8 places get $1,000. So come on out to Sunset Lanes. It's $65 entry, and you'll have a good chance at $1,000. Top 8 places get $1,000. Pretty good there. Official rules and hotel options. There's a QR code on the poster, and I'm almost positive this is the poster I have on ndbowling.com. Go to the upcoming events page and scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you'll see it. All right, what do we got going on, Ken?
Yep.
Zach's got a big shot here going on in the 9th. He's working on a 3-bagger.
Yep. I say it's down to whatever Dustin, Zach, and Austin are going to do, and this is a big shot for Zach. Which
Oh, quitter 10.
is a 10. So he's got 2-teen on the board if he strikes out, which So he is 19 pins ahead of Dustin, which would mean he would need 190. Well, just scratch-wise, he needs 190 something, but you figure if he spares 9th and 10th, he's probably ahead of Dustin.
Okay.
Because I doubt there's that many people that are in that range between them, and I believe that was number 10 for Brady, too.
Yes, front 10, Brady Stearns. Zach Andreessen barely picks up the 10. It barely fell over.
So
Like,
a double from him, and that locks him into the show, I think.
all right, so Zach's got an opportunity here.
But regardless of what Zach does, Austin Ducharme has 220 on the board, which would put him ahead of both of them. So
Okay.
Austin, it's in his hands, and Zach, it's in his hands. If he doubles, for sure he would stay ahead of Dustin.
Big strike for Ducharme. I did see Zach kind of step off there. He went over and looked at the score sheet, so I think he knows what's going on now that they had brought out the Game 11 scoring updates. So now he's back over here. His next shot will be on 17.
And the next shot for Brady Stearns will be for 300.
Yep. Which I believe is off screen. It might be the far right.
Yep.
And he got it. That's 300 by Brady Stearns. So he throws urethane all day, changes to a Sublime and goes 300. No big deal.
300 in game 12, mind you. Yeah, that's why he's arguably the best bowler in the building. But yeah, big 10th frame for Zach.
Got the first one. Huge shot there.
Yeah.
So you can see lane 17 in our picture. The next ball to go down there will be Zach's second ball in the 10th.
So strike and 8 will for sure keep him ahead of Dustin Harold.
Okay. And then Ducharme still has 220 left with just the 10th frame to go.
Austin needs the first strike to stay ahead of Dustin for sure.
Okay. So Dustin's already done, and he's kind of walking around just waiting.
Yep.
And then is this factoring? Do we have any sort of like bonus pin?
Not a clue. Because they're all really close, I don't know, but Zach just doubled. So 8 pins, Zach will be in the show.
No matter what,
No matter
regardless of the bonus pins.
Yes,
Okay.
because he will stay ahead of Dustin because he shot a better game than him.
Okay.
Again, Austin with a double will also stay ahead of him. And then it just comes down to where the bonus pins play out, but they would be the 4 and 5 regardless.
Again, once we wrap this up here, they are going to compile the scores, and we are going to move our cameras. So just bear with us here as we get everything situated for the Stepladder Finals. In the meantime, if you haven't already, hit the thumbs up button. Please share the stream on social media. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing as we are working towards 2,200 subscribers this season.
And I misspoke. Austin needs the mark to scratch, stay ahead of Dustin.
Okay, and so he is up now. The immediate pair to our left, bowling on lane 10. As the next shot is for, he needs a mark, according to our numbers guy.
He said, without factoring bonus pins, a mark, he stays ahead of him.
Doesn't like
And
it.
That's
a
not
difficult
easy.
spare there. So now, is Zach for sure in our show?
Zach is for sure in the show.
We
And
don't know through 4 or 5, though?
I believe that will, because he was already the 4, he's going to be the 4.
Okay, so Zach is going to be our 4.
And Austin needs this to have a chance.
So
we'll
it's
say.
either going to be... And he
Oh,
picked it
got
up.
All right, so he needs every pin to be safe.
Okay, so we don't know if it's Dustin Harold or Austin Ducharme in the 5 spot.
Again, this is highly contingent on how many people finish between 212 and 200.
Sure, because we have to factor in the bonus pins.
Yep. So
So this is unofficial, but get everything to be safe. He can strike here for 200.
that puts him 5 pins ahead of Dustin. So there'd have to be 5 people in between them. Looks a little. So
Side
boy.
7. So 197. And he knows that was important. He's still out on the line, knowing he needed every pin. I think maybe he knows something more than we do, but
197 puts him. So without bonus pins, it is 2 pins between Dustin and Austin.
and then Dustin's going to get more bonus pins than Ducharme no matter what.
Yes.
So then it's Harold, right?
Not-
Harold's got to be in?
Unless there
Or-
is nobody in between them, it is at worst a tie. If there's
Okay.
one person in between them, it is a tie. If it is 2 people, Dustin Harold is in.
Wow, it's that close, and we're not going to know here for a couple minutes.
No, we
In the
won't.
meantime, I am going to start working on moving some cameras, and then once we know, we will reveal the bracket to everyone. So just sit tight. We do not know who the final person is. We do know that Lucas Finley is the 1, Brady Stearns is the 2, Matt Smolin is the 3, Zach Andreessen is the 4, and we're waiting on either Dustin Harold or Austin Ducharme for that 5 spot. And Ducharme's already got his shoes off, so maybe he knows something more than we do. But that's kind of how we have it so far.
Yeah, it's so tight for that last spot. Just, I mean, we weren't paying attention to how many people were in between, but I would venture to guess that there are 2 people in between them. Just a guess.
So unofficially, we're just going to put this out here. Unofficially, this is what we have our Stepladder finals set at. Dustin Harold against Zach Andreessen in the first match. The number 3 seed is Matt Smolin. Our number 2 seed, Brady Stearns. And then your tournament leader, who has been the tournament leader all day long, Lucas Finley. That will set the stage for our Stepladder finals here momentarily. Just give us 1 minute to set up some cameras, and we'll be right back. All right, so we are back, and we have breaking news, I guess. So we have a tie for the final spot on the show between Austin Descharme and Dustin Harold, and we will have a 9th and 10th frame roll-off happening on our TV pair here momentarily.
Yep. So that means that one person got in between 197 and 212 and caused the tie there. So, yeah, that's fun.
All right, and here's our new view. Seen it here first. Looking back on our players here on the ball return. And then we will have a shot of our championship pair, 11 and 12. Again, a 9th and 10th frame roll-off between Manitoba Open winner Austin Descharme and lefty Dustin Harold. Winner will be the 5 seed on our Stepladder finals.
Which confirms pretty much what we had put out earlier. That Zach would be our 4, Matt our 3, Brady our 2, and Lucas our 1. So I think we're just waiting on where Austin is at the moment, whether or not they get any practice balls or not.
Okay,
So Lonnie says
two on each. Okay, and they have it set up so we have our scores on the screen. Let me get a good look at our. That's what I was afraid of with our scores on the screen. I might have to adjust that camera. Otherwise, it would look like this. All right, just give us a moment. We're going to try to get everything situated here with our cameras, and then we'll be underway with a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. You want to... Yeah, we need to go. All right, 1 second.
Yep, and here we do have the final standings official. So, as we said, Lucas Finley will be our number 1 seed, leading the way by 340 pins over Brady Stearns in second, who, thanks to the 300 in the 12th game, is our number 2 seed by 105 pins over Matt Smolin. So Lucas Finley 32-16, Brady Stearns 28-76, Matt Smolin in third 27-71, Zach Andreessen in fourth 27-26, and as we've said, the tie at 27-05 with Dustin Harold and Austin Descharme. And looking down, it was Ryan Selk's 202 that got in between them. There was Caleb Pacino 194, Matt Smolin had 192, Randy Peterson's 216, Jeff Campbell 218 were very close. We said Zach Andreessen's 213 was right there, so a perfect storm to lead to a roll-off. And then going down a little bit further, so Nick Heilman ends up in 7th at 26.55, Clayton Moore in 8th at 26.37, Justin Schiffler in 9th, Matt Meyer in 10th, Josh Craig finishing up a solid season in 11th, Taylor Wallstrom in 12th, Randy Peterson 13th, Eric Gulbranson 14th, Jeff Campbell in 15th, Corey Zimmerman 16th, Ryan Powers in 17th, and most of those guys right there are within about 30 pins of each other. Andy Mills in 18th, which is really close. Lucas Herzard in 19th, which is really close. So just so everyone knows, 11th through 19th were 41 pins apart. Joel Gallion 20th, Caleb Pashina 21st, Jason Van Fersen 22nd, Ryan Selk 23rd, and rounding out the field, Jonathan Domingo in 24th.
All right, so to set the tone for everyone, we are getting 2 shots on each lane. This is a 9th and 10th frame roll-off to determine the 5 seed on our Stepladder finals. The 5 seed will then take on Zach Andreessen in our first match. The scores are set up accordingly. I don't know how they're going to decide who gets lane choice, but perhaps it's a coin flip, perhaps it's random, I don't know.
Could be a high game. They've not told us that information. It looks like it's a coin flip, as Lonnie, I believe, just flipped one. And he can't read it.
Okay, so Austin wins. He's going to go first.
Okay.
So Austin will go his 9th frame on lane 11. Dustin will then go 9th and 10th, lanes 12 and 11, and then Austin will finish out his 10th frame on lane 12.
Good projection if it gets there.
I guess if there's ever a spot to leave that in a 9th and 10th frame roll off, it's right away.
Yeah, and as we've been talking about, Austin's bowled on this pair very recently, whereas Dustin, it was early on. It was what, game 1, 2, something like that. I can't remember how early, but he hasn't bowled here for quite some time outside of the couple practice shots. So Austin going for it and just missed them both. So advantage Dustin to Harold. All he needs is strike, spare, strike, or spare, strike, spare, and that would lock it out for him without Austin being able to throw another shot.
Ooh.
And solid 8. Well, said spare, strike, spare is Lock City. All right.
Oh, the spare.
So this is obviously the very key shot right here is this first one. Strike is hugely beneficial. And you know what? Because of count, 9 spare strike would do it as well. So a strike would be great, but 9 spare would still be good enough. So
Ooh,
trips
there you
that
go.
one out. All right, well, 9 pins and 2 balls is going to do it.
Looks right.
All right, well, that secures a tie.
Yeah, he just needs one to win it.
Heck, you know what?
Yeah, one
I'm
pin to win
thinking
it.
it frame off, yes. Well, 1 to win. That's all he needs. That's going to be enough.
Yep, that's it. So Dustin Harold will advance. And Descharm just needs to fill out the frame to make it official.
But it is mathematically official already. He cannot catch him. So just add insult to injury right there.
Ducharme will finish in 6th place. Dustin Harold will advance. So our bracket is official here.
And let's just say that that could be a very difficult thing for Lucas Finley, depending on how long Dustin Harold is able to stay in the Stepladder finals. But no, Austin has to be disappointed, but it's still a very good week for him.
All right, so it'll be Zach Andreessen and Dustin Harold. I believe they will get 2 shots on each lane, and then we'll be underway with our Stepladder finals. Again, if you haven't already, please share our stream with everyone you know on social media. We have reached the Stepladder finals here at the NDBowling.com Classic. Once again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of the season's final major. The winner will take home the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy momentarily. CMA winner Zach Andreessen will be in our first match against Dustin Harold, who could very well be making his first appearance here on our Stepladder finals.
I know he's been close.
He's been close, yeah.
But I don't know if he has made one or not. Regardless, the talent level on this 5 is as good as any that I think we've probably seen.
And like I said, this is what we are playing for. The Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy, as well as a $2,500 top prize.
You know, while we've got a minute while they're doing their warm-ups, I'm sure some people are, questioning, was this the right move to go to this kind of format? And, I mean, you have a roll-off for the final spot. The drama goes down to the final ball. I think it's a good change of pace, if you will, for the normal format. So you had a guy run away with it, obviously in Lucas Finley, but that happens in any tournament. I mean, he probably would have ran away with it in a normal format today. The score spread, as I kind of said, in that middle of the pack was super tight, so single pins deciding several places. But yeah, I think overall it probably turned out as well as you could have hoped for.
I agree. Again, they each get 2 balls on each lane. For those in the chat, how do you like the new camera? Let us know. Question in the chat, shouldn't only Zach get practice shots? Since we had the 10th, 9th, and 10th frame roll off, it was a different round. So as per usual, when you start the Stepladder finals, both incoming players have shots on each lane. And then from here on out, the incoming player only.
Looks like Dustin will be starting the match, if I caught that right.
Yep, Dustin's on the left, Zach will be on the right, so we are underway. All right, we do appreciate the kind words in the chat room. Thank you guys, and I appreciate everyone who has subscribed today. And come along for the ride of the season's final major, our first match here. Dustin Harold against Zach Andreessen in our 4-5 match.
Little bit of a pull right there, it looked like.
All right, Ken, what do you think so far with our final 5?
I think it's going to be interesting to see, one, how well Dustin can... Oh, it got it. It fell. Okay. Well, little drama to start, but I think the first thing to look at is, one, how long can Dustin stay out here? If he can get by Zach, I mean, not like he needs the next 2 players are a pushover by any means. But the longer he stays out here, the harder it's going to get for Lucas, I believe. But if he doesn't, if Zach can get by him, what does urethane in the middle of the lane mean for the other 2? Shot from Zach to start, but I mean, though, like, there's potential either way, but no matter how you look at it, Lucas Finley is your clear leader. He averaged over 246 for the day.
Right.
Miles ahead of anyone else. So if Zach is able to get by Dustin, I think that bodes better for Lucas. If he doesn't, then it's which of the righties can come out of it. And as far as which one could, I don't even know where to start, because they are all supremely talented and all major winners.
That is true. All 3 righties.
So, nice shot from Zach to get the opening double.
Question in the chat room, is Stearns not a pro? I guess you need to define pro. Is he a PBA player? I mean, he's won regionals. He's gone to the RPI. Great player. In reality, every one of us is a pro if we're bowling for money. So it's one of those you have to define pro. Is he a card holder? Likely, but the only restrictions on our tournament, I think, is a national title holder in the last 3 years, or top 50 in points is the current restriction on this one, as per the poster.
That has typically been the case, is something very much along those lines. Let's see if I can find the poster real quick.
And appreciate the positive feedback on our lanes camera. We're going to hopefully be able to do this for most of our tournaments going forward.
So officially on the poster, it does not say anything. Better with this shot there, kicking the 7 out.
Because I thought it did. I remember somebody asked me about it, but
And the one that I just saw that I was looking at online, it didn't show anything on there. Again, I mean, most tournament rules are going to come down to pretty much exactly what you said. If you're a title holder in the past 3 years, you're not going to gain entry. If you're a card holder, well, that's another story. You and I could be card holders if we wanted
correct.
to.
Yep. All you have to do is pay for it. I think the average is like 200 you have to have for so many years, but that's it.
Yeah. So,
All right. Nonetheless, Zach Andrews in frame 3. And honestly, I can't remember the last time this kid lost on NDBowlTV.
oh boy. Push a little. Oh, that does sit there. Nice.
Shot there. Because last season at the Midwest Youth Championships, I don't think he made the ladder. I thought he lost in the bracket round that morning. So I don't think he was on the ladder.
Might have been a couple years because he won this year and he won 2 years, not last year, but the year before.
Yeah, he didn't lose. He didn't win this last year, but he won the 2 years before that.
Okay. Yeah. That's right, because I feel like he might have been on the show the year before that. But regardless, the winning streak on NDBowlTV is extensive.
Nice shot there.
Yeah, he's got a really good look right now. Dustin's thrown a couple decent shots here, but not quite getting the ball reaction I think he was hoping for, so let's see if you can get the ball to tip up and read a little bit better. Same thing again, that's 3 in a row like that.
Okay, I'm going to do a little bump on our mics just because we're going to have to talk a little softer now, but hopefully everyone can hear us fine. Now that there's less bowlers in the bowling center, we have to kind of be a little quieter. We are directly behind the pair.
Careful.
And the miss 7.
Gotta wonder if he's worrying about trying to kick the 7 out, not worrying about making it. It's not fun when you've been throwing one ball all day and you don't have any idea really of probably what your other stuff would do on this. I mean, he's going to have an educated guess, but just to jump to something you haven't even thrown yet today. See what he can do, but a little better there, swishes him out. Zach can take a stranglehold on the match here with a couple more.
All right, Zach Andreessen up frame number 5, working on the front 4. Ooh, got that one a
So,
little
yeah,
wide.
just a little bit wide, not much. And I mean, if you're Dustin, that's what you want to see. You need to see a miss right there, or else it's going to get away real quick. And not an easy spare right here. We've seen a couple people hook by this today.
Rob, the surface is, he could put surface on his ball before this match, but once the stepladder finals start, you cannot alter the surface.
Good spare from Zach. Just got to keep it clean. It's going to take a string for Dustin to get back in this match anyways.
Again, this is our opening match of our stepladder finals here at the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic. Dustin Harold against Zach Andreessen. The winner will take on Matt Smallin in our quarterfinal match. Brady Stearns is the number 2, and Lucas Finley is our top seed waiting in the championship match.
Wide again, and out the same thing, just the 2-pin though, so that's okay. Maybe just getting a little fast. Right. Good spare again.
All right, what do you think Dustin's got to have to do here?
I don't know. Do you err on the side of going light, or do you err on the side of going high?
All right, what was it, a quitter 7, the last one here that he missed?
Yeah. Yep. He went week 7, kicked out of week 7, and then missed that one. So looks like it was a move to the right, and
Oh, 6-8. That is unfortunate there.
chance. So I mean, he had to go for it at that point, but that's going to hurt, and that's putting Zach in a very good position at this point, unfortunately, because Dustin's thrown good shots here to start this match, just not getting the breaks. Yep.
A shot there.
That was good, yep. Said he's thrown 6 pretty quality shots to get nothing for it so far. You know, not over yet. Just one shot little off could throw this match in the other direction.
Good shot. Ringing
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, again, maybe just a little fast in the speed, and it just pushed a little too far. It's up about a half mile per hour from the prior shot on that lane. But said, if you're Zach, you just have to stay clean right now, and there's nothing Dustin can do.
Well, thanks for not jinx the booth jinx there. Zach on the spare. Again, thank you everyone who has subscribed today. We are 18 shy of 2,200 subscriptions here on NDBowlTV. I do appreciate that, and I appreciate everyone who has tuned in all day long. Once again, I'm Darren Senior alongside Ken Fletcher calling the opening match of our Stepladder Finals here at the NDBowling.com Classic, featuring Zach Andreessen against Dustin Harold. Zach, a Junior Team USA member, winner of the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout back at the end of January, looking to add another major to the wall in just a month and a half.
Looks pretty good if it hits.
Ooh, can opener.
All right. Oh, you take that and run. See what Dustin can do on this lane. And, you know, on the off chance it comes down to it, he has to finish on the right lane, and he is yet to strike on the right lane. So, see what he can do if he can find something quick.
Ooh, good shot.
That one out. Looked like he got that one a little bit wider, so that was nice. And, you know, a strike here makes Zach think about it a little bit. Close. Yep, that was nice. So, with Sir Zach, you need one mark in 2 frames, really, is what it comes down to. Strike here locks it up. Spare here, you only need 9 pins in the 10th frame of the first ball. Careful.
Seeing that one there, down lane there, the range finders. There's the 4 range finders that are found on a lot of the Brunswick anvil lanes. And that one was a little bit left of that right range finder, which is 10 board. So I believe if Zach misses down lane left of 10 board, he's going to end up going nose like that. So as long as he keeps his ball around, 8 to 10 at that point, he's in really good shape.
Yeah. And like, I almost wonder if he got into that one a little bit more.
Probably, and with the urethane ball that he's throwing, it could have started to read a little early. We've been noticing that on lane 12.
So you get your 2, and well, another pin bouncing up. You need 20 pins in the 10th frame. Strike, spare, spare, strike.
Yeah, because the max Dustin can do is 213. A 20 pin fill is all Zach needs here to shut him out.
So still in Zach's hands, but not the foregone conclusion it could have been. one was a little better. Yep.
Shot there.
Off the hand, it looked like that got off a lot cleaner where he didn't grab it. Like, it seemed like he may have on 12, so.
All right, well, the situation is pretty straightforward here. Needs 10 pins on 2 balls.
However you can do that. It's gonna
There
do
it
right
is.
there. Yep.
And Zach Andreessen will move on to take on Matt Smallin in our quarterfinal match. Dustin Harrell will finish in 5th. And what's our payout? Do you still have that up?
Yep. 5th place will be $1,000 for Dustin Harrell.
Wow, great payout. And again,
Yep.
big shout out to Country for adding in $3,000 added prize money. Country Titan Games.
Yep, and a fine weekend, and I mean, Dustin was that close to, not even being here right now.
Correct.
And Zach doing the right thing and checking out something else to see what it would do. So, yeah, Dustin bowled a lot better game than what's going to probably be a 170 right here.
All right, a 223 for Zach Andreessen, the winner of the first match against Dustin Harold, and a 178. So we head on over to our bracket, and Zach Andreessen will move on. To take on Matt Smallin, quarterfinal match.
You could see Matt, while Zach was finishing off, coming over here and checking it out, watching what they were doing. Now, he's been playing right all day long. Is that something that's going to still be there? It's going to hold up. He only had 187, I believe, on this pair a handful of games ago. And you can see him staying right with what I believe.
It's a supernova.
I say that's definitely not what he's been throwing.
Yikes. And now he's only got 3 shots to kind of figure something out. And that's where we've always said the benefit of being the guy that's already bowled the match. You got the lane nailed down, and the incoming player just has to figure it out in 4 shots. It's hard to do.
Yeah, 100% it is. But if there's a guy who can get a read on a lane, a pair of lanes that quick, I mean, it's any one of these next 2 guys for sure. As I say that, Brady Stearns walks over to watch Matt throw his practice shots.
Yeah, the wheels are definitely turning for some of these guys right now.
Very interested to see if Matt takes one of these shots to try a left, to see what that's got. And as I say that, yep, I think he's going to.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think those 2.
Oh boy, okay, well.
Gonna give it one more shot. I think he might have got enough off of that one shot from inside.
Okay. Again, this guy's got so many tricks in the bag that you never know.
I honestly don't know what he's gonna do now.
Telling one of the owners here, Lonnie Thielbar, on which lane he wants to start on. Matt is the higher seed, so he will get lane choice.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what he's going to do.
Oh.
After that last shot right there.
About to find out. Matt will kick us off on the left lane, according to what it sees. They shake hands, and no, they just reverse the arrows. So Zach will start us on the left lane.
So I think that tells me Matt's going to play straight.
You think so?
I think after that last shot there, I think he's going to play straight.
So then he wants to finish on 11, which is a good lane. Is that?
Just my guess. And I wouldn't be at all shocked if he plays them both different.
I agree, because we've seen it all day. 12 has been a pain for a lot of people.
Yeah, no, that first practice shot he threw on 12, I think he leaked a little right where the one on 11 was pretty straight up the lane. So we'll see what happens, but
Oh, 10 pin.
not quite. So and Matt's the kind of guy who will switch her in the middle of a match too.
Yes, Matt will not hesitate when it comes to things like that.
So we'll see, but as with Zach, just another solid opening shot. Just didn't quite kick that 10 out. So
Again, this is Matt's second consecutive Stepladder finals after taking second in Aberdeen just 2 weeks ago, losing to Russ Oviatt in the final. A win today would give Matt Smallin the Triple Crown and be the first ever to win all 3 majors held stateside. He won the CMA Memorial Shootout back in 2000, I believe it was 10 or 11. And then he's won 3. Oops, wrong camera. Sorry. There we go.
okay, well, tripped out the split there for Matt. You could see the wheels turning when he was coming back. So let's see what he intends to do for the rest of the match. But
Hook. Thank you.
Here, Hook, he's walking away like that's fine. So, yeah, as I think that one shot on 11 was enough for him. Now it's just, can he nail down 12? It's pretty good.
Got it.
All right. I think I heard him say to Taylor, he's got one lane good and it's the one he finishes on, so I think he's still a little iffy on 12, and it's just a matter of can he execute a couple good shots there. Pretty good shot there, and slash or 7. Right, good spare. See if Zach maybe makes a little minor adjustment after a couple little bit weaker hits there.
Yeah, 2 hits that could have easily carried. Just he sent enough pins at that 7 pin, but just didn't fall.
boy.
Oh boy, there's a kid out on the lane.
Where did that?
Don't trip over my stuff. Please don't trip over my cameras.
Thankfully, Matt was right on top of that.
All right, some kid was wandering into the shot, so
They do have open bowlers down there, so it looks like they got a hold of them.
well, we've had a dog at CMA, and now a lost child. But reset for Zach. All right, now Zach Andrews in frame 3.
That's a little wide, and he rolls the 2-pin. Okay, well, get away with one. See if you can turn it into something, but see what Matt can find here on 12. No, that hooked at his feet.
It did, yep.
I almost feel like if he's going to stay right on that lane, he's got to go to something else. Something that's a little shiny, maybe gets down the lane a little bit.
All right, good spare.
It's pretty good. And, oh, it hit it. Still a couple good shots in that lane, so Matt can figure out the right lane. He could be dangerous, and
Well, opportunity Andreessen now.
yep, he's
Did that one come out?
nope, looks like it did stay back.
All right. So no Deadwood.
Yep, see what Zach can do after the good break in the third frame. It's a little bit better and
4-pin.
hooks up and doesn't trip it. Yep, and see, there's that half-mile-per-hour softer than he's been now, too.
So clearly the right lane's been the trickier of the two, and perhaps that's why Matt decided he wanted to finish on the left lane.
Yeah, I said I could hear him saying something about he's got one good lane, so definitely has been that for him so far.
Hey, on the spare.
Nope, that one stayed back too.
You can see Matt back there with Taylor Wallstrom. Kind of somebody to bounce ideas off of. They're definitely trying to figure out what to do on that right lane. Again, the winner will take on Brady Stearns in the semifinal match. Brady also looking to become the first bowler to win the NDBowling.com Triple Crown, which is winning all 3 majors held stateside.
That's a good shot there.
Well, it seems like both players definitely like that left lane.
taking an extra second here. Still going back to it. Nope. Puts it back down. Yep.
Going
Okay.
to what I believe is a hero.
Taylor giving us the look of, I'm not sure about that, but
Well,
we'll see. Oh, that's not good.
and 3.
And if you ask me, that was an overthrow.
I would agree with you.
I think that was a case of he's so worried about that early hook, he wanted to make sure he got it down there, and he got
Yep.
it down there, but projected it.
Now that looked pretty good.
Yeah, that looked like a move right.
Was that a little bit of loft?
Looked like right and firmer. Could have been a little bit of loft. Something to try and get it down the lane a little bit there. So
Let's see, goes right back to that supernova. Now on his good lane. Unfortunately, he lost a good amount of count with that 3.
yeah, that did hurt on the spare, but might have gave him a good read for the rest of the game on that lane.
Oh boy,
Oh,
that's
that's-
left.
Get far enough left though to go Brooklyn.
And gets away with it.
The other unfortunate thing about Matt is he can sometimes get in his own way too. Just starts overthinking it, trying to do too many things, and we'll see if he can turn that good break into something though, but first see if Zach can throw another good one here and pick up quick or first double of the game. That was pretty good. I think that was a little bit of a left move.
Well, first double up on the board goes to Zach. And he's the first one to strike on that right lane, so advantage Andreessen.
See if you can back it up with another one. You throw 3 in the board right here, and it's going to put a hurting on Matt really quick. Pretty good shot if it carries, and it does.
And he kicks out the 10. All right, what does Matt do here?
Yeah. He needs to follow up that good break with a good shot here. Looks okay, and trips out a 9.
All right, got away with it.
I think he's got a blueprint for that lane now, so if he can still throw good shots in the left lane, he can still put up a good fight. Laid it down. Is that going to carry? Nice.
Great shot there. And answers with a triple of his own. Fortunately, still trailing in the match.
Yeah, that 5th frame oops could be the difference the way it looks right now. See what Zach can do right here, though.
Likes it. Gets a
Yep.
10 out.
Good shot again. Big ninth frame here. You throw one here. There's nothing Matt can do. But you miss here, and Matt can come up and strike out 9th and 10th.
I don't know. There's just something about this kid when he gets on NDBowlTV. It won't be long. He's going to be paying us to follow him.
Yeah, that's fair to assume.
I mean, the last 3 times he's been on NDBowlTV, he's cashed out 14 grand. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if we're keeping stats,
Yeah, and I mean, he's like, you've seen it with Zach. He has that clutch gene, but you do not want to give Matt Smallin a chance either.
I agree. All right, Zach Andreessen working on a 4-bagger, frame 9.
Get there, and it doesn't.
Just never sees it. Mid lane.
Matt knows it right there that he can go up and finish this off and steal this match.
He's just got to get the one in the right lane.
Yep. Said I think he has a good blueprint for that right lane now. It's just, can he execute that shot again? Oh boy. Oof.
Ooh,
All right.
got it.
You let that down. I think he wasn't sure.
All right, opportunity for Smallin here, up in the 9th. This is the tough lane. Let's see what he can do. It's got a hook.
Get there. Does not.
It took the 2 though. Fortunate to get the 2 out.
Fortunately with that though, even with a double in the 10th frame, Zach just needs a mark.
Okay, on the spare.
I mean, we've seen it before. You still got to make him show up. So Matt needs to throw 2 right here and at least force the potential issue.
All right, pretty easy on that one. So what does he need here? Strike and
Strike 7.
force a
Well,
mark.
I mean, not even that really. You know, strike 6 forces a mark. Even, oh, that's
Oh
not
boy. Oh boy.
And now it's basically over. Zach would need 3 pins on this first ball. So.
All right, so Smallin finishes with a 2-11.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed. He knows that right lane just bit him one too many times.
Yeah, and you think back to that 3 count off the spare. That could have changed a lot of things.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, pretty straightforward for Zach. Just keep it on the lane here. Figure something out. So he move on to the semifinal match against Brady Stearns. And continues his winning streak here on NDBowlTV. Extending it to like 30 or something like that.
I don't even know anymore what it is. But I will say that Zach having 2 games in there now, what kind of look is Brady's going to have? Because he's been practicing over there on the practice pair with that Sublime inside. So is a couple games of Zach going to affect what Brady wants to do?
I agree. And it's kind of like rewriting the story from the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout,
Yep.
where he was playing with that purple hammer in the middle of the lane. It kind of got enough to just cause the other guys bowling enough fits just to give him that advantage. And I think he's in good shape. Brady's a very tough opponent. And then the winner gets, the guy that's 400 pins ahead of everyone else.
But Zach doing the smart thing again and trying something else just in case. Because, I mean, he's going to shoot 230 here, but I would say it maybe wasn't the most convincing 230 either.
Big jump left within eternity. Doesn't matter. This kid can still strike. So there he goes. Zach Andreessen 237. Matt Smallin 211. Smallin will finish in fourth. Let's update our bracket. The kid moves on. The Mount Mercy product. Freshman out at Mount Mercy this season. Take on Brady Stearns here in the semifinal match. So, match against major winners this season. Brady having won the KFYR. Zach won 2 weeks or a week prior at the Morris. Can either one of them win this match and take home their second major this year?
I would say that regardless of what happens, it's going to be a tall order because of how well Lucas Finley is bowled, but the other side of the coin is Lucas has not thrown a shot in probably an hour plus.
Hour and a half about, yeah.
He has not been over on the practice fair that I've seen. So
No, he's just sitting back here behind us, observing. I could see him at about frame 4 or 5, start going over there and warming up, but and the same puzzled look on lane 12 that many of the players have been giving. Brady Stearns joins that club. I have a hard time believing Brady's going to want to finish on 12, but if you want to finish first,
this is another case of Brady does one thing probably better than anybody, but like, he needs that other, maybe that other piece right here to feel like have a better chance against Zach. So I don't know if that, he's got the slow hook and he's got the urethane up the outside. Those are, A1, A2, if you will. Does he have that third one in him to really be able to test Zach? Because Zach just shot 237, and it didn't even look like he was going to whatsoever.
Correct.
So, never me arguing Brady's talent because he's proven that.
see, and that's the problem, that with all that urethane here, he's going to have a hard time getting that ball to start to tumble in the right part of the lane to get the corners out.
Yep, and that's why it's like, does he have that third piece in his game that he can just bring out on a moment's notice? Because we know he's got the two, and 99% of the time he doesn't need a third one because he's better than everyone else at those two things. I think with what Zach's been doing and with what he shot, like, it's going to test Brady. So,
All right, so Zach is going to start on the left lane, kind of as I expected. I expected Brady to make Zach finish on that right lane again.
sticking with the urethane and shredding racks.
All right, here's our first look at Brady Stearns in our Stepladder finals. Looked a bit perplexed in his practice shots, but nonetheless, he's going to stick with the Sublime, playing left. The shot looked good, but it's just a matter of getting that ball to tumble in the right part of the lane. And that one did. It's a good shot there.
Yep, very good opening shot. So, said we'll see how this does and how the rest of the game affects what Brady can do. But you know, both guys I would say are probably in their wheelhouse.
And both these players, pretty good friends. Likely travel places. Bowl quite a bit of tournaments, like I said. Zach's bowling at Mount Mercy this year in college. Both these players have won a major this season. Looking for a chance to win another one.
Pretty good if it gets there, and there's that problem.
What we were saying.
It seems like Brady's trying to be a little nice to it, so it does get down the lane. But then that's the issue that he runs into.
On the 10 pin for Brady, and he converts it. So Zach up now on lane 12. Looking to post an early double. Oh, you see Lucas Finley now has arrived at the practice pair down there on 5 and 6. Starting to get loosened up. Ooh, shredder 7.
Just a little wide, and it tried to pick up, but good news for Brady if you see that kind of stuff happening, though. Oh, okay.
I think he thought he missed that one. And big shout out to everyone who has tuned in today. We do appreciate you taking the time to do so. Please hit that thumbs up button. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher calling the semifinal match here at the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic, the season's final major. Oh,
Say
fortunate.
that one rolled up a little bit much.
Fortunate to get that 9 pin out. Staring 4-9 in the face there for a second. All right, on the spare. Opportunity for Stearns now. Nice shot.
There. All of a sudden it's 12. That looks a good lane for Brady. And 11, can he get the corners out or not? And that one rolls up high. Did he give that one a little bit more and it just checked up early on him? I don't know.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what he saw in practice to want to finish on that lane, but these lanes have changed so quickly over the weekend.
Okay, good spare. And I will say that the more that this goes like this, the more it favors Lucas Finley.
I agree. Since since Dustin lost out in that first match, nobody's touched the left side since. The right side's getting a little squirrely. Zach looks pretty comfortable though.
Yeah, you just have to wonder, does the long break for Lucas affect him? And, first time here, does that affect him? But said Zach has thrown some decent shots. Can he find some carry now?
Now quitter 10.
Yeah, it just looked like he kept that one in the oil and it just never set up right.
Well, I think it's going to come down to who can get the first double out there, who can put two together. And
It's sure looking like it right now. Zach has control of the pocket on both lanes. It's just a matter of can he get the carry. Brady, it's can he figure out that left lane. Careful.
And an open missed single pin for Zach.
Uncharacteristic.
Oh, got to regroup now.
Oh boy. That looked like a little bit deeper move maybe and just never pushed.
Yikes.
Not a good sign to throw back-to-back opens against a guy like Brady Stearns. Well, can Brady take advantage of that? Those two gifts right there. I don't think it's something you're going to see again from Zach.
Well, Andreessen 76 in the fifth. Stearns now up in the fifth with a chance to take control of this match. Looks good. Looks.
Oh.
Ooh.
All right,
Swisher zone.
take it. Well, we're back to, can Brady get a hit on the left lane? If he can, that's going to be a lot of trouble for Zach for the rest of this game.
Oh, he
That
lost.
was pretty good.
He aced it when he needed to. Puts up the first double and takes complete control of this match following those 2 opens by Zach. Just what you expect a 4-time major winner to do.
Absolutely. Now, game is by no means over, but Zach needs to regroup and throw a couple good shots here.
Never seen it.
Yeah, that was fast and just projected wide. Not good news for Zach right now.
Got a hook. All right.
Spare. But really, it's now or never.
Yeah, you got to post one here.
If you don't put up a strike right here, and you're only maxing out at 2-0, then I would say the odds of being able to make a comeback against Brady are not very good, especially after he did pick up one on that left lane. All right.
Yeah, he had to have it.
Pretty good and trips the 9 out.
Nice shot there. Be curious to see what moves he made after those first few shots early in the match on. All right, his last shot over here, he dead aced it, 10 off the deck.
It's pretty good too if it gets there and it swishes it out. And it's about as animated as you'll see Brady. He knows that was a big shot, and there's now nothing that Zach can do as long as Brady continues to mark.
Oh, much better shot.
Yeah. You can see it in the body language right there, too. He knows he had to have that. That's not the end of it yet, but basically is going to seal Zach's fate.
Well, it looks like it may be setting up a classic David versus Goliath match in our championship match if Stearns were to advance here. Again, our top qualifier is Lucas Finley, who has been leading all day and not by a small margin either. This kid has had how many games where he was a top scorer in the field out of the 12? Was it 6 or 7?
Well, I can tell you in just a second.
Oh, Zach going to a Black Widow hybrid, gets the snowplow to fall for the strike.
And it was 6 games.
6 out of the 12. He had the best game in the house. Think about that. The field we had here today, the 24 bowlers, numerous major champions, and this guy in half of his games had the best game in the house.
Just to put a little perspective into it too, first 3 games he had 730. Second 3 games he had 720. Third 3 games he had 770 including 300. And the final 3 games he had 715.
Wow.
All 4 of those are higher than any set I've had this year in league.
All right.
And he did that on a pattern like this.
Yeah. And you know, he didn't really throw that many shots down on the practice lane. But he's over here, he's ready to go. And Brady Stearns is your winner in this match. It's just a matter of finishing out our frames, making it official.
Yep, I'm going to say he can't be caught, so it's going to be Brady and Lucas. And that is, as you said, quite the David and Goliath matchup from the outside. But that's also why we bowl.
That's right.
And when you're looking at what Lucas has done today, it's not to say that Brady's 220 here was a fluke, but, you know, can he do that one more time with the suspect left lane, I would say.
As we see more and more people filing in here to Sunset Lanes, a popular bowling destination for the locals here. As we finish up the season's final major, Brady's going to go take a look at another ball, it looks like.
Yeah, I can't say I blame him for trying, and I have a wild guess at what he's going to grab.
That is a Zen Gold label, it looks like.
That is not what I was going to guess.
Zach just going to finish out his game. Another great tournament for him. And what does third place get today?
Third place comes away with $1,200. Nope, sorry. Matt took $1,200 fourth. Third place gets $1,500.
Very nice. So a good weekend for him. There's a shot with the gold label a little earlier. It's got a bigger core. Those Zens want to really get revving up early. And that'll do it. 226 Brady Stearns, 176 Zach Andreessen. And Brady Stearns will advance to take on Lucas Finley in our championship match here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead at the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic, the season's final major. Let us know in the chat room who you think is going to win. Will it be Lucas Finley? Or will Brady Stearns make history and win the Triple Crown and claim his 5th NDBowling.com major title and first Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy? Let us know in the chat. Again, Lucas will get 2 shots on each lane, and we'll be underway with our championship match. like he brought a purple hammer and potentially a Tudor Dynamics to the ball rack. And Lucas has been killing them all day. Makes you wonder what can happen when, you know, he hasn't thrown an intense pressure-packed game in quite a while. He's been cruising right along, had the lead. Probably, what was it, third, fourth game he took the lead and he never looked back.
Yeah, I think it was even as early as maybe the second game, but yeah, once he got it, it was all over. And I mean, we were commenting the last game. It's like, well, is he just fiddling around right now? Because pretty sure he threw that purple hammer the entire day up until that last game. So yeah, meaningful shot, maybe 2.5 hours ago.
Again, this kid just took a top 5 finish at the Ebonite Winter Classic last weekend, which is live streamed on InsideBowling.com. Had a great weekend down there in Iowa, making his NDBowling.com Classic debut here at Sunset Lanes. Could join Adam Peters as a winner in his initial appearance here. So
Adam Peters, and I want to say Mike Schmidt did as well.
perhaps in 2014, and there could have been many others in the pre-NDBowling.com era that we're unaware of, but in recent history anyways. Trying out the Tour Dynamics.
I would be shocked off of those practice shots if he does not throw the purple hammer.
All right, here we go. Will we have a first-time major winner? Or will Brady Stearns join the aforementioned 4 with 5 NDBowling.com major championships? Only Michael Schmidt, Andy Mills, Jeff Smith, and
Dave Schick.
Dave Schick have won 5 or more. Brady currently has 4. Lucas is going to start the match on the left lane. And our championship match is underway. Purple hammer it is, and a strike it is.
Familiar sight today. Like we were saying earlier, love to know his strike percentage today. I would probably put it in the range of 75%.
Probably, I would agree.
If not higher.
And like I said, perhaps the lane talk that they have installed in the building can track that. If you want to go on Lane Talk and try to figure out what his stats have been all day, please let us know. I'm not sure if that is an option, but here's Stearns, frame 1.
And there's that little week 10 that we've seen a little bit from him so far. And nice to see Adam Peters in our chat. I would never say you're washed up.
Watching from the couch. Come on, Adam, you had a top 20 finish in Manitoba with me this year.
All right, on the spare.
And Brady was watching that one because spare balls have been hooking down lane this weekend. I know I missed one because it had a little bit of a check down lane. Again, there's some few open bowlers on both ends of the house here, kind of providing a little bit of ambient noise so we don't have to be as quiet. Stearns up now on the left lane, frame 2, still throwing that sublime. It's got to roll.
Yeah, you could see, looked like he either got that wide or projected it too far. Either way, not happy and not the opening start that you wanted against somebody who's averaged over 246 today.
And early open for Stearns. And based on the average of Lucas Finley, you hate to say he's in trouble this early in the match, but if the youngster puts up a double here to make it a triple on the board,
It could be tough sledding for a guy who we would, you know, I might have even pegged as the favorite in this match.
that one hooks up.
boy.
The Booth jinx is alive and well.
All right, well. Even match unless Lucas can do something good here.
A very makeable spare. Maybe.
Oh,
There it is.
Yep, there we go.
Nice shot by Lucas. If there's anyone in the chat, could let us know a little bit about Lucas. It's our first time meeting him. I do believe he bowls at St. Ambrose, possibly. I could be wrong. Not sure how old he is. Please let us know in the chat room. I can about imagine there are a few people here watching, cheering for Lucas.
Oh boy.
And somebody actually looked it up. Lane Talk has Lucas at 73% strike percentage.
Matt Smallin, I probably not, but you know, you can see where you would think that.
And Schiffler said he rooms with Lucas Herzard at St. Ambrose, so that's our answer there. Oh,
Something flying around out back there, but that is an early open for Lucas now.
okay, Mr. Finley is from Colorado, as provided by the chat. We do appreciate that. The rooms with Lucas Herzrud, averages 246. That's his average today. And you can see Herzrud over here talking to his roommate.
Yeah, and Zach Andreessen coming up as well, and that's a ball switch from Brady.
Roll it, does not get the 10 out, but did hit pocket there with a Zen Gold label.
So I'm trying to see if he can get something a little bit different shape, and pretty much the same hit as he had in the first frame with Sublime, so curious to see what Brady can do, and at least initially not running and hiding either one of them, so still a tight match. Justin said he's left-handed, likes bracelets and long walks on the beach.
Thanks for that, Schiffler.
That is great. Brady on the left lane, which he surprisingly opened in last frame. Sticking with that Zen Gold label, and it just,
A little late. Almost gets
I
it
mean-
to trip out.
at least it's only the 2-pin this time.
Well, shout out to all the Lucas Finley fans in the chat room. We do appreciate you tuning in today. And welcome to NDBowlTV. I can imagine we will be seeing Lucas a few more times in the future.
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Good spare for Stearns.
Let's see what the pep talk from Zach and Lucas Bergerd is going to do for him. So okay, well, close. 6 pins okay. Spare makes it a 2-pin match.
Again, we are dead center in the middle of Sunset Lanes here, 24-lane center. Some open play has picked up on the sides, but nonetheless, championship match here. Frame 4. Covers the 6.
Saw it start to go a little bit. Okay. Well, let's see what he's going to do on the left lane.
Great
That was a
shot.
lot better.
All right, an opportunity for Stearns here to take a 2-pin lead.
And back to the Sublime.
Still has not struck in this game.
But up 2 pins. Looks like a little bit deeper move to
Ooh,
try
it
and,
splits the 8-9. You see that? What a great shot there.
looks like a little deeper move and maybe give it a little bit more. So Can see it finish instead of just hitting weak. Brady with a chance to put up the first double.
All right, following this match, we will get a word with our winner and present them with the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. So stick around for that. Likes it, hooked up early.
Just a 3-6-10 though.
And doesn't lose count on a strike there. Not easy spare, gets
all
it.
right. He knows that was a big shot too.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get that first double up on the board.
Yep, and now he gives Lucas a chance to do the same.
And remember, Brady was in the championship match here at the Classic just 2 years ago, where he lost to Dale Newton in the final.
Seems so long ago.
Ooh, doesn't get the roll.
All right, well, we're nobody's wanting to break away yet, so.
Hull keeps it at a two-pin match here with a conversion. Halfway through our championship match.
Okay, on the spare.
Still got a good contingent here of patrons and fans watching. See who will take home the last major of the season. Will it be Lucas Finley or Brady Stearns? Stearns looking for his second major this year. Second within a month, really. Lucas Finley, frame 7. A great shot there on lane 11.
Yep. So far likes that lane.
Again, one last time, I'd like to thank everyone tuning in today. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of the NDBowling.com Classic here at Sunset Lanes. We are in our championship match.
Get there, switches it out. Keeps it that two-pin match and gives himself a chance to throw up that first double again.
All right, big opportunity here for Stearns. We've been saying it all night long. Who can post that first double? Last time on this lane, I think he thought it was decent off his hand and left a 3-6-10. Bullet hook. 2-8.
Gets a little more speed and doesn't read. Let's see the smile there of like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, and who would have thought 2 matches ago everyone loved the left lane and the right lane was a problem. And now Brady's going to finish on that lane.
And has yet to strike on that lane. Not an easy spare here too, so.
What's the middle going to do? Will it hook? Yep.
Good shot there.
All right, now Finley with the opportunity to put up that first double and take control. We always say here on NDBowlTV, when is your major moment? Here's an opportunity for Lucas. Finley, frame 8, working on a strike. Snaps out the 7. Big shot there. And now he's working on a double, going to his good lane.
Strike here, he can't be shut out and is in a really good position. But if you don't, you just handed the opportunity to Brady to go up and make the shots to seal the match. Shot.
Got it.
Yeah, again. You can see the applause from Brady. He knows how good those two were. But if you're Brady now, you go up. Go 9th, 10th, 11th. You still force Lucas to throw one. Yep, he's got that right lane wired right now, but you see the arms, it's what can I do?
And once again, following this match, we will get a word with the winner, so stick around for that. We have entered the final frame. Started with 96 bowlers yesterday. A full house here in the 24-lane center. We cut down to 24 bowlers this morning. We are now down to our final 2.
That one looks better.
And then he labels it on that lane.
Get one more. One more and 8.
Take a little extra time. Veteran move.
Brady knows the situation. He's not deviating from his routine. And something.
Yeah, the worker walking out of the back there, way over on lane 1, probably caught his eye.
Yep, doing the right thing, resetting, going through the routine again. He knows how big this shot is right here. It's pretty good again if it sits there. And
Yeah, get the 9 out.
All right.
It's funny, he did this same thing at the CMA against Zach Andreessen in the final. Struck out the back 4 when he needed it just to give him a chance. When we had the distraction with the kids in the arcade, they come running by the booth. You remember that?
Yeah.
Just about a month ago up in Minot. All right, Ken, set the stage here. What?
Yeah. He needs 8 pins to force Lucas to throw the first strike.
Eight pins. He got it.
That's good enough. All right.
Talk about clutch to be able to go to that lane. Haven't struck all game.
And throw 3 in the 10th.
Throw 3 in the 10th. All right, kid, here's your moment.
Yep.
Need the first strike.
Lucas has only struck 1 time on this lane, but it was the last time. He needs this 1 and 7 pins.
In 2 balls, right?
Well,
Or in the first count.
strike 7 is a win.
All right, here we go. Must strike here. Anything less, Brady Stearns wins his 5th NDBowling.com major championship and the first to win the Triple Crown. It's got to have it. Hooked
Looking
early,
hot, and it-
takes it out.
That's
What a big
perfect.
shot. And the appropriate applause from everyone behind us here. What a great shot. First time here against
Yeah.
a guy like Brady.
Now, he still needs 7 pins. It's not over yet.
All right, 7 for the win.
But with how good he's bowled today, I would not expect less. Yep,
And
that'll do it.
That's enough.
What a performance by Lucas Finley today.
Yeah, from start to finish, no doubt. And once again, we will get a word with Lucas, who will win the NDBowling.com Classic in his first attempt. Congratulations, Lucas. We'll have a word with him shortly.
I go over there yelling at Lucas, and I get a look from Lucas Hershford like, what do you want?
There's multiple, yep. All right, Lucas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And welcoming into the booth, champion Lucas Finley. So, you dominated all day. Take us through your day.
I mean, it was really nothing different than yesterday. I just came in level-headed. I knew that I had a look, and as long as I stayed patient with it and just trusted my instinct that I was going to do well. And the urethane lasted a lot longer than it did yesterday, so I think that helped. You know, purple hammer is always the go-to.
Yeah, I figured it was.
Yeah.
But you had something. We had 2 other lefties in the field today, and Dustin looked pretty good early. He was thrown reactive. He had an eternity pie out there for a while. Eric Galbranson couldn't quite get it going, but you had something that gave you a lead that was far better than anyone else. It was like 400-pin lead by the end there.
Yeah. If it wasn't for Brady shooting 300, it would have been 400 pins.
And we had somebody in the chat saying, Lane Talk, you had a 73% strike percentage today,
Really?
if you believe that. So the people in the chat said you're a freshman at St. Ambrose. You room with Lucas, correct?
Yes, I do.
So then you guys must have sectionals coming up, don't you?
Yeah, we do. Next week, actually, we're
And
going
you got selected to what?
we're going to Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth. Very
So
nice.
that'll be fun.
Well, good luck with that. Hopefully you guys can make it through sectionals and on to the collegiate finals.
Yes, thank you.
It's got to be a
Winning.
good feeling after bowling
Right?
well last weekend this week.
Yeah.
And then you bowled really well last week at the Ebonite Fall Classic, or Winter Classic it would be, down in, where's that, Waterloo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that, which is why I picked you in my bold predictions.
Really?
By the way, that's one for me, all you guys out there that critique my bold predictions. So let's give away some hardware. On behalf of NDBowling.com, the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy goes to you, my friend. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we will have a box for you to put it in, so you don't have to keep it like that. But any final thoughts on the weekend?
Not really. Just thanks for putting together a good tournament and streaming.
Yeah, appreciate
I
that.
know I had family watching. I appreciate you streaming the tournament for them.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up here. Hopefully we'll see you again. And like I said, good luck in college. Any final words, Ken?
No, I mean, it was just impressive to watch all day. I mean, I don't think we've seen domination quite like that in as long as I can remember, so just well done.
Thank you. I
All right.
appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to get a picture with you when we wrap things up here, if that's okay.
Sounds good.
All right, Lucas Finley, the winner of the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic. Nice work. All right, and that'll do it for us. Ken, any final thoughts on the weekend?
I mean, deserving champion, that's for sure. You know, you hate when somebody bowls that well to see them lose in a one-game match. It happens. It's just how the game is. But for Lucas to come up clutch against a guy like Brady Stearns, yeah, that shows a lot for somebody who is 18, 19 years old.
And for Brady, I think it's like his 12th major in a row he's been on the show. And he's bowled for the title in like 7 or 8 of them, which is insane.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk all the time. It's like Brady is probably the best bowler that comes to this year after year, and he proved it again getting here. Said you get to a one-game match and anything can happen.
All right, that'll do it for us. I want to quickly give a big thanks to Country at Country Titan Games for putting in $3,000 here in the tournament. Big thank you to Darren, Alani, and the entire staff here at Sunset Lanes. They have done a fantastic job once again, and we will be back here probably the 1st and 2nd of March next year at the 2025 NDBowling.com Classic. Again, thank you to everyone who tuned in today, everyone who's in the chat room. I appreciate each and every one of you. Please consider subscribing to our channel if you haven't already. And again, follow us on social media, where we will be running contests to give away more Storm products, which also reminds us that Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher saying good night from Moorhead at Sunset Lanes at the 2024 NDBowling.com Classic. Drive safe, everyone.